I'm going to put my glasses on my head. Brought the wrong glasses today, so you'll see me taking them on and off. How are we feeling this morning? Revved up and ready for the next day or two, hopefully two. Welcome, a very, very warm welcome indeed to the 2025 Equally Well Conference in the room. And if you're joining us online, welcome to you as well. It's lovely to have you joining the live stream here today. My name is Natasha Mitchell. I am so thrilled to be your MC over the next 2 days. It is a great pleasure to be here on Kaurna country, gorgeous Kaurna country. And our theme this year is Equally Well for All, working together. And it is one that I'm very passionate about. As a journalist of nearly 30 years in the business, it's long been at the heart of my work as a presenter and a broadcaster at ABC Radio National, where I created a show called All in the Mind and hosted that for a decade, and then hosted our social affairs show, Life Matters, which is still, both of those still continue and live large. And excellent, thank you. And now I host a show called Big Ideas, but really at the heart of my passion was always a conversation that cleaved open, a conversation about our mental health and wellbeing, and connected that very much to social justice movements and to human rights. So I feel very much at home here emceeing your conference. So thank you very much for the invitation to be here. And of course, we are here to shine a spotlight on the work that you do and the community that you're building together, and to shine a spotlight on the urgent human rights and health equity issue that is that when we live with a mental illness, our physical health needs too often are ignored or poorly supported or even denied and rendered invisible. And enough is enough. That's just not good enough, is it? And by every measure, our physical health suffers as a result. And that has consequences for how well we live and for how long we live, and the relationships that we build, not just with ourselves, but with our communities. So what's fabulous about this proactive, powerful movement that you are building, the Equally Well movement, and this conference as an anchor point to gather you all, is that you're actively changing that story, and you're really bringing everyone on board who can make a difference. That's all of you, and it's all of those beyond this room as well, and all of you joining us on the live stream as well. And vitally, people with lived experience are at the heart of this movement, and that is everything. That expertise, nothing about us without us, right? So, look, I hope that the next 2 days are full of connections, full of conversations, full of collaboration, maybe some new kernels of relationships. Certainly I know there's a whole lot of calls to action that they're very keen for you to participate in, because this is a very mobilised community is what I've observed from all the reports that I've read that's coming out of the Equally Well team, and all the data that's being powerfully used as well. Lots of room for real action. But I hope that it's also inspiration for you in your advocacy and your work. For over 60,000 years, communities here have also understood that our mental health and physical well-being is grounded in, is connected to the health of country. And it's my honour to welcome you to country via, I'm not welcoming you to country. Clearly, that is not my role. But I'm delighted to have with us today Adam Troy Francis, who is a distinguished artist, advocate. He is a community leader. He has a career that spans incredibly dance, teaching, directing, choreography, health and strategy, and right now, and he's going there straight after this, he is working with the Aboriginal Youth Court as an Aboriginal Youth Justice Officer. Such vital work. All of this proudly embodies his Kaurna, Ngarrindjeri, Wirangu heritage as a two-spirit man. He is driven by a deep passion for his community, And I know that he's thrilled to be here today to welcome you to country. Thank you so much, Adam.
Namani, Manina Putni, Ghana Yalata Ana. It's good that you came here to Ghana land. Learn from the past, we grasp the future, because we will all walk together. Nuggy Nuggy, Adam Troy, second born Connie Francis. Nachi, Ghana, Wangami. Nachi, Kungari, Narangiri. Nachi, Wurungu, Wardu. Brothers and sisters, I meet you to the spirit of my place. Ghana, Yurta, Ana, Adelaide, South Australia. This will always be forever home of the First Nations Ghana people. Equally well, conference event held here at the Pullman Hotel takes place on near waters and on land which are still under colonial occupation, and that the Ghana's sovereignty has never been ceded. The city of Adelaide sits on the dreaming place of Tandanya, the dreaming of the red kangaroo. Our land is bordered by sea. Narangiri and Ramandri to the south. Piramunk to the east. Narajiri to the north. And Naranga to the west. This is my clan country. Ghana Plains people have been the custodians and caretakers of the lands and waters since the dawn of time. Our language and songs travel through other countries and ceremonial connections from Narangiri and Naranga countries. Our boundaries begin from Cape Jervis in the south along the coast, the Mount Lofty Ranges through from the Adelaide Hills, and to Crystal Brook in the far north. Country is inherent to our identity. It sustains our lives in every aspect, spiritually, physically, emotionally, socially, culturally. Country is family, kinship, law, ceremonies, traditions and songlines, and language. It's been this way since the first break of dawn of sunrise. Through our languages and songs, we speak to country. And through ceremonies and traditions, we sing and celebrate country. And country speaks to us, and it is calling. To heal country, we must work towards redressing historical injustice. Though we can't change our history, we can certainly change the way we view into the future. My name is Adam Troy Francis, a proud Ghana Narangiri Wurungu two-spirit, a respected person, a First Nations cultural leader here on country, which I'm very proud to be here today to welcome you here on Ghana land. I would like to pay respects to elders, past, present, and emerging, and I would like that warm extension to any other First Nations people from around the globe that may be here today or on the live stream, and to my brother boys and sister girls that may be here in the room today. Namani, Manina Putni, Ghana Yalata Ana. Welcome to Ghana country. Live, celebrate, work, play, embrace our community and culture, and on this sacred ancient land. And I wish everyone a safe and wonderful Equally Well Conference 2025. Natalia, thank you. Nakatu, I'll see you again soon. Thank you.
Much, Adam Troy, and I hope your day goes well. Beautiful Ghana country. Now, there's lots of housekeeping, so I'm going to do it in little chunks throughout. So just to get you orientated for the day, there's free Wi-Fi. The password details are going to be put on the screen here. There's an event info sheet at the reception, which you can also access as well. We cannot have you without Wi-Fi. I know the addiction is real. Mobile phones on. If you could just have them on silent, that would be great, but we would love you to use them because, of course, we want you to spread the word about the conference. There is the WhatsApp channel, the delegates channel. If you don't know about that yet, you can get that information from the registration desk as well. But if you are joining us online, another way to access that too, if you're not yet a member of the WhatsApp channel, you can email your request to admin@equallywell.org.au. That's admin@equallywell.org.au. And that is going to be your community. I mean, I've already seen some good Thai restaurant recommendations. We've also got, but also it's also where you can ask questions as well if you'd like. But of course, we'll have these roving mics. There's mics on stands here for questions throughout the day as we come to you. And I'll probably run around looking a bit like Oprah with a microphone as well to help you out if you don't elect to use one of those or choose not to. Toilets, the most important thing of the day. Toilets out there, around the corner and down there. You'll see them there. They're all on this level. What else have we got here? If you need any assistance of any kind throughout the day, we have support workers here, support people. For any reason, just head to the information and registration desk if you would like assistance or support. And don't hesitate to reach out on anything at all there. In case of emergency, there are 2 fire escapes I need to tell you about at either end of this level, which I think must mean there and there, beside the lifts, so that way, and the second are at the far end of the building to the right. The meeting point, if there was an emergency, is Hindmarsh Street at the park in front of the hotel. So I assume that's that way. So that's just in case. So 2 fire escapes that way. Well, to welcome you now to the conference. We've been welcomed to this beautiful country. Now we're being welcomed to the conference, and we're joined by the Equally Well Alliance co-chairs. Dave Peters is a lived experience advocate and leader. He's been co-chair of the Equally Well Alliance for the past 7 years. Thank you so much. Associate Professor John Allen is the former Executive Director of Mental Health, Alcohol and Other Drugs branch with Queensland Health, and he was also Chief Psychiatrist in Queensland and New South Wales. Welcome, John Allen. Lovely to have you both here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that warm welcome. As soon as you mentioned roving around like Oprah, I was tempted to look under my chair for a free car or something. I did just want to offer an acknowledgement for lived experience, something that we at Equally Well really deeply value. We deeply value the insight, the wisdom and expertise, and such that is offered generously by our lived experience attendees, contributors, supporters, all of us now allied together to help share and shape a system that will hopefully meet our needs more equally and equitably in the future. We stand with all consumers, carers, families, supporters and allies. We understand that people with lived experience are often living with marginalisation, discrimination and denial of human rights, but still are willing to and able to speak out for positive change. The power of collective action is really about building on the strength of those who came before us and to make a better future for all of us. So thank you. Now, as one of my other hats, as one of the joint co-chairs of the Equally Well Alliance, I'm really glad to see you all here today and for the people streaming online. Each year I've been part of these symposiums and conferences, I often sort of find myself vacillating between a bit of despair and the state of things, but also this hopefulness where seeing everyone come together, the presence and the power that comes from everyone's contribution and everyone's willingness and demand for change and demand for improvement. That's what helps remind me that everyone's really working so hard to build and improve upon a system that has often done some grievous sort of injustice. So rightfully, we're calling for a fairer and more equal health system that's better able to meet us where we're at. And, we're extending our support through that, hopefully with that support from a health system that's pretty more equitable, we'll see some of those life-saving and life-extending supports to help prevent the decline of physical health and offer that sort of proactive, assertive support to help navigate access and advocate within the health system for our physical health-related care that sometimes often gets missed. But thank you all so much for being here and for watching online, for caring as much as you do. It's really your work and your contribution, your willingness to call for change that gives me hope and makes me really glad to see you all. So welcome. John. Thank you.
Thank you. He's Dave, I'm John. It's very great to be here on the land of the Kaurna people as well, and I want to pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Thank you for coming. How many people here, is their first time at an Equally Well conference?
Oh, wow.
Oh my goodness.
Welcome.
Oh, welcome. Well, I'm going to spend a long time talking to you then. But just a couple of brief things. One is thank you very much to Adam for the welcome to country as well, and also for Natasha for using that word passion very early on, because that's what we're here about. We're here about a passion. The Equally Well movement began in Australia. We started to think about this thing about 13 years ago when I was working in New South Wales, and we got people together. And we were very lucky to have a time 10 years ago when we were supported by the National Mental Health Commission to do the consensus statement on physical health and mental illness. And that's a guiding document being adopted as government policy. And that's really helpful and really good. And one of the things that we did out of that was to form an alliance. So the alliance that's Equally Well has got over 100 partners. How many partners have we got, Russell? 110. And that's governments, services, but also NGOs, community organisations, lived experience organisations, carer organisations and individuals as well, who are all signed up to the message. And the message is about why should this inequality continue when we know so much about it and we want to change that. When we started it, someone said to me, you know, if this, we talked about the life expectancy gap for people, and at that time it was like 15 to 20 years for people with serious mental illness, somewhat similar to Indigenous health. And someone said to me, you know, if this was any other disease, it would be a scandal. But because it's mental health and its associated things, drug and alcohol and others, it wasn't the scandal that it should be. And our task is to make that scandal known and to make it happen. We use the collective impact model. You're here to learn, to give us ideas as well, but to take the message out and do this stuff. So I do feel quite inspired by seeing so many people and other people online who get to raise their hands. I wish you the best to get the best out of today and tomorrow. We'll get the best when you participate and when you bring up ideas. And others will talk about some of the work we got out of last year's conference about the call to action, and you're going to speak about that, I think, Russell. So, you know, it's great that you join us, and thank you so much for coming. We really look forward to the next 2 days, so thank you.
Thank you so much, Dave. Thank you so much, John. And yeah, fantastic to also encourage people to participate. Sometimes these things can be a bit passive, people on a stage talking at you. This is not what we want today. We really want to involve you in a conversation, both in the networking opportunity later in the day, in the workshops, but also in the Q&A in each session as well throughout the morning. Would be great. Well, now we have a video message from the Honourable Emma McBride, the Assistant Minister for Mental Health and Suicide Prevention. She's also the Assistant Minister for Rural and Regional Health, so lots of crossover with your interests. She brings to her role in Parliament an awareness of the issues, a unique awareness probably, because her previous career before she entered Parliament was as a long-time hospital pharmacist and also a specialist mental health pharmacist. So here now is the Honourable Emma McBride.
Hello, let me start by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land where I'm recording this, the Ngunnawal people, and pay my respect to their elders, past and present. I extend that respect to all First Nations people with you today. I'd also like to thank Professor Russell Roberts, along with Professor John Allen and Dave Matthews, the co-chairs of the Equally Well Alliance, for inviting me to take part. This conference is an opportunity to come together and showcase the important work across the sector to improve the physical health of people living with mental illness in Australia. I'm certain the conference theme, Equally Well for All, working together, will spark some important conversations and connections. The physical health of people living with mental illness has been a priority of mine for nearly 20 years, since I first began work as a specialist mental health pharmacist in 2006 and saw firsthand the impact of mental ill health and its treatment, including medications and their cardiometabolic side effects. We have made progress, as your conference has charted over the last 4 years, but there is much more to do. Our government remains steadfast in its commitment to reducing mortality of people living with mental illness. This includes support delivered through GPs and the broader health system. And we remain determined to keep the voices of people with lived and living experience of mental ill health at the centre of our policies and programs. As a member of the Albanese Labor government, I am proud to support Equally Well's continued work to improve the physical health of people living with mental ill health. I encourage all of you to make the most of today and this opportunity to connect and learn from each other, and I look forward to hearing the outcomes of your conference.
And thank you to the Assistant Minister. And interesting that she is a specialist mental health pharmacist. I'm looking forward to hearing from the Pharmacy Guild today as well. And I'll tell you a little bit later about some free health checks that they're offering as well at their stand today. So you might want to take advantage of that. Why not? Well, now I'm pleased to say that we're going to hear from a lived experience leader who is driving change, who is connecting mental health and physical health through her advocacy. Shannon Harwood is a project lead with Equally Well. She's leading the development of what's called the Equally Well Lived Experience Advocacy Framework. And I guess that framework is really about empowering people to help get the Equally Well cause and mission and consensus statement in front of the power brokers, the policy makers, the keepers of the public purse, politicians. And that is a vital act in any movement. Shannon was a project coordinator at the Tasmanian Centre for Mental Health Innovation, a peer practitioner with Tasmanian Public Health Services. She is passionate in her advocacy for lifestyle and nutritional approaches to mental health care, for choice, and for the protection of human rights and dignity in mental health care. Please give a warm welcome to Shannon Harwood.
That's good, yeah. Good morning, Shannon Harwood, and relatively new Kings. I've still got my L plate just a little, but attended a fabulous talk recently, and I was talking to the presenter afterwards, not about the topic, but about public speaking, and they said to me, Shannon, if you can use humour, that's really useful. And I thought, oh, yeesh. Because while they were saying that, I was mentally reviewing in my head my talk title for this morning, which was Learning of the Mortality Gap, from engagement to advocacy. And I'm not sure it is in that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, will this one cut in, or I'm just on? Okay. Where was I? I know where I was. I was hoping that you'd bear with me as I give this talk this morning, because I wanted to talk about learning of the mortality gap that exists for people with mental health challenges and mental illness, because sometimes when people learn of this, their response to that is outrage or but none of these things were my emotional response to learning of that gap. And that would be lovely. I'm happy to use a hand mic. A hand mic's fine. Hello. Hello.
4. Yep, I'll help. Let me help. We'll get it right. Check 1, 2, check 1, 2. Oh, love the sound of that. There you go.
So do I. So, what was I saying? I was saying that I wanted to talk about the moment I learned of diminished life expectancy for people experiencing mental health challenges and mental illness, because sometimes when people hear that, they hear it with a sense of anger or outrage or moral imperative. But these were not my emotions when I came across this learning. Now, this morning I was asked to talk from my personal lived experience, and I heard that introduction, but here today I'm just here as a person, my personal journey. So I'd like to give a small disclaimer, and this is that the language, the thoughts and the views that I expressed this morning are my own. They're not necessarily the views of organisations that I'm associated with, even Equally Well, Millet, the National Consumer Alliance. They are just my personal thoughts as I went about. So, I'd like to tell you a story. Sometimes things happen that are of such importance that we remember where we were and what we were doing when they happened. So I don't know about you guys, but do you remember where you were when 9/11 took place? Yeah, so do I. So when that happened, it was reasonably late in the evening. I happened to be listening to the BBC World Service on the radio, and the news came in that the first plane had hit. And I didn't know exactly what had happened or why, and I didn't know what it meant. And as the hours unfolded, the second plane hit. And as those early morning hours unfolded, I had a sense that something in the world had shifted. Something had shifted in our collective sense of safety. Fear entered. Uncertainty entered. What did this mean for me? What did this mean for us? And somehow I felt that nothing was ever going to be the same again. Now, I remember where I was and what I was doing when I learnt about the diminished life expectancy. For people with bipolar disorder, that's more than 20 years. I had bipolar disorder. So there I was sitting in my living room. It was a cold morning, an autumn morning. I was sitting in front of the fire. I was sitting in front of the fire. Outside it was kind of like an overcast, cloudy day in a week. Autumn sunlight kind of struggled through the windows. My children were playing in the next room. And that morning, as I opened up my laptop, I read this sentence. For people with bipolar disorder, statistically, there is a 20-year reduction in life expectancy. And as I read that sentence, for me, something in my world shifted. Fear entered. And a sense of uncertainty. What did this mean for me? And somehow I felt that nothing was ever going to be the same again. But the thought that flashed, you know what? I'd like to say at that moment that when I learnt that the sky darkened, that the light dimmed, and that a rain and clouds came up around the house. But you know what? None of that happened. The world continued on oblivious. Everything continued on exactly the same. My children still played in the next room. But the thought that flashed through my head was, will my children's children have a grandmother? Will I get to be a grandmother? And so I read more, because what was the cause? And I found that the overwhelming cause was poor physical health, diabetes, obesity, heart attack, cancer. Not bipolar per se.
Although the pharmacological treatments used to treat bipolar and their adverse experiential side effects, as well as their clinically measurable metabolic and other side effects, certainly contribute to that statistic. Now, I've come to think over time, that there are 3 main responses to this mortality gap. Some people are oblivious. Some people are not oblivious. They're aware, but they turn a blind eye. And then there are others, like those of us in this room, who are trying to create change. Now, I don't know if my own psychiatrist at that time was oblivious or aware. All I know was that they certainly didn't discuss it with me. My physical health was not addressed. Lifestyle interventions were also not meaningfully discussed or supported. The sum total, I was told, was pretty much good sleep and a healthy diet are important. And so I began to ask myself, right, at the level of practical engagement, why is it that people turn a blind eye? And at a systems level, how is it that we've known of this mortality gap for decades and yet it continues on? Well, during my time with mental health service providers, I became aware of a pervasive message of chronic hopelessness. Poor outcomes seemed expected. Do people turn a blind eye because it all seems too hard and somehow anyway inevitable? Or do providers in the mental health system turn a blind eye because they don't see that this problem is their problem? I mean, psychiatrists deal with mental illness, but it's nephrologists who deal with kidney disease and endocrinologists that deal with diabetes. What business is whose business? Me? Well, I don't have that luxury of separation. I can't take my head off and put my mind and brain over there, my kidneys over here, and my blood sugar down there. And even if I could, would I? Would I pretend that my body is not a sophisticated, fully integrated system? Would I pretend that I'm actually just a collection of organs held together in one skin sac? And even if I did want to pretend, it would be ignoring what I was beginning to learn. Because I was beginning to learn that my physical health was not only measured in physical health outcomes, that my physical health could actually be measured in positive mental health outcomes. Physical health and mental health are entwined. So I learned that at times medications for me were useful for symptoms, relief from symptoms, but I also learned that physical health and lifestyle interventions allowed me underlying management of bipolar disorder. And in my reading and in the lifestyle interventions I engaged with, I explored the role of inflammation, of circadian rhythm, of light therapy, of diet, of stress, of sleep. My last substantial physical health intervention was a dietary intervention, and it was me looking for a radical new way of healing. I adopted a ketogenic diet, having heard of its use in treatment of serious mental illness, bipolar and schizophrenia. And this intervention, the keto diet, brought me genuine healing. After 33 years of unremitting bipolar disorder, I have been in complete remission for almost 5 years. But, perhaps this is not so very radical. I mean, after all, ketogenic diets have been used in epilepsy for 100 years, and epilepsy medications and treatments are routinely used for bipolar disorder. And I came to think to myself, as I did all of these things, that when we think about what we want to engage with, whether it be medication or physical health and lifestyle interventions, the right belongs with the individual to make their decisions based on risks, weighing up risks and potential benefits. So therapeutic carbohydrate reduction, TCR as it's called, is known as a lifestyle intervention. As I pursued, right, all of this, I asked myself one question, just one. I asked myself, how good can I get it? I refused to take on board that I was a hopeless case, that somehow the SMI, serious mental illness category that was attributed to me predetermined my outcomes. No, I asked, how good can I get it? And I came to learn for mental health populations at risk of poor physical health outcomes that physical health and lifestyle interventions serve many purposes. Prevention, management, treatment, or adjunct care for populations at risk. I was at risk. When I opened up my laptop on that autumn morning, my personal risk came to me as a bald statistic. But I did not turn a blind eye. I engaged. I engaged on a journey of discovery, self-growth, implementation, and eventually advocacy. But there is no advocacy without hope. There is no advocacy if one is unable to imagine possibilities that do not yet exist. And so as I asked myself, how good could I get it? I was imagining for myself a future that was different from my present circumstances. And then, as I became well, I began to look further afield. I began to look beyond my personal circumstances towards the entire system of mental health care. A journey of personal engagement had become a journey of systemic advocacy. And again I asked, how good can I get it? And then I imagined. And then I said to myself, I have a dream. And you've got to wonder at this stage, am I actually a megalomaniac? Do I, Shannon Harwood, think I can single-handedly throw myself at the entire mental health system and somehow change the world? But, that speech of Martin Luther King's was the I Had a Dream speech, was galvanising because it ignited a sense of possibilities. It was a refusal, an outright refusal to accept current actualities. And for each of us here now, how we all engage with imaginable possibilities will be different because we all work in different spaces. I mean, this is the beauty of the Equally Well network. It connects so many people across so many networks in advocacy, in practical initiatives, hands-on, ones-to-one work, service design, service commissioning, and people like me. People who have lived what is and call for what could be. Now, we know that it's not enough just to know and continue on with practices unchanged. It is self-evident that this mortality gap has existed side by side with the current system. And so it is self-evident that this statistic is going to change, then that is going to involve a system change. But how do systems change? Well, I think systems change through cultural change. But how does culture change, Shannon? Well, I think culture changes through many mechanisms. I think it changes from the grassroots, bottom up. I think it changes from research, top down. I think it changes in the middle ground. Dedicated practitioners leading by example. And I also think that it changes through the use of frameworks and guidelines that guide best practice. last week, I happened to be reading the Royal Australian New Zealand College of Psychiatrists guidelines for clinical practice guidelines for mood disorders. I know, right? Don't judge me. It was a rainy Sunday afternoon. So, I can tell you that within those guidelines there are 61 pages that relate to the treatment, management and maintenance of mood disorders. Further, I can tell you that these are helpfully laid out as first actions and then choices and alternatives. And within those first actions, since psychological interventions and lifestyle interventions. So, for example, for bipolar depression or mixed state, first line of actions, diet, regular exercise, sleep. Even for mania, one of the first lines of actions there is sleep hygiene. And I thought, well, this is good. This is good. First line of actions, this is genuinely acknowledgement of the importance of physical health and lifestyle acknowledged for their importance. And as a guide to clinicians within these 61 pages, the guidelines provide 8 single line dot points relating to diet based on the Healthy Australian Dietary Guidelines. There are 9 single line dot points relating to exercise and a recommendation for people to go to a website. There are 6 single line dot points relating to sleep and the suggestion to refer patients to a website. But it does say this, it says, some actions can be instituted largely by the patient, such as lifestyle changes, for example, regular exercise, diet and sleep hygiene. But I'm not sure that that's always true. And further, I wondered to myself, if I was a physician, whether reading the sum total of 23 single line dot points, whether I would feel myself fully equipped to put into place the first line of action interventions for treatment, management and maintenance. And when I read these guidelines, I thought to myself, we really need to give these guys better tools and more tools in their toolbox. Now, I was fortunate because, if I had actually been sent to those websites, I probably would have learned a great deal. I am fortunate because I have high literacy. I'm fortunate because I'm able to research. I'm fortunate because I developed my sense of agency. I am fortunate. And I shrugged off the messaging of chronic hopelessness. I was fortunate indeed. But I'm not so sure that everybody is so fortunate. Health equity is not about the universal availability of things, services, information, websites, screenings. Health equity is about giving support to the people who need it so they are able to access and engage and benefit from these things. If I dream, if I imagine, then I imagine a culture that gives real weight to physical health and wellness, not tokenism. I imagine an Australian mental health sector that has equipped its services and its workforce with the depth of knowledge needed and the skills, the practical coaching skills, the skills that are needed to guide and support people engaging with these foundational physical health and lifestyle strategies. I imagine the practical fruition of the principles that are already laid out in guidelines, the principles that are already understood. I imagine that in the future we can do better than in the past. Later this morning we'll have a conversation about equally well in practice, and we shall hear from the panellists about how good are we getting it. And I love this question. How good can I get it? How good can we get it? How good can we get it?
Check, 1, 2, there we are. Oh, stay on stage. Don't go. No, we're going to do some questions.
Are we?
Shall we?
Are we?
Yeah, let's. Yeah, come on back for a few minutes. What do you think? I think a couple of questions. You can either send them via the WhatsApp group, which I've got here on a tablet, or you can come up. Oh, we'll get a mic to you. I've got a mic and I'll come to you. Any thoughts or questions? Have we got a hand up? Any responses, any points of resonance? Or are you still warming up? Still getting lubricated? Yes, great. I'll just get a mic to you. Yeah, I'll hold it, that's fine.
Oh, hey, thanks, Shannon. That was really great. And there was some jokes in there. Yeah. I just wanted to say that, great, amazing speech, and thank you so much. And what resonated with me was when you read that article last Sunday and those 21 single points. I mean, it's a start, but most of these, doctors, psychiatrists, etc., that are going to read this, they don't have all that background skill about what to do with those active and maintenance hyped up points. So I think that's a starting place for psychiatry and the medical profession to start to educate and to teach in that space. So thank you for raising that, because it's important as well that there is education out there.
Yeah, I mean, I did an enormous amount of education for myself. As I said, I was really fortunate. I read and I read and I read and I read. The amount of reading I did on circadian rhythm and sleep hygiene is more than a glass of milk, turn off the blue light screens and set an alarm clock. I mean, there was an enormous amount to that learning and then actually putting it into place. Yeah.
We've got a question here.
Thank you, Shannon. Hi. You raised the issue of health equity and you talked about your privilege and that's my lived experience. We've got shared diagnosis, and one of the things I keep thinking about is how do we practically embed equity in the practices and policies? Because you're right, there are so many people who don't have the information or don't have the literacy or whatever, the resources or whatever.
I went to a conference recently, the National Low Carb Conference, and I met with the New Zealand and Australian Board of Registered Coaches. And they were talking to a room that was probably about 80% clinicians, strong interest in diabetes management, which, for this mental health population, 5 times the rate. But it wasn't a mental health conference. But the woman from the coaching organisation asked the room, said, how many clinicians here have actually done training in coaching? And only a couple had. And she was talking about, we'll do it because it's going to change your practice. So, not just motivationally interviewing, because the sum total, seriously, of what I was told was that good sleep and a healthy diet are important. Well, giving someone a blank piece of information like that that is not support. So I think, to answer your question, Giancarlo, I think some of the education and curriculum coming down with things like coaching skills, and exactly how would you coach someone through a sleep program? I mean, it took me 3 years tracking, and I learnt a great deal through that tracking. How do you coach someone through a dietary program? If it was just as easy to say, well, get a good sleep and eat healthy, well, the job would be done, wouldn't it?
And great insight, says Jack, on the WhatsApp group. I think a big part of the issue with education is that we only really have capacity to see patients when they're in crisis. This is not a time for education for obvious reasons. I'd like to see more, quote unquote, well patient person clinical input. So when people are well and not in the thick of a crisis.
That would be fantastic. I mean, some of this stuff is not the acute crisis care point, but I must make the point that what happened to me happened over 12 years, and I wasn't in crisis for 12 years. These things were unengaged with for 12 years across multiple providers. And I know we've got Ben Wells from NEMI coming up to talk into the panel too about obviously not those moments in crisis, and I think that he will have more information about that than I have. Yeah.
Question.
Hi, thank you very much for your talk. For me, what resonates is when you said, if I'm an educated person and I have access to this and this and this, and it's taking me so long to understand. And as you can tell by my accent, I know English is not my first language. And I really want to say thank you, because we need to think about those people who cannot access the information. So if it's difficult for us, who can access the information and who can articulate in English, imagine all the people who are really feeling isolated. They have these mental issues, and they do not know how to start, where to access the information, because there is also the second barrier, which is the language and the culture. So and thank you for that.
Thank you. And even beyond, English and general literacy, I remember the first time I started reading in the medical journals. I remember very vividly the first medical journal article I read, and it was difficult. These days I do it all the time, but there's literacy and there's literacy. And would I have received any of that information about working with circadian rhythms? Well, I wasn't getting in service. That's where that came from. That came from the medical journals directly. So, there's a lot. There's a lot of information that we could share in lots of different ways.
These are great questions coming in. Amrita on the WhatsApp. Thank you, Shannon, for sharing your journey. Can you share how you have engaged in conversations with those in the health system about pursuing a different way of seeking optimal health, mental and physical, for yourself, pursuing as good as it can get rather than just good enough?
Well, I mean, I haven't worked at the level of policy development in health systems, so this one was this one would go back to my own peer practice, where I worked with people on, how good we can get it, because most of my first peer practice was trying to remove a sense of brokenness, inevitability, chronic hopelessness, and once you got through that, then you could start to engage with how good can I get it. And I used to say to people, I can give you 100 things that you can try, and you probably won't want to try most of them, so let's start with anything take your fancy. And just start, because for me it didn't really matter what strategy I put in place first, because whatever strategy I put in place first that had some success was teaching me about agency, and it was teaching me that I had control and some management possibilities over what was happening to me. So that could be a morning work, it could be anything, it doesn't matter what strategy it is, just something to develop that agency. And then people blossom and go off and experiment and explore, as I experimented and explored.
Yeah, agency. Yeah.
Hi, Shannon. Thank you for being so courageous and sharing your personal experience. I know it's not an easy thing to do at times. You mentioned one of those moments that will stay with you forever, and you'll remember it is when you read those words. And I must say that this will be one of those experiences that I will remember, because it dawned on me that my dad, who had bipolar, passed away just before he was 60, and all of a sudden I could see all the connections that led up to that, and the connection to the physical and mental health. But my question to you is, in your advocacy, I imagine you face many challenges, roadblocks. What are some of your strategies when you hit that to look after yourself in the self-care aspect, and B, different avenues that you may take instead?
So the self-care aspect is really simple, and it's this: I connect with my lived experience tribe. I could not do what I'm doing without being debriefed and supported by others in the lived experience community. And in terms of doing advocacy, what I've learned is that for someone who doesn't possess a degree, for someone who has a diagnostic label, SMI, serious mental illness, that my voice, my thoughts, my insights, even the fact my healing journey are dismissed, ignored, diminished or sidelined. And so what I've learned to do over the years, and this is part of what's extended me in my reading, is I've learned to use other people. I'm very keen on quoting the BMJ or the Lancet, and for people in this room and the advocacy project I'm working on with Equally Well, I'm really keen for people to use Equally Well and their position statements in the work that they do. I would like to think that my voice alone is enough, but I know that when people see me, they categorise me unskilled, unqualified, mentally ill. And from that point, it can be really difficult to get a start in being heard in a conversation. So I reference heavily.
We'll take one final question. Thank you.
Hi Shannon, Julian here. I'm a peer worker from up in Queensland. I'm involved with the multi-ability quality improvement schemes, cascades of care. One of the things we're doing at the moment is nutrition. We'll be wrapping up into new things. But in amongst that is when we're doing the brief intervention, what that's going to look like is that when you talk about literacy, even for clinicians, is that we have to provide literacy to them in a fashion that they're actually going to use it. Because all too often, as you were talking about, all those bullet points and everything like that, it just gets lost. It's not actually quality information. It's not necessarily incorrect information. But we need to be able to provide the information in a useful manner that's going to be able to be engaged in service delivery to people in a meaningful way, in a person-centred fashion. So I think that aspect of like advocacy is super important, because we can provide a wealth of information, but if they're not going to use it, what's the point?
Yeah. And I used to do some lived experience health coaching with people around dietary choices and coaching, right? And so it's a bit like the other thing, really, is doesn't have to be done all at once. And I really invite people, if they're going to do any change, whether it's a medication change, a lifestyle change, a diet change, whatever, if you're going to try something new, then track whether it was useful. So if for me, one of the things, like coffee put me in hospital once, so I tracked my caffeine. You know, and I tracked the outcomes of using caffeine. It was only one small dietary change, but again, because I tracked it and saw positive outcomes, it was actually, you know, the idea of suddenly adopting an entirely healthy diet, that's a bit overwhelming. But would I feel better if I stopped sucking back Coca-Cola and caffeine all day? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, but you've got to go through that to realise it, don't you? And go through the withdrawal symptoms and the headaches. And just some comments, and great to see you using the WhatsApp group so effectively, and I encourage the people on the live stream to do that too. But points that resonate. Michael Pascoe has written, can we believe GPs will not overshadow or discriminate against people with AOD/mental health and actually see the person in front of them and their physical ailments and illnesses? And Andrew has added, Andrew Knight, what was your experience of GPs in your journey? Sorry, GPs in the room, but this is the truth you need to hear, I guess, in some cases.
The short answer to that question is no. No, you cannot trust that will happen. I'll give you a really quick story if we've got this. And not only is diagnostic overshadowing for a person, I found out it's cross-generational. So my 14-year-old had stomach cramps, in extreme pain, crying all night. She's got a high pain tolerance. This was incredibly unusual. I wondered to myself if she had acute constipation, but I did also wonder whether it was appendicitis. So I took her to the GP so they could do an examination, because I'm not really quite sure where the appendix is, right? And they did the examination and it's not appendicitis, so that was great, right? But then the GP is sitting down with me, and she has no idea what it is that I've shared with my daughter about my own mental health. And the GP is sitting with me and she literally says this. She looks at my 14-year-old daughter and she says, now you're mothers. Are you sure you're not, you know?
Wow.
Now, if she'd want to engage with psychosomatic presentations of stomach pain and ask my daughter whether she was enduring stress, anxiety or difficulties, fair enough, but I kid you not, that was the gesture she used. So not only, and the fear that's been engendered in my children, because I have this diagnosis, it's extraordinary. It is extraordinary. So, but when we talk about an entire system and an entire culture, we're not talking about every single GP here. So, you know.
Yeah. Shannon Harwood, okay, why did you even give the disclaimer at the top to say that you've not experienced public speaking? It's all lies, I tell you.
Because I knocked my water drink over, I couldn't get the
Well,
right
that's because we haven't got a table for you and the tech didn't work. No effect, the tech did work in the end, and we're grateful to the tech team for keeping us going today. Please give it up for Shannon Harwood. Thank you. Thank you. For sharing that journey of personal engagement, becoming a journey of systems advocacy. Wowee, what a way to start the day. Thank you so much. Before we come to our next presentation, can I just point people to the WhatsApp group? Dave Peters has written the most phenomenal comment. Thank you so much, Dave, for writing that and sharing that. I'm really looking forward to that conversation evolving on the app. A quick heads up, photography, recording and media today. These are all the ways that the Equally Well team want to help spread the word about the conversation we're having today. Victoria Erskine, who's sitting there at the back, she's blogging today, the live blog. She may approach you for an interview or a quote or to respond to a question, maybe a photo. Feel free to say yes or no. No problems at all either way, but you might like to participate. If you don't want to be recorded or have a photo used for promotional purposes, we've got an excellent red dot system where you can just go to the front desk, grab a red dot, plaster it on yourself in an obvious place, and people will pay attention to that. Many of the conference sessions today are being live streamed. Hello, live stream audience. Particularly from the auditorium and the concurrent rooms 2 and 4. If you don't want to be visible in the live stream, the organisers are just encouraging you to sit perhaps towards the back. That way, that will help you stay out of the frame. Now, next up, another force for optimism. Professor Russell Roberts, the National Director of Equally Well Australia. What a passionate, positive, can-do, I'm going to make stuff happen person this man is. Wow. Professor of Management and Mental Health Leadership at Charles Sturt University as well. He brings to his role this unique combination, and I think it's worth spelling out because it's a big story. A clinical psychologist, an academic researcher, a tertiary educator, a rural health leader in a whole range of different roles, including as former Executive Director of Mental Health Services in central Western New South Wales, leading over 1,000 staff. Passionate advocate for this cause, for improving the physical health of all of us who live with mental illness or mental ill health. Please welcome to the stage, at his own conference, Professor Russell Roberts.
I'm just going to take a moment. Oh yes, it seems as though the tech is working. Shannon, it's such a hard act to follow, just brilliant. And one way of getting the audience on side is to have tech problems early, because then everyone's sympathetic towards you. Firstly, I want to acknowledge everyone here with a lived experience and the impact that has on our existence and our way through life, and also the impact of physical health on that. Also, I want to acknowledge and pay respect to traditional owners, and in the words, and to quote the Enabling Act for South Australia province, to say, nothing shall affect or be construed to affect the rights of any Aboriginal natives of the said province to the actual occupation and enjoyment in their own persons or in the persons of their descendants of any lands therein that now actually occupied or enjoyed. So not only has the land never been ceded, in fact the land was granted in 1834. So I acknowledge our traditional elders and pay respects to them. Who here is from, welcome by the way, who here is from South Australia? Put your hands up. Brilliant, this is going to be easy. Who here is not from South Australia? Different people, that's a coincidence, isn't it? Okay, I've got a quiz. I'm going to start with a quiz. I don't think it's going to be too hard. But the South Australians, just give you a hint. I need you to yell out. So, according to the Architectural Digest, what is the world's most beautiful city? Adelaide, thank you. You've got to call this out loud. What was the second university in the world to give women free access to education and degrees? Adelaide University, second in the world. What province and state had the first Aboriginal governor? South Australia, wrong, South Australia. More than Adelaide. I know in New South Wales they think it's Newcastle, Sydney and Wollongong, but it's more than that. I come from Orange. And what was that person's name? What, who? Sir Douglas Nicholls, yes, well done. Thank you to John. What state had Australia's first Nobel Prize winner? South Australia. Now here's a tough question. Does anyone know who that person was? What was that? Oh my goodness, unbelievable. Steve Suddy from Nehemiah, they just never failed to amaze. Well done. Billy Bragg, first. Oh no. What state or city had the world's first public park? South Australia, Adelaide. The parklands in North Adelaide, 1837. The world's first UK had commons, this is the first public park. Now, this is a tricky one. Which was the first police force in Australia to have bicycles? South Australia. And you know why they had them? So they could catch cars that were speeding going faster than 12 kilometres an hour in the city. It's like electric bikes now, isn't it? They go so fast. What state had the first female judge? South Australia. And who was it? Dame Roma Mitchell. This is important. What was the first principality in the world to give women full universal suffrage, right to stand and vote for Parliament? South Australia. Any New Zealanders here? Any New Zealanders on that? It's not you. It's us. What's the first country in the world to... I forgot to advance my slides. Welcome to South Australia. Welcome to Adelaide, beautiful beaches. What's the first country in the world to give women full and universal suffrage? No, Australia. Once again, New Zealand, you can't stand, you can vote, but imagine letting a woman actually be in Parliament. How ridiculous. And you know, when we started, I'll get back to that later, someone moved that amendment so the vote would get passed down. They moved the amendment to say, women can vote, but we'll move the amendment they can also stand, thinking that everybody in Parliament would go, that's just ludicrous. Imagine a woman having power and authority. And strangely enough, because of that, it passed, and so it was subverted. Who was the first woman, where did the woman come from, the first woman to have a speech recorded in the British Parliament? Come on, you know that answer, it's pretty obvious. South Australia. Now, does anyone know her name? If you go down to South Terrace, in the Office of Women, I think 95 South Terrace, a little 15-minute walk away, Muriel Matters Society. I'll come back to her later. Now I'm getting a bit trickier here for rural South Australians. Anyone from rural South Australia? Yes? Put your hand up, be proud of it, we're rural. All right, here's a tricky question. Which town won Ag Town South Australia this year? Ag Town, agricultural town, Ag Town. You know, South Australia were hit with it. If anyone gets this, they get free registration to next year's conference. No, I'll tell you where it is. And there's hints, there's photos. Come on, there's no bridge there. Man, getting closer. No, I'll tell you, Maipolonga. You see the cliffs of Maipolonga. And it's amazing, you put a steamboat and everything looks great. They're the cliffs of Maipolonga. I'm a little bit biased because I spent my first 15 years living in Maipolonga. Maipolonga means the view from the cliffs. That's what the Aboriginal word. And you know, we're looking at the cliff, the view from the cliff, and you know what we're seeing? We're seeing 46 people a day, young people dying of preventable physical health conditions. We have seen that gap because we are not creating a bridge from that cliff for people to get access to free, quality and affordable healthcare. We're on that cliff and we're watching people fall over that gap. And I think it's precedent that I came from Maipolonga, a town of, I think we had 300, we had about 70 in the high school. We had to get a dog, a cricket team to field at long on to collect the ball because we didn't have enough people to form a cricket team in the school. It's a tiny little town, which won Ag Town of the Year in South Australia this year. John, I hope you sort of acknowledge that with Chris Prigden. So we're making so much great progress. Despite the news, and sorry Natasha with ABC, but the stuff we hear on the news, including the ABC, is all bad, 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 bad. But in fact, we're doing great. Our health has never been better. Heart disease has plummeted 78% in the last 30 years. That is amazing. And same for respiratory disease, same for diabetes, same for cancers. It's dropped. And also for some tricky, difficult social problems. The standardised death rate from tricky, complex social problems is getting less. We're making good progress. But now, and thanks for Shannon for talking about ball statistics, because I'm going to give you some ball statistics now for the next little while. The bald man with the ball statistics. This is some data from we did every Australian. It's the data from the ABS, the census, the MBS, the PBS and death registers in Australia. I'm going to spend the next 5 minutes just painting the picture. These are the grey clouds that we are currently suffering under. And apologies for those who've heard this. Because whilst things are getting greater, the orange line is people living with mental health challenges. The blue line is the rest of the population. We can see what's happening with this Australian data. This is every person in Australia. That whilst things are getting better for the rest of the population, these benefits are not being distributed equally. For people with mental illness, breast cancer, heart disease, and indeed for stroke, etc., things are getting worse. And indeed, the 20% of people living with mental health challenges actually have more deaths than the 78% without it, from stroke, etc. This is a situation, this is the inequality gap, the human rights breach that we're currently suffering. So just generally, using the data, we're 5 times, people living with mental health conditions are 5 times more likely to die prematurely. And that means before 75 years of age is the technical definition. So to put that in numbers, per million people, for the general population, there's about 200 deaths per million. For people living with mental illness, it's 700 per million. We translate that to the 3.5 million people under 75 living with mental health conditions, and we're talking 1,700 deaths a month. A month. Each and every month for the last 5 years, we're doing another tranche of this analysis starting in December, and hopefully it will be better. But that's worse than our worst month of COVID. And guess what we did at COVID? Guess how we mobilised? Guess how we did everything? Guess what we're doing here? Nothing much, generally. And this is just not over one area. It's not just cardiovascular disease, it's across every disease. And if you go to the Equal website, we have the full report. On the website also is the Excel spreadsheets. You can go into that data and there's just a few of the main predominant causes of premature death: lung cancer, ischemic heart disease, lower respiratory disease, intentional self-harm, breast cancer and colon cancer. You see the gap. It's 4 to 6 times for all of those things. despite the fact that the incidence is the same or lower, but the death rates are much higher. This is a bit of a complicated slide, but all I need to say is the light bit is, this is how many deaths if it was the same as the rest of the population. That's why we talk about preventable deaths. If the death rate was the same as the rest of the population, the light orange would be the deaths. The dark orange are excess deaths or preventable deaths. If people could get the same quality of healthcare and support with affirmative action, those deaths would not happen. Most deaths of people living with mental illness are preventable. And just have a look at the pattern here a little bit, that in fact it's cancer that's taking people out early. Generally cardiovascular disease cancer, it's about a quarter of the population, for the whole population, and also over the entire lifespan. But under 75, it's cancers. Really, and you know, most cancers, if we get onto them, and most of the deaths are because people are not accessing screening. And I've asked this question before a couple of weeks ago, and Ben Wells, I don't know where you are. What do you notice about this graph? Where are you, Ben? Over here, right in the corner. What do you notice about the graph, Ben? Yes, I want you to answer. Yeah, spot on. This is usually a trick question, and Ben got it. I gave this presentation a couple of weeks ago and he got it, so gold star. Free registration next year, buddy, so well done. This is a tragedy of it. These people have all seen a health professional, yet they access health protective behaviours far less than the rest of the population, most of whom haven't seen a health professional. So what are we doing that we're not giving people opportunity to access free, universal healthcare, protective measures? Not enough. And this is the entire system. Just some stats. 3 times more women die with mental illness die of breast cancer than suicide. Breast cancer has a 92 plus survival rate. And when we look across all of the cancers, at the current survival rates and the current number of people who are dying each month, and the current number of people who are being screened, this is a very complex table, but if we go to the 33% there, if we just had screening, increased screening by 33% for those main 5 cancers, all of which, by the way, have free national screening programs, that would be the same as reducing the suicide rate in Australia to 0. This is, and we spend a lot of effort and time in reducing suicide, as we should. But look at this. These are available programs that we could make a difference here and now. And same for vaccine preventable conditions. More people die of influenza and pneumonia than suicide. Yet we know vaccines are safe and effective. Ironically, when you actually look at the data, it's mostly older people, 60, 65 and above, who die of flu and influenza deaths. It's very uncommon in younger people. Whereas the cancers, it's very common in 40s and 50s. So there's a little bit of the data. They're the grey clouds. So we should be focusing on this. We're here, we know this, don't we? We should be focusing on this for all sorts of reasons. I want to ask a question. If you, and this is an open question here, if you won the $15 million lottery, so I think Cross Lotto, South Australia, 15 million, if you won that, what would you do with it? Just call out. Leave it to me. I'll support some of those tickets, thanks. Yes? You put, oh wow, you've got a great heart. What else? Pay off your mortgage, go. What else? One more. Give it to the kids. You know, don't you love it when people win the lottery and they go, oh, I don't know if it will change me at all. I think I'll keep my same house, I'll keep my same job and keep my same friends. And I think, Well, if you're going to do it, don't have it. Give it to me. I'll have it. And I'll get a new house. I'll get a new car. I'll get new friends. I'll get friends who have helicopters and yachts. I'll get good friends, not the grabby friends I have now who are poor. I'll ask you another question. What if someone said to you, I'm going to give you 15 years of quality, good quality life, healthy life? What would you do with that 15 years? Wrong answer. Work for the community? Yeah. Yeah. What sort of things, what sort of joyous, important things would you experience, could you experience with that extra 15 years? What are some of the opportunities that you would have to experience?
Do my travel bucket list.
Travel. Great-grandchildren, great. You know what? Absolutely. I mean, it's a complex thing with housing and security and meaning. And this is what a lot of this is about our life's meaning. Because you know what we're doing? We're stealing 15 years from people. When I say we, the system. And think about what we're stealing. We're still stealing opportunities to experience your kids' graduation. Your grandchildren's graduation. Your birth of your children. Look at that old hand, that's a grandparent there. We're taking that away from people. This is not right. So my question is, I know it's simplification, but we know the gap. The gap's been known for years. We actually know some of the remedies. I mean, it's more than that, but we do know these things are effective and will make a difference. What we do need to do is make that bridge across. Now my question is, why aren't we investing in the bridges? Why are we not taking this seriously? And I think there's an illness in politicians and policymakers. And it's an illness of hopelessness. They've heard about mental health for ages, and it's all on the agenda, but what can we do about it? I think that's one of the strengths of this. Well, what we can do about it is, as a collective, we can do what we can, where we can, when we can. So Monday, you can do something about it. In our call to action, we have actions for each individual at every level. Whatever you do in your network, at whatever level, that will make a difference in changing the culture. We're a collective here. If you're a service provider, you can do something. If you're a service provider, you can do something. If you're a service recipient, you can do something. If you're a policymaker, researcher, community member, politician, policymaker, we can do something. And that's our strength in terms of changing the entire culture. We need the whole collective, the Equally Well collective, to come together. Remember Muriel Matters? Here's some lessons in this. You know, we talk about women's suffrage. That didn't happen overnight. It took about 10 years. There were 7 failed bills in Parliament before, in 1894, the successful bill was passed. There's some other lessons we can learn there too. There were some interesting coalitions. You know, sometimes we can look at the differences, but with Equally Well, we've got to look at our shared purpose and our shared mission. The differences will divide us, but they're a distraction. We've got to come around our shared mission, just like the Women's Suffrage League in South Australia did in 1888. It had the Women's Christian Temperance Union. It had the Moral Social Purity Association. It had the Trades Union Council. It had the Working Women's Trade Union, all working together. Very different organisations. And they had advocates. They had champions. They had Robert Caldwell, who introduced Helen Spence and Mary Lee to the Premier at the time, Playford. So they had people doing the introductions. So it was a 10-year program, basically, to do this. But they got it. First in the world to do it. It took another 10 years to get it into the Australian Constitution, in the Federation. But they did it. Interestingly, it was the premiers, the state premiers in the convention, the Federation Convention, from South Australia, that were advocating for it. And so that, hence we got Section 41 of the Constitution of Australia, because of the Women's Suffrage League in 1888 convincing the premiers of South Australia to say, look at us in South Australia, we're doing this, we're the leaders, the whole country should do it. More so, Muriel Matters, then from South Australia, goes and is a catalyst for the women's suffrage movement in UK and in Britain. So now we're sharing this advocacy internationally. She chained herself. The first speech in British Parliament was Muriel Matters being chained to the grill of Parliament House in the Houses of Parliament in the UK, and part of that grill is now in the South Australian Parliament. If you want to go wander down this afternoon or tomorrow afternoon, have a look. That's there. She chained herself. She made a statement. She got herself noticed. She was yelling out about women's suffrage. The first words ever recorded in British Parliament by a woman from Bowden. People from South Australia know where Bowden is. I'd love to find her actual house. I was looking for it. I can't find it, but it's just 10 minutes away, just down towards Port Adelaide. She also, the other lesson I think is the failures. She also, her and some friends, hired a dirigible, like the blimp thing, to go with the opening of Parliament for King Edward VII, to shower them with 53 pounds of pamphlets, pounds as in whatever that is, 25 kilograms of pamphlets. She hired that dirigible. Unfortunately, the wind was blowing the wrong way. So she never got there, so she dropped them somewhere else. So after half an hour, they were actually going backwards. But calling attention to the cause. We do have to acculturate the cause. You can't expect to talk to people in power for the first time and go, oh yeah, right, we're going to change it. It takes time to socialise and build up a cultural change. That's what we are about. We are about a cultural change to socialise the whole community, particularly those with the purse strings around this. So, we invite you to join with us and sign the petition. The first petition in the world to advocate for the rights of people with mental health conditions to have quality physical health care equal to the rest of the population. So take a moment, please join that petition, and I'll come back to that in a second. I'm going to rip through some other things we can do and then come back to this. That's a really important thing. I really invite you to do it. I'd love you to do it and be part of history. Do you know, initially there was 216 signatures in a petition to the South Australian Parliament. Those names are recorded in history. 4 years later, there was 11,600 in the petition. Those names are also recorded in history. I invite you to be part of that history. There's other things we can do as well, though. We can, MHPod, the Mental Health Professional Online Training, accessible to anyone. It's a 10-15 minute online training, awareness of what you can do, linking to all sorts of resources. Communicate that. Consumer resource. Download that, share this. These are all on the Equally Well website. So that for you, yourself, or people that you love and care for, can fill that in so that when you go and see the GP or your mental health professional, you can say, these are the things I'm concerned with. And so you won't get sidelined, hopefully, less likely to get sidelined. Also, the fact sheets. We've got a number of the fact sheets here, they're online. We were talking about giving education to people, so they're very focused on one particular issue. Also, in terms of joining, we've joined with Mental Health Professionals Network for Communities of Practice. On the website, we have a searchable database. So if you're interested in something that you'd like to do for Equally Well, you can go and say, I wonder if anyone else is doing this in Australia. And with a bit of a description of it and a contact detail. Collective impact is shared activity, doing things together. That's our strength. Shannon talked about that with your tribe, etc. Other things. A bit later today, we've got Ben Wells talking from Nehemiah National. Tomorrow, we are launching the Health Prompt. I really encourage you, the refreshed Health Prompt that with Nehemiah National, fantastic organisation, been right behind Equally Well, energetically since 2015. The original CEO was really behind it, and the new CEO is really a strong supporter of that. I'd encourage you when you get that tomorrow, and a shout out to Maddie and the wonderful team at Nehemiah, to fill it in for yourself. You know, there's a couple of hundred people here. If you're representative of the sample of people living with health challenges, 2 of you will save your life by doing that, by answering those questions statistically. 1 in 500 screens for breast cancer detects a cancer. 1 in 400 screens for colon cancer detects a colon cancer. That's just 2. But when we're talking blood pressure and all the other cancers and other diabetes, etc., it's about 1 in 100. So if we do this, 2 people say we'll be able to have preventive health care to save their life. So we're going to launch that tomorrow. Very exciting. Enlist. If you're not already joined up to our network and our newsletters, etc., jump online and there's a way to enlist. Finally, engage again. We've got to get those in power behind this. So here we are. And my time has just gone off, so that's pretty well darn perfect timing from my thing. Here we are in Adelaide, the cradle of human rights legislation and reform, nationally and international. We're here together now, in person and virtually. Tomorrow afternoon, there'll be a small delegation of us from the conference, and you're welcome to join us, are going to deliver this petition to Minister Butler's office. This will be the first petition ever in the history of the world around this issue. Imagine in 10, 15, 20 years' time, talking to your family and friends and go, you know that fantastic movement 20 years ago? I was on that conference where we decided to go down and drop that in the Minister's office. I signed the first petition. My name's on that for history, nationally and internationally. We really invite you to be part of it. Be first in the world. And finally, I'm going to finish with the words of the Premier Kingston from South Australia and Treasurer Holder on 15th of April 1897 at the Constitutional Convention. And this is what they said, the South Australian Premier at the Constitutional Convention. I hope this convention will do itself the honour and do half the population of Australia the justice which I am asking. Let's just rephrase this to us today. I hope this conference convention will do itself the honour and 20% of the population of Australia the justice of which we are asking. We're asking you to stand with us. Thank you.
Check 1, 2, yep. Thank you so much, Russell. Stay on stage. Have we got a question? We've got a question. Yes, I'm going to head over your way. You're making me work. This is my workout today. Getting across the room. Hello.
By
excuse
helicopter.
Me, sorry. Yes.
Hi. Thank you so much, Professor, for your amazing remarks. My name's Michelle. I'm a lived experience researcher from Naarm, Melbourne. And I guess I'm really interested in looking at how income inequality is probably the number one issue that for most social issues in our world, and specifically my lived experience and the other consumers that I work with, you know, dealing with the sort of fighting between Medicare and NDIS, and, you know, if we're talking about access to services or supports to help with physical well-being, it's sort of gotten worse. Even though supposedly more supports have been provided, it's actually gotten worse in some respects to access them because one points to the other. I wonder, I suppose I have two parts, two different questions maybe. You know, how you see that sort of progressing, and how people with mental illness practically access more supports. I'm really interested in looking at, in my research, hopefully starting next year, mental health clubhouses and that model. And we have a few in Australia, and we have one in Victoria, which I'm pretty shocked at. And I feel like that could be a really significant opportunity to bring people together in community, but very much using a model of something like they use in microcredit, where people come together, they communally do community gardening, they go for nature walks, and then there are opportunities for educating people with lived experience on various health issues and how to access it. I mean, so how do you see us, what would you say would be the best way to, as well as what you're saying about signing this and going down to Parliament and all the offices of various politicians, how would you see or say is the best way for us to focus our energy on the actual practical access to services?
Yeah. Wow, I'm looking forward to reading your research too, because the Clubhouse movement is very powerful. I remember doing a story way back in the day, a documentary on the Clubhouse in Manly, and that was also, it wasn't just a community building space, it was also enabling people to enter the workforce. And income equity is such a foundational issue. People cannot be well when they are in poverty, can they, Russell?
I mean, it's a super question, and I think you've brought up a really great point. It's like, this is multifactorial, and it's structural, and the issues of personal safety, of safe and secure housing, of income equality, of opportunity for meaningful work, they're all critical to our well-being and our physical health. They are tough things to change in our current consumerist capitalist society. We've been trying to work for that for a long time. We should definitely advocate to change it. And I think what we're saying to politicians at the moment is, yes, we need to address this, but there's things we can do right now which will save lives. Lots of things that will save lives. Straight away, we have existing infrastructure and capacity and free funded programs that we already have, but we're not accessing it. This is about affirmative action. So that's one, and that's partly the answer, and it's very complex, to income inequality and changes in socioeconomic status. The other thing that you point out, which Shannon talked about this a bit, and you've related to it as well, so critical is support. And Jackson talks about the community development continuum. It's when the I, like, when you come on and think, oh, it's me, I'm just not communicating properly, or this is my problem. When the I becomes a we, and you go, oh, hang on, it's not me, there's someone else who's in the same boat. So it's not my problem, it's actually maybe the system's problem. But then the we becomes a group, and a group starts to, like the lived experience movement, starts to come together and support one another. But then the group becomes a movement.
And the movement prevents burnout. That's
Exactly.
part of it, because JD May has written, I think that's one of the hardest parts of working in this industry, especially in lived experience roles. What once lit a fire under you as a driving force for change can become a heavy weight to carry over time due to systemic burnout.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why our motto is, you do what you can, when you can, where you can. Every part matters, and you clearly have to look after yourself.
And maybe there's a case to be made for a universal income as well.
I couldn't agree more.
These are all intersectional, aren't they? Russell, thank you so much for your leadership and your presentation today, and galvanising people to take action as a collective. And you radical bunch of rat bags heading down to the Minister's office tomorrow with a petition. Yeah. There you go. This is the state to do it in, although I would say that none in Melbourne. Melbourne's also had a great social justice history as well.
Yeah, true.
Terrific. We're going to do a quick mic check, so if you could head to the back. Our wonderful exercise physiologist Natalia is here, and they'll do a quick mic check. And we're going to shuffle things around a bit, because one of our wonderful speakers later in the morning sessions has had to return home. Unfortunately, is very sorry that they can't be here. I'll explain a bit more later. but that means we're going to go to morning tea just a smidge earlier. But some quick housekeeping then. So we've heard about the sign up to the Call to Action campaign. If you haven't done so, do it. It's your choice, of course, but obviously we'd love you to, or the team would love you to. Put your names and on the letters to our state and federal ministers, the flyers on the tables, the QR code that was up. I think someone has shared something that you can, it's probably the form on the WhatsApp as well. There's a link to the WhatsApp that's been shared by Zuzia. And we also have a share your story option. That's another way of getting the word out. Extending on the share your story page on the Call to Action website, there's an opportunity for you to have your story captured or register your interest. The team wants to hear your stories from all perspectives of the network about how you are all putting the Equally Well mission into action. And if you would like a member of the Equally Well team to record your story while you're here, head to the registration table. Be brave, do it. I think this is a great opportunity to get your voice and your story out there. So registration table, book a time. That's key, and this will happen during the lunch break on Friday. So let's build a movement of stories. Stories actually do change the world in very profound ways. In fact, I think they're the only thing that ultimately changes the world is the sharing of stories. It builds compassion. So, have we done a mic check? We have. We've got exercise physiologists. We've got an expert in the room to help us. Natalia Zupan is with us. Please welcome Natalia. She's going to guide you now, and then we will head to morning tea directly afterwards. I'll let you know when to come back from morning tea just in a little while.
Thank you. Hi, so my name's Natalia. I'll give a really quick introduction. So I'm an exercise physiologist. I've just moved from Melbourne. I worked at the Royal Melbourne Hospital for about 5 years, just over 3 in the acute mental health inpatient unit. And I led or established the exercise physiology service there. And recently I've come back to Adelaide now. I'm from here originally, and I'm now doing the same thing at the Noarlunga Mental Health Rehabilitation Unit, which I'm very privileged to be a part of. So don't worry if that makes me sound a bit fancy. I stay grounded by barracking for Port Adelaide, so just to let you know. Now, a quick show of hands, who here has worked with an exercise physiologist in their service before? Okay, a couple. Well, for those that have, you would know that exercise physiologists are great at getting people out of their comfort zones. So I'm going to ask you to step out of your comfort zone today now too. If you can join me by standing up, we're going to start with some gentle stretches. Loosen things up a little bit. Find a space around you. You might need to move away from your table. Find some open space. The idea is that you should be able to open your arms and not bump into anybody, on purpose anyway. Do your very best. Don't worry, it's not going to be too hard.
If people don't want to stand up, can they do everything from the chair?
Absolutely.
Excellent.
100%, yes. So you're welcome to do this from your chair as well. All of the exercises can be done while sitting down. Okay, so I'm going to invite you to start by standing nice and wide, feet apart. All of these exercises, by the way, are optional, so you listen to what is best for your body, but I do encourage you to give it a try if you can. All right, we're going to start by turning our right toe out to the side. And then we're going to just bend that right knee and rock backwards and forwards. Maybe place your hands on your hips. And I'd like to invite you to just take a moment to notice where you can feel that stretch. See how low you can sink down into that one. Very good. Maybe not very far. That's okay. It's still early. Okay, I'm going to invite you to now sink down onto that right knee. Take your right hand, bring it down to the knee. Left arm reaches over. Just noticing which muscles are working here, being stretched. Maybe notice if you put deodorant on today as well. Left hand comes to the back of the left leg. Right arm reaches up, leaning back, stretching from the belly here. And I'm going to invite you to just take a deep breath in and out. One more here, in and out. Coming back to the centre, I'm going to invite you to face that right toe forward, left toe out to the side, and we're going to rock backwards and forwards now on this knee, maybe hands on the hips again. If you want to challenge yourself a little bit more, add in some extra muscles, you might even open your arms out to the side. See how you go. All right, sinking down onto that left knee. Hold this posture here for a moment. And then left hand down to the bent knee. Right arm reaches over the head. Take 2 deep breaths in, out, in, out. Take this right hand to the back of the right knee. Left arm reaches up, leaning back from the belly. Breathing in and out. One more in and out. Coming back to the center. Now, don't look too scared, but that was just the warm-up. Okay, keeping our legs where they are. We're going to open up the chest now. If you can flex your wrists back here, we're going to lift the chin up to the sky as well. Nice big stretch. Breath in and out. Now, taking the left hand, I'm going to invite you to bring it over to the right knee, shin or ankle as far as you can go. Right arm reaches up to the sky. Let's hold here. 2 breaths in and out. One more in and out. Slowly coming back up. Let's swap sides now. Deep breath in. Open everything up. Chin to the sky. Wrists back. Hold for a deep breath in and out. All right, take a deep breath in and breathe out. Take your right hand, cross it over to the left knee, shin or ankle now. Left arm reaches up to the sky behind the body. Hold for 2 breaths in and out. Last one, in and out. Slowly coming back to the center. Beautiful. If you like, you can keep your feet where they are, or you can bring them about hip width apart if that's more comfortable for you. We're going to finish off with a few squats now. Sorry, I have to. It's part of my MO. Okay, I'm going to invite you to take a deep breath in, reach your arms up, sit the hips back, and then breathing out, push the hands down, standing up. Good. Breathing in, sitting down, arms up, and out, hands down, standing up. Good. Let's do it 3 more times. In and out. Try to time your breath with the movement too. In and out. Last one, but we're going to hold at the bottom for 2 breaths. In. Keep holding. Out. Breathe in and out. Standing back up. Well done. Have a little bit of a wriggle, bit of a shake. Hopefully you feel like the muscles have warmed up a little bit. We're going to do a little bit more later on. So thank you for having me up here.
Thank you, Natalia. At the Nalunga Mental Health Rehab Unit. Good to know. Very good to know. If you'd like to take, I'm just going to sit down because I think that's a good option. If you'd like to take advantage of the physical health check while you're here, why not? I say. It's free and it's provided by the support of the Pharmacy Guild. You just go to the Pharmacy Guild stand in the foyer and make an appointment. I'll find out where that is for you. Why don't we have a break? Have some morning tea. If you have dietary requirements that are particular, the table for those are near the bar. And we will see you back in here at, what are you thinking? Oh, the Pharmacy Guild's over there, just because it'll be a bit tricky to kind of navigate this thin strip. Oh, there you are. Hello. Thank you for being here and helping us, check our health, such as it is. All right, so yes, now I'm just going to do a quick calculation. So back at 11:15, how about that? 11:15, maybe 20 past 11? 20 past 11, so give yourself a good half an hour break. Remember, toilets are around there, registration desk there, food, go get it. See you soon. 20 past 11. Hello, hello. As we gather and group ourselves, chuck a bit of lippy on. I hope you feel refreshed. And if the people who are about to participate in the next panel could angle their way to the stage, that would be wonderful. And we'll introduce you properly when you do. So let us know. Interesting. This stage is interesting, isn't it? There is no ramp. Note to self. So, yes, do we have one more panellist? They may be in the loo. But that's okay, we've got time. About 10 seconds.
I just have a look.
What's coming up now? So, we will have a fantastic panel led by Shannon, who opened the day for us. So I'm really excited for this one. We've got Chris and Trudy, and I'll hear from Shannon. Great. Oh, fabulous. Here you are. Great. So we've got a panel. We might have another stretch of some dimension from our chairs and otherwise. We will then have 2 presentations, and then we'll hurtle on into a fabulous lunch and on into the afternoon's events, and then on into the very excellent networking event, which will all happen on this level. Over lunch, this room's going to be split into rooms and to give you options to go to workshops and concurrent sessions. But without further ado, I'm going to throw now to Shannon Harwood for a panel on, and they're considering what does equally well look like in practice. Love the practical. Over to you.
Hello again, everyone. Yes, that worked, and I'm not going to drop my water, and this section is going to be a whole lot of fun. And I say that because the title for this panel is Equally Well in Practice. So, when I spoke this morning, I spoke about changing systems. In Russell's talk, he obviously presented the evidence of why the systems and current practices maybe need changing. And so here we have with us today people who are actually doing this change in various levels. And one of the interesting things about our panel now, which you'll pick up as I do the introductions, is where our panellists are coming from, because they're coming from all different sections and places and perspectives, and yet they're all connected here in the Equally Well network. So I'm just going to do a very quick introduction of our panellists. Their CVs say a lot more interesting things than I'm going to introduce, but I think we'll be able to pick them up during the conversation. So I'm just going to give a super quick introduction, and then I think I might ask each panellist as I do this, just where they first became aware of the Equally Well network and maybe how long they've been in this family. So first sitting closest to me, this is Trudy Brown from Victoria, who's a mental health nurse practitioner with 20 years experience doing fabulous things with physical health. And I'm not going to pre-introduce them because we'll get into that. Trudy. Hi.
Hello. I heard about Equally Well at a conference very similar to this back in 2019, and I thought, oh, that's interesting. I'd like to do stuff on physical health because I've had enough of trying to save the world with mental health, and I can do a lot more good as a nurse practitioner looking at physical health. So that's where I heard about it, and that's where I dove right in.
Fantastic. And I should have mentioned that, Trudy, you're currently working in inpatient units. Yeah, so I should mention the environment there. Because our next panellist is not working in inpatient units. Our next panellist is from Central Eastern Sydney PHN. This is Chris Jones. So he's been involved at the level of policy, servicing, commissionment and leadership across social work, mental health. Chris, where did you first learn and come across the Equally Well network?
Yeah, thanks, Shannon, and hi, everyone. So it's been a really great question to reflect on, because where I first heard and came across Equally Well was probably back in 2018. So Just come off the back of working with what I think of two of the most groundbreaking mental health programs for people living with severe and persistent mental illness. So that was Partners in Recovery and the FAMS program. So many here would be familiar with those programs. And they did a lot of amazing things in regards to closing the gap of a lot of the areas that people experience in the intersection between psychosocial need and mental health. So housing, the justice system, employment, and obviously clinical need as well. But one of the areas that I saw a massive deficit there for that population was physical health. And, we were able to make some inroads in the work that we did, but what was really lacking was a national framework. And that was what was so encouraging to see when Equally Well came on the scene. Is that's exactly what was provided. We had something that we could follow, we could build upon policy, we could work together in a collegiate fashion, and resource the sector towards system improvement. And that that work's sort of continued in the work that we continue to do in PHN land, and for all of the work that people in this room continue to do. So yeah, that was probably my first intro there, Shannon. So.
Ooh, thanks, Chris. And we're going to be asking you a lot more about what Equally Well looks like in PHN land. That's cool. Our next panellist is Albert Abiola. Now, so inpatient, PHN. Albert's working in public and community services up on the Gold Coast, but he's also, as is Trudy, doing a PhD. So Albert's an early career researcher looking specifically at social connection and the interrelationship there between physical and mental health. Now, Albert, I don't know which year or what it was that attracted you specifically to the Equally Well. I mean, I can see the confluence of interest there, but what was it? When did you first come across the Equally Well?
Thanks, Shannon. Hi, everyone. I came across Equally Well, I think it was back in 2022, and that was through the Gold Coast, or the Queensland Health Mental Health Clinical Collaborative. So it's a group of clinicians within Queensland Health. I think Professor John Allen actually contributed significantly to this group when he was back with Queensland Health. And that was when they spoke about the national consensus statement. And I think they spoke about the mortality gap between healthy Australians and people with severe mental illness. I think because of my lived experience as well, personal and professional, that then sort of informed me to complete a quality improvement project where we utilised a lot of the Equally Well resources. And more recently, we just started a physical art project on the Gold Coast. We just developed a multi-morbidity framework and a lot of resources from the Equally Well, specifically the Equally Well framework. It's been very, very instrumental towards our framework.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Albert. So now we have inpatient, PHN land, community and public mental health services. And our last panellist today is Ben Wells from NEMI, looking many things over the course of your career, which you can reference up, Ben, but specifically psychosocial services. And NEMI is a national organisation, so Ben has a broad scope, not only in development of programs, but in the implementation of them as well. Ben, when did you first come across Equally Well?
No jokes.
No, it's not good.
Thanks, Ross. Good joke. Mine's a little bit simpler, I think. My first kind of introduction to Equally Well was when I started at NEMI sort of 3 years ago. Started working with the psychosocial teams, which were sort of really predominantly using health promotions and the health prompts, which I'm not going to ruin too much today, so we'll save it for tomorrow. But the conversations and the work that people used and the focus that they had throughout all aspects of the services, focusing both on the mental health but the physical health, and the introduction to that, and as we unpacked it more and as I kind of got into it more, kind of really seeing what Equally Well was and how influenced and the correlation with NEMI and the partnership with NEMI and Equally Well together.
Fantastic. Thank you, Ben. And it's interesting to hear you say that you've just linked up physical and mental health was really what about was crossing your services. And when we look at what people are doing in different spaces, I guess everyone has a different place and scope where they're able to act. And I can see in all sorts of different ways, from resources to frameworks, where people have engaged. Perhaps I'd like to start with you, Trudy, because
I'm really interested because, you know, when you look at an inpatient ward, in some ways you'd think, well, hang on, there's less scope. In the questions from the previous session, it came up, well, you know, some of these things, it's really difficult to do in an acute setting, but you work in that setting. Tell us, how did you begin? How did you find it? How different was it for the system that you were working in?
So I've been a nurse practitioner now since I think 2012, and when I first started, I've always been on the inpatient unit, and I first started doing like the basics, the seclusion reduction, the things that we were doing badly, with the big gaps that we had in our service and stuff, and then I sort of, over several years, I realised that, yes, I was helping to plug some of those gaps, but there were still a lot of gaps in our health service around the physical health stuff and things that we weren't doing, and hearing about Equally Well and stuff that we could be doing better. And I was like, well, I'm a nurse practitioner. I can do more. I can start helping people with pre-diabetes and cholesterol issues. And then it just sort of snowballed from there, and started having conversations with people who are acutely unwell and needing a hospital admission. But as soon as I start talking to them about physical health, they are very open about the struggles that they're having, the issues, the barriers they're facing. And I was like, well, okay, well, I'll start doing this, and then I'll go train and I'll do more, and heard about Hep C treatment, so I started doing that. And sexual health is a huge gap in services, and so I trained in sexual health, and now I'm giving, helping people with contraception and implant insertions on the inpatient unit. I'm doing pap smears, and it's just, what else can I do to help fill some of these gaps and in services and increasing equity and reach? And I had a young girl wanting her implant removed because she was having horrific side effects, and the GP wanted to charge her $200 to take it out of her arm, and I said, that's okay, let's just do it now. And it was all free, and it was trauma informed, and it was what she needed at that time in that health service. And her mental health, to me, that's not a barrier in our service. I do what I can with the resources I have and the training that I have, and if I'm not trained in something, I'll go get trained in it.
And something that you mentioned there is really interesting, because you mentioned the conversations that you were having with people. So I've been in that place, in a bed on an inpatient unit, and sometimes there's this sort of perception from the outside world that when you're in that space and that place, that's all you have headspace for, is those mental health difficulties or symptoms. But really, for those of us living with these kind of conditions, it's sort of a continuum. It's not like I was perfect on Friday and now I'm dreadful on Monday. So for people who aren't familiar with that inpatient setting, how were your conversations received by people when you started talking about physical health? Were they saying to you, look, Trudy, I'm really, really sorry, but I'm here trying to deal with this and I don't want to know? Was that what was happening?
Rarely I get that response. Very rarely. A lot of the time it's, oh, cool, you can do that here? Oh, fantastic. That's something I've been putting off for ages. Can you help me with that? It's very rarely that I've got too much going on. I can't talk to you about it now. And that's okay, because that's your choice. I'm just offering a service. If you like it, I'm here. If you change your mind in a week's time, I'll still be here.
That's fantastic, thank you, because I know that Ben, I think, will be talking to some of these issues with an eMind prop about how do we approach conversations with people about physical health and make those conversations of care rather than sort of tick a box in inappropriate ways. Albert, I know like you're working hands-on on the ground there in the Gold Coast. So what activities are happening there? What activities on the actual nitty-gritty on the ground in the Gold Coast? What have you got going on for consumers up there?
Well, we've actually got so much going on. Before I start talking about what I'm involved in, I'd like to highlight that we've got a metabolic clinic, and we've also got clozapine clinics that closely monitor the physical health of our consumers. But like I said, in 2022, when I joined the Mental Health Clinical Collaborative, that was where I saw much about the life expectancy gap, and I think I was mind blown. And I think for someone like myself, was very introspective. I sort of thought about the quality of care we're providing to our consumers, And because we treat a lot of consumers under the Mental Health Act, they're compelled to sort of adhere to our treatment recommendations, things like that. But as a social worker, we're very, very big on, social justice advocacy. So I sort of thought, how can I actually support these people who by law have to adhere to our, recommendations? So that was when as a team, with my colleagues, we then decided to start a project. Luckily for us, we had the support of the Office of the Chief Allied Health Officer, and then supported myself to undertake a knowledge translating knowledge to practice course. And in the course, we had the opportunity to explore knowledge practice gap. So as a team, we sort of came together and then utilized a knowledge to action framework, which is an implementation framework developed by some professors in Canada. And the framework actually helps to identify the knowledge practice gap. And I think there's about 7 steps to actually incorporating the implementation strategies into practice. So we identified the barriers and facilitators to, management of physical health. We came up with some implementation strategies. The executive of Gold Coast Health did support us with a lot of the implementation strategies. So there was a lot of education for clinicians. We had physical health champions that sort of supported, team members with ensuring they were monitoring the physical health of consumers. I digress a little bit to talk about what Queensland Health is doing. I'm so pleased Julian is here. So Julian and I have sort of participated in a few working groups on a multi-morbidity quality improvement strategy developed by the Office of the Chief Psychiatrist of Queensland Health. And they've got about 8 different physical health initiatives to actually develop cascades of care for clinicians to confidently manage the physical health of consumers. So Gold Coast Health has been playing a very, very massive role in this body of work. As a matter of fact, 2 days ago, we actually got approved for a grant to sort of liaise with University of Queensland, Health and Wellbeing Queensland, to actually conduct a lot of training for staff on the Gold Coast.
That is so interesting because this morning and throughout it, and Trudy has just said to me now that she went and upskilled in the sexual health, and you've just said it about knowledge gaps and identifying those and then skilling people to do them. It's a little central thing here, isn't it? If what we have needs to change, then identifying those gaps and then upskilling people to do it. So it's interesting that you've both mentioned that, predominantly at the start of what you've just spoken about there. Ben, I'd like to throw it to you because I don't have a complete history of NEMI in my head. So when we're looking at physical health and what's happened in NEMI and how that you've brought that in more to your service, how did that look for you with knowledge gaps and upskilling and taking that on board?
Yeah, I think that works now.
And why did you take that on
board? I think as across the board, if I can focus on psychosocial, which is probably where I come from, what was being said, it's kind of flipped on the head a little bit in that we really start with the individual, and our role is to support the service navigation part of that. And so we're not necessarily the experts in it, but the knowledge translation and the upskilling is for our role and our team's role is to help navigate through those systems. And so rather than kind of working in the system, we can kind of connect with points of it. And we've got the really unique opportunity of both the community-based workers that have experience in that, but also bringing the lived experience workforce into it. Having a lived experience workforce that have got the knowledge and the experience around sort of physical health and mental health experiences to help navigate is really, really powerful. And working and centering the consumer in that kind of is really central to what we do, and starting with working out what matters to them, what's important to them, and what they want to work on is really, really kind of where we start and move from there. So rather than working on a specific need or kind of a particular intervention, it's kind of breaking it down a little bit, simplifying it a little bit more for them, and starting with identifying what's important to them, how do we kind of support them, and then kind of building on that as we go, and using things like the health prompt. But that is really essential for us because what that does is really simplify and kind of bring everyone to a place where it can be a discussion point. It can be a place where it's really driven by that person to sort of identify what is it that they're wanting to work on, what speed is it that they want to be working towards that, and build that relationship, and so we can find that collaborative approach. We've got the advantage of working a little bit longer term, and so it's not necessarily just walking in and walking out, but we can work with someone, build that rapport, build that understanding, build that trust, and so we can unpack it as we go as well.
Good. And what you just said there, because you were saying, you were person-led, so you were asking. So I'm going to ask you something a little bit similar that I asked Trudy. So I'm guessing that if you're person-led and people are bringing these things to you, because when I spoke, I sort of spoke about that, turning the blind eye to something. But it sounds like the people that you're working to are bringing to you physical health concerns. Is that what you were finding?
Yes, and I think what we do is we try and open that door as well. And so similar to the conversation I think Trudy was mentioning, is sort of people coming in saying, this is just what I want and I haven't got time for anything else. Or they're coming to us with the understanding, or through a referral, kind of, I'm here to work on this one thing. If we can sort of open that door, open that conversation, yes, but are you interested in doing this as well? What does that look like for you? That helps us kind of progress. And so for the individual, there's still choice and there's option there, but we're able to introduce it to them and sort of leave it with them to kind of dictate where we go.
Yeah, cool. And you're finding that once that door is open, people are interested?
Yeah, definitely. I think, you spoke really clearly this morning about the barriers and the challenges we've got across the board with accessing different things. And I think that opening, that hope, I guess, so that kind of that light to kind of go, yeah, I can actually kind of do something here. We see people really kind of buying into that.
Chris, now I sort of feel sorry for you as I pose this question to you, but we've just heard about 3 people across 3 services where things are starting to work a little differently, where things are perhaps starting to work in a way that they have not necessarily worked in the past. I certainly didn't have a nurse practitioner asking me, was I up to date with my cervical screening, So these are new initiatives. So you're sitting at the service commissioning here in the PHN. How does the PHN look, deal, interact, either respond to services are changing, or from the PHN perspective, create a situation where new services can come in? How does that work?
Yeah, thanks, Shannon. So for those that probably just a really short, sharp context for people that are unaware of how PHNs function and kind of the mandate that we have from the department, is that probably the first thing is that we need to have a really deep and innate understanding of the regions that we serve for mental health need. So that's always where we start. That gives us the opportunity to do fantastic things like co-design with the communities that we work with. So we get out there and talk to people about what they're experiencing in regards to their mental health need. Obviously, we support that with really strong and robust needs assessment as well, to make sure that we've got the deepest understanding possible. And again, it gives us the ability to put together models of care. So I think when we apply that to the opportunities that we have for physical health, that's where we've seen some really fantastic change, particularly over the last 10 years. So the 10 years that the PHNs have transitioned from Medicare locals. So to give you an indication of how that kind of plays out in real time in the area that I work in, Central Eastern Sydney. So that type of work, from co-design right through to model development and service delivery, has led to unique programs like a GP and mental health shared care approach. So we'll be presenting on that a little bit later today. And that involves clinical nurse consultant positions in LHDs, obviously working with people with severe and enduring mental health problems, but making sure that they're not just matched up and have regular support with GPs around their physical health, but again, as Ben Trudy now, but was saying before, that the consumer's actually leading that work as well, and they're having a say what that looks like and what physical health should mean to them. So we're in the process of, we've recently had a redesign around that program, so we want to make the consumer voice more prominent. We want to make sure that physical health stays a priority, but coming back to kind of Shannon's question around the change that PHNs can exercise, is that we add capacity in the sector. Again, we're at a really unique, we've been given a really unique mandate that we can bring physical health, primary health rather, and tertiary health together. And we've actually got mechanisms to do that. So my counterpart that's with me today, so Phoebe in our PHN heads up our regional plan approach. And again, that's something that the PHNs have had in place for a number of years now, where we regularly get together with our tertiary counterparts and we plan together. So it's moving away from that siloed aspects of something happening in primary health over here, something happening in tertiary care over there, and those not meeting in the middle and having mechanisms to do that. So like I said, we bridge that gap through programs like our shared care approach. Like Albert said before, he has things like clozapine programs in his area. Again, we work together on those programs there. We've got other programs where we fund and bring together allied health professionals, obviously working with mental health professionals as well. And again, we've got a mechanism through regional planning, through needs assessment and through co-design that not only helps that to happen, but it gives it the ability to have some continuous improvement as well, and look a few years down the track to make sure that we've met mental health outcomes, physical health outcomes, and again, we can look at, importantly, whether the consumers actually had a say throughout that process.
Thank you, because it's interesting, isn't it, when we look at the Equally Well consensus statement, and the first point is holistic and person-centred care. But it seems to me that, and I was talking about separation earlier. It seems to me that offering the kind of holistic care that we're hearing about must come with its own challenges as well. You've just talked about crossing primary and tertiary, and you're talking about crossing. And I'm curious about this in terms of, because we're an organisation that wants to move forward and continue, and people tell us, where's the evidence base? So I'm really curious to hear from all of you, because I think you're doing it in different spaces and ways. So I might just start with you perhaps first, Trudy. But so if you're working as a mental health nurse practitioner on a mental health ward, and let's say I'm your patient, right? And I want you to care for me and look after me and make sure that the medications that I'm using or taking are administered and my needs are met, right? But when I walked into your unit, I wasn't really expecting to be able to book my mammogram and, and have my blood test taken and for diabetes and these kinds of things. So now that you've done it, how do you measure it so you can grow it? And because I think, we haven't spoken about in the room yet, but you also do a significant role in education. So how do we take what's happening and then evaluate it, measure it, report on it, or educate about it?
So I do a lot of this type of talks, and I did one a couple of weeks ago, and I'd done a snapshot audit of the patients on one of the units I work on, and I'm working on a women's ward at the moment. And we've got 25 women there, and what I presented was some statistics around just cervical screens. So I use cervical screens as a road in to a lot of my conversations with the women on the ward, because it's a national registry. And we had 25 women admitted to this ward, and of those 25 women, I think 19 were eligible for cervical screening. So to be eligible for cervical screening, you need to be over 25 and you need to have been sexually active at some point in your life. So of these 19 women that were eligible, only 2/3 of those women were up to date with those cervical screens. So fantastic. But we still had 1/3 of the women, so 6 or 7 women who were not up to date with their cervical screen, or they'd never been updated. So I went and approached those women and said, look, I've just noticed that we can assist you with this physical health screen if you'd like. Gave them a bit of education, and 5 out of those 6 women agreed to do their cervical screens. So instantly we got the numbers sitting from 2/3 up to almost 100% completion of the cervical screens just from that one little intervention. So I've just put in a protocol with my health service to try and get that written up as a research paper so that it can get published out there, because it's just me as one clinician have suddenly increased our cervical screening rates through the roof compared to what they would be if I wasn't around. So I see benefit in that sort of sharing those stories and getting other people invested in this, because it doesn't take much to go train in cervical screening. As a nurse, nurse practitioner brings added benefits, but there is nurse cervical screeners out there. And it's a great initiative that we can get those screening rates up. And then those conversations lead into other conversations such as, well, you're also eligible for breast screening. Have you had your breast screen? Come and have a sit, we'll have a chat, let's set up an appointment for you. There are barriers to getting appointments with Breast Screen Victoria, but that's something that we can work through together. So it's just starting these conversations and then sharing and spreading this word and empowering other clinicians to take this up. This is not hard work, but it takes someone to go, okay, that is a gap in my service, I'm going to pick that up and run with it. And then I'm doing a PhD around how can we actually set up a framework so that other clinicians who haven't had the training then know where to go to help and direct their patients to this sort of service as well.
You know, I love hearing about that. I love hearing about the conversations. I love hearing about the stories, but there's a little place in my heart that loves hearing about a hard audit that goes to a protocol, that goes to a research paper, and then is able to filter from the top down and be accessed by others to be able to spread that. Maybe Ben first. So I imagine that NEMI is looking at outcomes. So tell us about measuring outcomes, specifically in relation to this, obviously, this physical health aspect of what you do.
Yeah, I think I was hoping you would come to me last, but what I was going to say is it's obviously a really challenging thing. I think there's kind of a duality in my head around it, is that, you know, the work that we do, we obviously measure sort of what we do in different ways. And so I think if we think about some of the services we run around the health promotions, the work we do, the outcomes we get, you know, what we hear from the consumers around sort of one of the top outcomes around physical health is being linked with a GP, but being satisfied with that relationship. And I think that's such an important piece, partly because of the stuff we've spoken about this morning, but kind of ongoing. The kind of duality, the second part about it is that the work that we do is very kind of not necessarily targeted, but kind of focused on sort of, you know, mental health interventions or providing kind of psychosocial interventions, and this is the scope. But what that involves is so much more. Like we're doing so much around the edge, or even before sort of coming to the service, like working with people as they're coming in, and what does that look like, and how can we support? And not everyone comes in, but we're still kind of working with them. And that's the stuff, I think, if we think about outcomes or data as a whole, that does get missed. And the challenge for us is thinking about how do we tell that? How do we create the story of that work or capture that, so it can be used, so it can inform sort of commissioning, so it can inform sort of development of staff or services and information sharing and knowledge gaps. And so I think there's a kind of the individual data and the transition, but service and commissioning and then the overall kind of challenges we've got around how do we tell that work that's kind of implicit in what we do, but not really what we do.
Yeah, and that's the essence of holistic, isn't it? When you're doing person-centred, person-led, there's no point doing person-centred, person-led, but then you have to go down these channels. You need to be person-led, and as you just said there, that's going to bring you outcomes that you may not have been expecting when you began. And, you know, thanks for answering that, Ben. Now, Albert's got an even more difficult one to answer, because Albert's doing a PhD, and Albert's background is actually in psychology, physiology and social work. So, again, we're looking at multidisciplinary, crossing the lines. But, Albert, your PhD is actually looking at social connectedness in relation to physical and mental health. So, how do you go when you're looking at, because to me, you know, have I got a date for Friday night? I mean, is that what we're measuring? How do we measure these outcomes in social connection in a way that what you are doing can then again extend, be picked up, be used? How do we translate that human element into what you're doing in your PhD?
Well, thanks a lot for that question, because it's a very, very important question, and I think it's a global issue as well. Just recently, we completed a systematic review on the role of social connectedness in, the relationship between physical activity and mental health in people with a severe mental illness. And what we found out was just 11 papers contributed to the systematic review. And in the 11 papers, they were poorly done. And there was actually no sort of major focus on social connectedness. So we actually were able to confirm that there was an evidence gap around people are not even looking at the benefits of social connectedness. Like I highlighted earlier, a lot of what I'm currently doing is from my lived experience, my personal experience. I'm very, very introverted. I really don't go out. But I go to church and I play football. And I know one of the reasons I probably am able to juggle so much is because of the social connectedness I benefit from playing football. And I know for a lot of our consumers as well, the research is actually showing, I think there's actually a big debate that it's not even physical activity that's contributing to the positive benefits of engaging in exercise. That it's actually the conversations you have with people when you exercise. There is another debate around do you benefit more from engaging in physical activity with groups, or do you enjoy doing it individually? So going back to your question, I think within a lot of services, there's actually not enough metrics or ways of actually finding out the outcomes in relation to social connectedness. I'll probably answer a question you did not pose to me around other areas of physical activity. In Queensland, for example, I know on a 3-monthly basis, there's lots of KPIs we've got to meet, physical health KPIs that we've got to meet. So in the Gold Coast, for the longest, we were not meeting some of those KPIs. But then exec sort of, rallied around myself and my colleagues, and then we've been doing, a lot of this project, and we sort of went from 12th statewide to second in relation to physical health interventions statewide, and with physical health screening, Gold Coast Health is first. So now Queensland Health is coming up with an initiative, the Multi-Morbidity Quality Improvement Strategy, where they're focusing on physical activity, oral health, EPC, alcohol use, and substance use as well. So with that, they've sort of come up with a way of measuring the outcomes. So I'd like to believe that in the near future, we'll probably have ways of evaluating the benefits from social connectedness. So in summary, we do not have those metrics yet.
Yes. So interesting, isn't it? So here we're going from practical change, like practical hands-on doing things, to going, oh no, something's happening. We're doing things differently, and now things are happening, and now how do we measure that? And I think that that measuring is really, really important, especially when you're perhaps measuring things that haven't been looked at in great detail before, or are not expected KPIs from the particular service that you are running, like in Trudy's position. Chris, I'm thinking about this, and I'm thinking, well, at the PHLN level, when you're looking at measurements and outcomes and evaluation, so when you're looking at evaluation, do you see that as driving? I said I do. I believe that those audits and things will then be able to use to drive cultural change. And here we are looking at 4 champions, like these are champions of these issues. What Albert's just said about what's happening in Queensland is inspiring. But in PHLN land, as you call it, Chris, do you see evaluation as helping with cultural change?
Yeah, absolutely. I think probably the journey that PHNs have gone on, not just with physical and mental health, but across the board, what we do in the primary care landscape is moving past just what you see on a page in regards to KPIs for a service. That's obviously a big part of what we do. So, I mean, to give you an indication of, kind of how we go about things in, the mental health sphere, obviously we want to see improved mental health outcomes for the programs that we support and fund and for the people that use them. That's, again, that's imperative to the work that we do. But again, we want to hear the narrative, we want to hear the story from people as well, so that there are tools in regards to patient experience measures. Some of them are fantastic, some of them are quite limited in what they can provide, but what we've got a lot better at doing when we're talking to services that we fund is getting to the story of what that consumer's actually saying about the journey that they've been on. And to come back to what I mentioned before about the redesign that we had for our GP and mental health shared care program, so that came directly from feedback from people saying, well, for instance, look, we've got these fantastic positions in the LHD in regards to these clinical nurse consultant positions. We know that they're meant to be talking to GPs about, helping to provide a pathway to better physical health, but we really lack clarity in, the scope of what these roles can provide, and how we can have a say in our overall care. So again, we take that on board, and again, it led to a redesign of the service, which we're now at the beginning of hopefully, looking at what the next sort of 12 to 24 months is going to be directly as a result of that redesign. The other one I'd say, Shannon, is probably around capacity and culture change. So I think you briefly mentioned it before. Culture change is the one that people will often bring up with a lot of passion, be really genuine in that. When you're confronted with actually doing it, it's incredibly hard to do. And I think physical health is the primary example of that. There's a ton of absolute goodwill at a primary and tertiary level. And again, there's ways to bring people together. It's being able to maintain that. And I was just having a conversation with a couple of colleagues this morning. One of the things which has again come out of feedback and evaluation is involving GPs more effectively, obviously in the physical health care of people in tandem with mental health. And again, in our region, what we're doing at the moment to improve that is a GP incentivisation model. And again, to really ensure that continues to happen for a number of years, that involves system level culture change with GPs, with the primary health system and with the tertiary health system as well. So again, we're going to have to make sure that as we continue to do that, and when we've got some runs on the board, that's evaluated. Because we do have 31 PHNs across the country. We'd love if we do a really good job in Central Eastern Sydney, that model can then be used across the country. And again, with the backing and framework of things like Equally Well to support us, there's a much better chance of that evaluation, that work paying overall dividends. So.
What I want to do is I want to ask you about the kind of education initiatives you'd be doing at that level of culture change, but I'm not going to do that. What I'm going to do instead, I want to, but what I'm going to do instead is I just want to let our four panellists, because you've heard each other speak, so I'm going to open it up to the room for a minute. So if you've got questions and you want to think of them and jot them down, please do that. And we've got help here with mics going and help in other places with roving mics. But first, I just want to let the panellists, having heard that from the other panellists, were there any particular points that you would like to bring up with each other before I open it up to the floor? No, you're ready for the onslaught. Okay. Let's see, would anyone like to ask some questions?
You. Albert, my question's for you. When you talked about having those extra physical health KPIs and doing those extra physical health assessments, what's the link then to the person's nominated general practice or GP?
Well, thank you so much for that question. It's a really good one, because what we're trying to do is we're trying to change the way we manage the physical health of our consumers. I think it's going to be very difficult if we identify individual consumers. It's going to take a long time to actually do that work. I think it's also worth mentioning that there's not a lot of allocated time to do this work. So it's sort of in addition to, clinical work. So with the KPIs, what we're doing is if teams and services are sort of mindful of how well they're traveling, or maybe not traveling so well, they can sort of make those changes in relation to how they're sort of supporting the consumers. In the education we're providing, because I've been working collaboratively with the education department of the mental health service, we're actually talking about, you know, the benefits of collaborating with other stakeholders. You know, it's just not something a case manager can do. So we try to get the GPs involved after every medical review with the registrars or the psychiatrists. We're sort of educating clinicians, case managers, to ensure that they send in the notes to the GPs, and also on a 6-monthly basis for the case manager to make a very conscious effort of attending a GP appointment as well. So we wish we actually have a bit more funding. I was actually thinking about, you know, the possibility of establishing a physical health clinic where we could actually have our own in-house GPs, where clinicians could sort of identify maybe consumers who are not going to see their GPs or at risk of, you know, metabolic syndrome and things like that. So as everyone's highlighted, it's very, very difficult to, one, make change and to be on top of the physical of our consumers, but we're just sort of taking those baby steps.
Thank you.
Can I just say, this is just so fabulous. Whoever you are, who are you? Chantel. Hi, Albert. I'm with the Gold Coast PHN and would be keen to explore if there are any of the GCH, that's you, approaches that we could think about replicating in the primary care space with mental health and alcohol and other drug services.
I'm sure you saw how excited I was.
How good is this?
One of the questions I posed to Chris this morning was actually, how can I get through to the Gold Coast PHN?
Okay, so
Yes.
hello. Where are you? Put your hand up. I want you to clap. Oh, yes, there you are. Hello. So
I'll come find you.
This is the Equally Well speed dating service. You need to connect with you after this session.
This is the Equally Well network. This is exactly what it's all about. That's
okay,
fantastic.
so also, hi Trudy, I'm a nurse practitioner. I mean, can I just say, can we just give it up for these people in the middle of your panel? They're phenomenal. I'm a nurse practitioner in a community mental health team in, now look, I don't know acronyms, in fact I refuse to use them, CALHN. Excellent. Them. My SOP.
Scope of practice.
Thank you. Is EW, equally well. I'm interested to find out more about how you work on your unit. What's the best way to contact you? Regards, Carmen. Where's Carmen? Unless you're online. There you are, Carmen. Trudy, that's the next speed dating session.
Come and find me at lunch.
Excellent. Another question. We've got another question from the audience.
Thanks. I think this is a really good discussion. So I'm a GP, so we've had a lot to chat about GPs and how to connect with them, and I represent the Royal Australian College here in South Australia as their Deputy Chair. I'm presenting with Chris later about how we can collaborate together. One comment I would make is that this is excellent, like cervical screening and inpatient units, wonderful. You know, there's a lot of great services here. My question is, and I'm making an assumption here, but majority of this is in salaried positions with block funding from the government. General practice is fee for service. We're not salaried by the government, in spite of what might have been in the media recently. I won't get too political about that. And there's a lot of talk about bulk billing, which is the thing that's been in the media lately. So I guess, yeah, my comment would be about communication, and I think we've heard about that as well. So I think within the system that we currently have, accepting that, yeah, it needs to be improved, and there's lots of ways we can do that. If we can work on things like using the My Health record and other communication tools, many of us are still on fax machines, which is embarrassing but true. You know, we're moving to an IT system eventually. So I think the two things we can do is, one, recognise that GPs are doing the best they can in a fee-for-service model, where they're not actually funded for any administrative things like phone calls and letter writing and different things like that. And if people don't turn up to appointments and things, which there's a myriad of reasons for, but essentially that isn't covered by anything from the government. If we can, yeah, just appreciate that position as opposed to salaried models, and also, you know, use the tools that we currently have to communicate.
Thank you, and I feel like I should apologise for me sharing my appalling GP services that I've personally received. And, you know, sitting here as a GP and going, I'm keen to integrate, and I know that there's a barrier, communications and correspondence, but still sitting here saying it has to happen and we has to do it. Thank you for that.
some quick questions through. So I might just throw a few up in the air that have come through on the WhatsApp. Thank you so much if you're joining us online and you're sending via the WhatsApp as well. Sorry, I've got my back to you actually. Sorry, live stream people. Trudy, and we'll just answer really quickly if we can for follow-up discussion. Is that okay? Trudy, from Mari, who follows up on the you may have answered this. Who follows up on the results of cervical screens and mammograms? What happens when they are discharged? Not the mammograms and the cervical screens, but the humans. What if they have no GP?
So the cervical screen I offer is a full service. So I will swab or screen on the inpatient unit, and then post-discharge I will actually contact and provide the results. And then if they need a referral for a colposcopy or something like that, I then refer in-house to the gynecology service in-house, and then I follow up those referrals. So just because they've left the doors doesn't mean I don't stop my interventions. I'll make sure that everything's closed up nicely, and if they don't have a GP, I'll encourage them to.
Can we please clone you? Yeah, I'd like that to happen.
It is
Science,
impressive.
make it happen. It is very impressive. A question for the panel, okay. From Harry, I'm curious to understand some of the physical health KPIs mentioned. Follow up from Harry. Something like mandating offering physical health screening for consumers seeking mental health treatments would hold services, PHN and tertiary, more accountable. Thoughts?
Yeah, I can start with that one. So to Harry's question, we absolutely do have that as part of our KPIs. The actual tool that's used and some consistency around that is probably the battle that we've had over the last couple of years. So it's really timely that the work that the Equally Well team and Russell are doing at the moment with things like the help prompt, that's probably what we're going to look at leveraging, because it's quick, it's simple to use, and there's the ability for quick follow-up and scaffolding services around it. So yeah, it's a great question, Harry.
From M, hi panel, why aren't federal government taking the opportunity to increase scope to address physical health in Medicare mental health centres that are rolling out? Any thoughts from anyone? Any thoughts from the room on that? Or would you like to vote?
It's probably a PHN related question. So I think there's scope there because the whole concept of a Medicare mental health centre is a multidisciplinary team. I guess the barrier is there hasn't really been direction from the government around allied health positions, physical allied health positions in that team. They are mental health focused. So again, it's then up to the direction and the relationships that localised team has with the other professionals and obviously GPs as well to do that. So I think would absolutely encourage it, but needs some direction and some ability to branch out and have a go at it from the department to those Medicare mental health centres.
And a brief comment from Russell.
Yes, some of them do. So I do understand Mount Barker Medicare Mental Health Centre has an Equally Well practitioner, and I also understand Stride. Yay!
Where are you? Hand up. Mount Barker, represent.
I also understand Stride, I think, has got the contract for about the other half in Australia, and they're very interested. So a lot of it is about advocacy from us and Equally Well, but we are all equally well. So we're really hoping that the Mount Barker model could be evaluated and rolled out nationally because we think it's awesome.
That's great.
Who would like a speed date with the Mount Barker crew? Hands go up. Yes. Is that a question from you? That's okay. Speed date between the Mount Barker woman in blue dress. And there's a question in Hang on. Oh, sorry, I just stepped on your foot. That's not good, is it?
I would just like to echo from what my own experiences and what I'm hearing around the traps about the physical side of things in the mental health centres and stuff like that. We're not all there yet, but I think we are very much heading in that direction. I think it's just a bit of capacity building. At the end of the day, it's just the numbers and a little bit of time needs to move, but I think we are moving in that direction.
That's a beautifully positive statement. Amrita writes a question for the panel, and then I'll come back to Shannon to round off, because I think you had some other questions that you might want to ask. But how has lived experience and person-led practice challenged you and changed your own practice in the mental health field with particular reference to physical health?
Maybe that one might be a nice one to go 1, 2, 3, 4.
Great.
On that answer. So
Oh no, Ben, you weren't expecting me to ask you. I'm going to do Ben. I started that end of the panel.
Yeah, I think, I don't know. I think that there's lots in that. Ultimately, it's really benefited us. As I said before, I think having peer work, having lived experience in it to inform what we do. I think we talked about co-design and we talked about the work that we do. The more we have lived experience represented in all aspects of our services that inform the way that we do, ultimately benefits and the people using the service users, the consumers. And so I think if we talk about practice as a whole, you know, having that centred, having lived experience centred in what we do informs it all and improves everything that we do.
And I heard you speak recently, Ben, because, I mean, obviously you can have lived experience of mental health, but I heard you talk about setting up services in rural areas recently. And if we extended the concept of lived experience to be environmental, so lived experience of people living in rural towns, lived experience of people living without services, would you like to talk to that, about how that changes, how you're not only the people who will use your service, but the environment that your service is going into?
Yeah, I think the concept or the kind of the context of that is sort of rather than trying to deliver something to or in a place, we really focus for us in that is delivering it with it. And so the lived experience wasn't just about the consumers or the people using the services, but it was also about considering the kind of the ecosystems, the landscapes, the communities that are in, but particular, you know, thinking about sort of what are the other services, what are the other things being offered, and how can we complement each other, how can we collaborate better. And so, and as an individual, as a sector, as a whole, as organisations, I think that lens has been really, really important to kind of going about how we do what we do.
Thank you. Albert, I mean, social connectedness. Tell me about that with lived experience as you're running that and getting feedback and changing and determining what you're doing in your research. How has that shifted, changed, inputted?
Absolutely, it definitely has. Once again, I'd like to thank you for talking about your experiences this morning, because as I highlighted not too long ago, all of the work I'm doing is from my lived experience as well. Did suffer a significant amount of adverse childhood experiences. I got into medical school at 16. At 16, I wanted to become a neurosurgeon. I wanted to literally change the world. I got into medical school, my trauma, everything came to the forefront, and I failed. I didn't do really well in medical school. So I then finished with my first degree in physiology. But of course I knew, without being grandiose, I'm relatively intelligent. I felt like I could actually do a whole lot of things. But of course, because of what was going on for me, I felt I needed to sort of address that. And as I just continued getting those degrees, I just felt, there was something about me. I needed to explore a very significant knowledge gap. So because as a young person, I wanted to also become a footballer. I was really, really good. But my parents were professors, and that's actually where some of my adverse childhood experiences sort of lied from. But then again, I sort of was able to understand the benefits of going out to play football. I was very different. I've been miserable in the house, studying, but a happy guy when I'm playing football. So with this current PhD, or sort of working in mental health, and sort of heard about the life expectancy, and sort of coincidentally found out the benefits of exercise for people with a mental illness and how it could actually reduce or maybe increase their life expectancy. That sort of intrinsically motivated me to do a lot of this work. Talking about lived experience, we've actually involved quite a number of peer workers on the Gold Coast to sort of co-develop a physical health intervention. Because at the start of my PhD, we sort of came up with what the objectives of the PhD was going to look like. And of course, people with a lived experience are going to be very, very involved in this work. I think at times when we're doing things, it's good for us to get people who have a bit of an understanding of the context, a bit of experience around what is being done, to sort of be involved in the work. So in conclusion, people with a lived experience have contributed significantly to the work we're doing.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And Chris, in the PHN, I'm not sure whether Central Eastern Sydney PHN has peer workers, but I would be very surprised, having heard you speak this morning, that you're not actively engaging with lived experience. How does that look for you?
Yeah, so we don't have peer workers at the moment, but a lived experience workforce is something that we've definitely talked about looking at PHNs. Other PHNs have that in place. But from co-design right through to service delivery, we always make sure that we have a lived experience perspective that leads that work. It's really, really important to the work that we do. And I'll just come back to, I guess, where I started with, I talked about, years back working in the Partners in Recovery and FAMS programs. And one thing that still sticks with me, we had a really strong advisory committee as part of Partners in Recovery, just with some absolute trailblazers in regards to improving the system for people with severe and persistent mental illness. And unfortunately, due to physical health concerns, a number of those people aren't with us today. So it always brings me back to the fact that that's how profound the lived experience voice is. So the fact that if those people were listened to and those things were enacted within the system, those people might still be with us. It speaks to what Russell was talking about before. So the fact that we've got these lopsided statistics for the rest of the population and people with severe and persistent mental illness, it's an absolute indictment on the system that needs to be corrected, and that's why we're all here today. So, to echo what Albert said, that's how strong the lived experience voice is, and we're always super aware of that from a PHN perspective. So,
thank you very much. There's so much in that, but. Again, I'm not going to follow up that conversation because I'm curious, really, because working on the inpatient, but now you're off to do a PhD, and I think there's a moment before you're doing a PhD, and then there's a moment when you've begun a PhD, and I can't but help think when I heard you speak about conversations with people, I can't but help think that what you were experiencing directly with the people that you were working with has shaped that. Would that be correct?
Yes, and I'm also very benefited by the fact that we have numerous peer workers in the inpatient setting that I'm working in and in the community settings and consumer advisors and so forth. So even developing the questions for my PhD, we're all run past and collaborated with the consumer network that I'm privileged to work alongside. So they're helping. We're doing I can't even remember what it's called, but when we develop the framework, that's going to be completely co-designed with 50% clinicians, 50% lived experience workforce, because like it said earlier, nothing for us without us. So it's making sure that I've got that lived experience voice with whatever framework comes out of this PhD. And I'm getting the majority of my referrals to see patients are coming from the peer workers on the ward, because the patients are going to the peer worker with their questions and concerns and guidance for navigation. And they're going, hey, we've got Trudy. Go and see Trudy.
I love when a multidisciplinary team comes together. That's awesome. I'm just going to check, look, the discussions have been fantastic. I'm not sure if we've got time for more questions. We probably don't. But, I mean, we've talked about the speed dating. We've talked about connecting in the networking. Have a good look at our panel before we thank them for today, because I'm sure that they'll be very happy to be buttonholed over the course of the conference to talk more about what we've heard. But otherwise, I'd very much like to thank our panel across all levels of the work that they do. I referred to them before as champions, and I'll say it again because the work that's being done, and by so many in this room, is the work that's pushing forward physical health on the agenda in mental health. So a big thank you for our panel today.
And a very big thank you to Shannon Harwood for the research and work that she put into hosting that one. What a fantastic panel. I mean, that was just full of connection and practicality, and I can already see that a number of you are... Now, so I just want to check, are the Barker crew, are you on the WhatsApp panel, WhatsApp channel? Because people are messaging you. Mount Barker. Right, so you need to join the WhatsApp group because Chantel wants to get in touch, and so does Carmen, and probably others do too. I'm aware I didn't get to Michael Pascoe's question, where Michael's been writing some great comments, asking a question of Albert about what are the 7 barriers that were recognised and how were they addressed. Perhaps you covered that, but Michael might want to get it if Michael's in the room. Is Michael in the room? Or you might be on the live stream. There you are, Michael. Oh, and you sit next to each other. Oh, perfect. You're probably colleagues. It's probably a planted question. No, joke. I also just wanted to let you know that there's a hashtag for the conference for all your social media posts, Equally Well 25, hashtag Equally Well 25. So if you have been posting and you can edit those posts, add the hashtag so people can stay in touch with what you're talking about. I also want to acknowledge that today is Transgender Remembrance Day, which is, if you are on the socials, you will see that many people across the world are actively acknowledging that day as they embrace their loved ones and themselves, and remember people who they've lost or who are suffering right now, particularly in the current climate. There is much suffering. So let's honour today as Transgender Remembrance Day here at the Equally Well Conference. If you want to join the WhatsApp group, especially if you're joining us on the live stream, the email address is admin@equallywell.org.au, admin@equallywell.org.au, or do it from the registration desk. It is my great pleasure now to invite to the stage to talk about the theme of head and heart health. We are all one body, we are all one being. He's going to join the dots. He is Associate Professor Scott Clark from the Society of Mental Health Research, a really vital institution that brings together leading and emerging career researchers to really add some data points to mental health science. Scott is head of the discipline of psychiatry at the University of Adelaide here on Kaurna country, a consultant psychiatrist with the Central Adelaide Local Health Network. His clinical and research interests focus on that intersection between mental and physical health, as we're discussing, but particularly cardiometabolic risk in severe mental illness, psychopharmacology and personalised medicine. Please welcome Scott.
Thank you. Those intros always go too long, no matter how short you write them. So it's great to be here today. We did a bit of a crossover yesterday and had Dave Peters over, and we had a really great panel, which I've used AI to pull out some themes, and we'll try and get it out there. But really, it's great to see PHNs up here, and it's great to see us talking about physical health, working together and bringing the lived experience voice in. So all of this is, more science-based, but it's in the context of we need to deliver shovel-ready kind of programs to actually implement what we know we can already do. So these are figures that people familiar with Equally Well should be very familiar with. So the burden of extra mortality in people with mental illness is terrible. Chronic diseases 10 times more premature. The life expectancy gap, and 80% of people with a serious mental illness also have a serious physical problem. And so if you look at the emerging data, we can see that, particularly things, and we're not talking just about chronic serious psychotic illness here, we're talking about more common conditions like depression, particularly depression is skyrocketing past some of the other health conditions, and particularly post-COVID. And you can see here some sort of large-scale data, national figures showing that people with a mental illness have much higher rates across the board of a range of chronic conditions. And here's some data from Russell here, and we're looking at the excess mortality, and we can see that across heart disease, lung cancer, respiratory disease, self-harm, and also a range of cancers, the excess burden is substantial. If we look at cardiovascular disease, so this is a larger scale meta-analysis, and we can see that particularly in schizophrenia and major depressive disorder, more so than schizophrenia, because we often think patients with chronic psychosis, their healthcare is worse, but actually, major depression is a significant problem. This is some local data. So my colleague Lisa Wilton, for many years, we've been massaging the local monitoring program and putting in data capture and things, and this was the first tranche of data we got when we first implemented things. You can see there, so each of those lines is the number of presentations for a patient on clozapine per year. You can see some patients were very high service users, and there was one person at the front there that had cardiomyopathy and was presenting with physical health all the time. But you can see there's a significant number of medical and surgical presentations on top of psychiatric presentations, and half the patients on clozapine are turning up for a physical reason to an emergency department with a year. That's serious issues. And we look at how they presented, and that data's a little bit hard to read. I never got around to tidying that slide up. It's been 10 years or more now. But you can see chest pain, which we know with heart disease and clozapine, trauma may be related to self-harm. Constipation is a serious issue, infection, and as you sort of scale down, a certain number of those get admitted, so chest pain and infection and surgical issues, and some of that's related to cancer and some of it's related to constipation. So there's a significant burden in modifiable risk factors, and it's and I guess there's lower rates of health service access, and we've been talking with the PHNs here about how we can build better systems to get people to address their physical health. And as a psychiatrist, I do my best to manage physical health, but often patients that I see don't see anyone else. And so I've got to try and be a GP. And we do have guidelines implemented locally with Lisa and the clozapine team around that. And obesity is a massive problem. We have the new GLP-1 antagonists, which can drastically reduce weight. We've got clinical trials that we can't get semaglutide for. I'll show you one at the end. So it's all been gobbled up by Hollywood, and we can't actually get it to the patients just to run the clinical trials, let alone treat people with it. So, and this is sort of a layout of the blueprint for where we need to intervene. So, and as you can see, it's not just about chronic psychosis, mood disorders as well. There's a lot of information there, but intervening in terms of tobacco use, physical activity, sedentary behaviour, poor diet, poor sleep. And some of these things are tied into the psychosocial issues. So if you don't have money, your diet's pretty poor. If you're depressed and unwell, you don't go out and exercise. So all of these things feed into, there's the social determinants of health that feed into these patterns. And diet is a major issue for people with mental illness, and we know that people with psychotic illness, potentially some of this is associated with medication as well in terms of appetite, but it's harder to get the message out to some people. And Samantha Thompson, who was going to be here today but is presenting at SMHR, I think, has done a piece on health literacy. So how do we, and there's a great intervention by a team from Queensland called VisiCards, and we're trying to implement that locally, and you'll hear about that if you haven't already. I think Lisa's going to talk about that. So how do we get people to understand their health needs if they don't understand the risks that are facing them, and doing that in an appropriate way. But you can see there the daily intake of a lot of energy, carbohydrate concentrated foods and fatty foods is not managed well. And our medications, so we can choose less metabolically active medications. We can try and reduce polypharmacy, and we can try and manage that with the patient and engage with the patient, but we need to do that in a more systematic way. And we've been talking about at the conference at SMHR about pharmacist detailing, how we do that on scale and how we get people engaged in that. We've just done an analysis that Prof. Schubert's going to present tomorrow. We've looked at the All of Us database, and we've found that incredible amounts of polypharmacy. There's a couple of drugs like Wellbutrin and trazodone that are they're not really indicated to be more effective, but they're used highly because they're marketed and towards trying to find a solution for people, and trazodane's used for sleep inappropriately. But what we found is that people that have a less distinct diagnosis, so the diagnosis is more non-specific, or people with complex personality disorders, or people with multiple disorders get polypharmacy, where there's no, there's no evidence. And so we really need to, that's at scale across the US. We're talking about, 1 million people, we can find a signal in there. So that's going to be a really powerful paper when we get that out soon. And we can see also that, within our different groups, we can choose, there's a range of side effects. And so clozapine has the worst side effects, but it is the most effective for people that don't respond to any other antipsychotic. And our challenge is to intervene to reduce the risk factors and get people safely onto clozapine, as many as possible, so that they can get the benefits. The broader challenge is that we try and work out how to capture what clozapine does, because we really don't know what it does. It doesn't really bind tightly to dopamine receptors, and so there are other aspects of clozapine that are working. If we can develop a non-toxic clozapine, that would be great. And we know that clozapine, interestingly, has the lowest rate of mortality across all the drugs, and that's largely because it works better to manage psychosis and I guess, associated mood. But it still has the highest rates of cardiovascular disease. So it's effective, but it's also, we need to manage the side effects. So to take a slight sidestep, the side effects of medications and the disorders themselves have overlaps in terms of genetics. So people that have mental health disorders, and there's an example of mood disorders here, the genes that are associated, and when we're talking about gene associations, we're talking about fractions of percent. So I guess if we combine genes together in a polygenic risk score, so we look at the genes that are associated with disease, whether it's physical disease or it's mental illness, you might explain 1 or 2, 3, 4%. With lithium, we've squeezed it out to about 14, 15% of the variance by considering the genes involved by multiple polygenic scores. So this is the risk across all the genes. And so we're only talking about limited, but there is shared risk. And that shared risk manifests not only through the genes themselves, but through some of the environmental conditions and how they impact on people's behaviours. And so people that are more risk of metabolic syndrome if their diets are bad, or if they're taking medications that make it worse, then they're more at risk. And so the challenge is for us to identify people at more risk and then put some of these interventions in place. We can see here that, so this is a paper from our team, Asmir Amare, who's an up-and-coming genomic star. And there are a number of shared genes with the disorder, and they map to cardiovascular disease between bipolar and a depressive disorder. Not expecting anyone to remember the detail there. About the only gene that you can remember off the top of your head is Sonic the Hedgehog. Some people have made inventive names so that their names will stand out. So what can we do? So in terms of the Lancet, and there's ongoing commentary from the Lancet, and there's a lot of Australian research has been involved in this, is really it's about how we get integrated care going, and this is what we're talking about here with the PHNs. And I shared we implemented a clozapine clinic in Midwest on Port Road down here in a GP clinic. And I'd go down once every 2 months, and the patient's physical health was taken care of, and any problems, and I was on the phone. And I'd go down and do the clozapine monitoring. But unfortunately, we had a bit of... we couldn't quite get the right data back to the service. The service was happy that we were doing all the monitoring. In the end, we had to close it down, which was very painful. But so there are good models like that work, but one of the problems is communication and maintaining the monitoring and making sure that we're keeping up to date. And I guess, there are programs, and we implement this well in Callan, and Lisa Wilton here has been driving a lot of that over the last 10, 20 years. And one of the challenges is the amount of work that it is to do these things, and trying to have staff to do it, and then following up on the bloods and doing everything else. But we know what we should assess. But there's other evolving themes that are coming. So, and this comes from a sort of a psychiatrist perspective. So, are we actually prescribing the right doses? Are we selecting patients correctly? Can we personalise treatment? And the theme for the conference down at SMHR is personalising treatment. And there's a guideline that's come out just recently. Jose de Leon, very fiery Spanish guy that I like engaging with, but I never know what I'm going to get. He's done a lot of pharmacology around clozapine use and has found that levels are higher in patients based on sort of ethnic groups, based on levels of inflammation, because clozapine actually induces its own, it induces inflammation itself, and then it inhibits its own metabolism, and that's why we have to titrate it slowly. Otherwise you get high levels, and that's where myocarditis and even a granulocytosis. So we've got evidence now that all of the effects are tied into more rapid titration. We actually titrate more rapidly here in Australia than other places, and it may be that we find that we need to pull it back a bit, or we need to titrate more slowly for some groups. But we looked at the whole of Callan, and we found that all the people that got myocarditis had risk factors, the risk factors that he identified around obesity, which causes inflammation, elevated CRP, and other medications that interact. And here's his titration plan, and you can see there that it's, I guess it's gender-based, it's ethnic group-based, and then you need to look at what other drugs are there, so we might need to do that slower. So this is emerging research. Don't go out and change your practice now, but we've set up the capture study, so we're actually monitoring blood levels and plasma levels over the first month of treatment to actually answer these questions. Of course, there's guidelines of managing metabolic syndrome. I'm not going to that into detail, but psychiatrists can prescribe these things, apparently. I'm doing it occasionally when I can, but I can't get everyone else to do it. So, and we did a study of metformin use in Callan, and we found that everyone that was on metformin and on clozapine either lost weight or gained far less weight. And so that brings us to the range of points of intervention now, and I won't go into them in much detail. I mean, metformin is worth 4 or 5 kilograms, but also it reduces the sort of internal inflammatory state. So the evidence suggests that we should be starting people on metformin with clozapine. And maintaining their, reducing insulin resistance and maintaining that. Maintaining their health and monitoring, for, of course, for any emergent side effects. But the GLP-1 receptor antagonists are game changers. The Dan Siskin's trial from Coast data was presented yesterday. They had to stop early because the effect size was so massive, like the weight loss was so massive, and the physical health effects. It's not for everyone because of side effects, but it's a game changer. We need to work out how we can get that into practice. Just wondering how I'm going for time. Good? Yeah. So I'll just finish up. So that's a trial. We can't get the tiripazide yet. We couldn't get semaglutide. We had to change. And I'm also working on hearts and minds. So this uses metformin and atorvastatin because you remember those genes are all linked. So if we fix the metabolic problem, we actually fix the mood as well. And that's been running really well. So at that point, I'll thank you all for listening. And there's lots of promise out there. There's lots of goodwill and engagement and bringing in lived experience. And we can have the science. And that's the next thing. So with the Equally Well team and working with PHNs and GPs and, all the good people here. So thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Brilliant. Stay on stage for a couple of minutes. Yeah. I know you've got to rush to another event, but an AGM, I think.
Yeah.
One question I do have for you is Big Pharma engaged? The drugs are on the marketplace, but they're not always optimum for people's physical health. And can I just read you an amazing comment from the lived experience leader of the Equally Well Alliance, Dave Peters, who says, Dave, do you mind if I read this one out? Yeah. Dave says, even with awareness, it's incredibly hard to change diet and eating habits when on medications that not just impact your cardiometabolic health, but stimulate your appetite. I can carry on a mostly healthy diet, including hours of exercise a week, but somehow find myself eating in the middle of the night in a stupor from nighttime meds. Sometimes I even wake up choking on food that I don't know where it came from. So the medication is a challenge, isn't it,
Yeah,
for
it is.
people's
I mean,
physical well-being?
Just for someone that's not taking medication, I had to go on. I lost 12 kilos on light and easy last year, but I had to pay someone to reduce my meal size. So and change my diet, and so I fully acknowledge those things, and that's where we need to hear from that piece of research about how we best intervene with that is far more valuable than the genomic research, where we're explaining 2 or 3% of variance. So.
Question for Scott from RT. Why isn't there a combination clozapine metformin tablet? Interesting.
Good question. They're both off-label, maybe.
And Michael, what about
cynical.
flumazenil for stabilising dopamine natural production without surges and troughs, and microdosing of a nasal ketamine spray?
Okay, two very different questions.
Yeah.
I've done some trials.
He's adventurous in his questions, Michael.
I've done some trials with oral ketamine, and ketamine works, but not for everyone, but it can work amazingly. The challenge we have now is rolling out safe models of care and actually facilitating, even though it's going on the PBS, the costs around actually going through a course of ketamine, and also having a service to do it. We've got a paper in review that we say that the public service should own this. So I've got together with Colleen Liu and a few other people that we need to actually facilitate these treatments. In terms of new dopamine treatments, there are some non-dopaminergic agents coming out, some cholinergic agents, but those. What we need to do, what we struggle to do, is set up a good trials network. So I've been setting up on trials in Adelaide, and I'll go talk to people about trials, and I'll go back to SMHR. But that sounds like an interesting trial. The challenge is getting the money where we're not well funded in mental health compared to oncology or sort of any other area of medicine to run those trials. But what we need to build is trials networks like the Magnet Network, like AAPEC, which is another psychosis trials network. And so we can answer these questions. We just need the money, and we need to train more academics. So,
Scott, we're so grateful for you being here at the Equally Well conference this year. Thank you for the presentation very much. And on behalf of the conference, we'd like to give you a little gift.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Keep doing good work, guys. I watched what Equally Well was doing, and I'm happy to be a part, and bringing people together and fixing services so we can do what we actually know we already know how to do. That's really important. Like that's, as I said, it will make more difference than any genomic study. So thank you.
Ripper, thanks for being here. Awesome. Scott Clark from the Society for Mental Health Research conducting their conference on at the moment as well. So excellent that he could make it over the way. Stay seated. Let's welcome back to the stage Natalia Jupin.
I'm back. Okay, so how many of us have worked with consumers where, I'm sure you don't have to be an exercise physiologist to know that one of the main barriers to actually participating in physical activity is their physical health comorbidity. So it might be chronic pain, shortness of breath, or a whole range of other symptoms that just makes them feel a bit crappy when they're doing exercise. So constantly we're tailoring programs to make them suitable for each individual. So today we're going to do our exercises seated in your chairs. I hope you're happy to know. A little chorus of joy there. Who's heard the phrase, if you've got a chair, you've got a gym? No, I just made it up, that's why. So, all right, so I'm going to guide us through some exercises. Now, Natasha here, maybe if you could do the slow version just to show everyone. Can everyone see me? I'm just mindful that there's a few people over there. Hopefully you'll be able to trickle around and see what's going on in the rest of the room. Okay, so we're going to do a series of 4 exercises. We're going to do 3 rounds and 10 repetitions each, and then you're going to be very hungry for your lunch. So the first exercise that we're going to do, and you can hold onto your chair if you find this gives you more support, we're just going to do marching on the spot. Good. This is our slow version. I'm going to be counting quite fast and you'll see what I mean, but you're welcome to do it at this pace. Okay, exercise number 2, so I'll say march for that one. Exercise number 2 is going to be twist. So you're going to hold your elbows and just twist from side to side. Now, if you have back pain, this might be a bit of an aggravator for you. You might just choose to move your arms like this. Okay, so find what works for you. The next one I'm going to say is paddle, and you're going to paddle your arms one by one. Very good. And the last one I'll say is shoulders. So shoulders up and down. Fantastic. Okay, we're going to get started. Are we ready? Are we ready? Yes. Okay, here we go. Get it over and done with. Okay, first one we're going to do is march. Ready? Let's go. March. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Twist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Paddle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Shoulders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. March. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Twist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Paddle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Shoulders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. March. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Twist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Paddle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Shoulders. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well done. Great effort, guys. Thank you for joining in.
We're so grateful that you've come today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for giving
tomorrow?
a go. Yes, I'll be back tomorrow.
Awesome. Oh, look, you've got everyone revved up now. Love it. Love it. Natalia's Japan. Thank you. Well, now joining us from the farm, not lunch yet, but almost, but I'm excited to invite, I think, a frontline healthcare professional that can make a massive difference in the community. If you think of those third spaces in our communities, like libraries, what's another one? I think local shopping centres perform that role too, incredibly. I live near a massive shopping centre and I just marvel at it whenever I go. I'm not a massive fan of shopping centres, but what I love about it is that it's this great swell of humanity gather there. And another place I think is the local pharmacy, very much is another one of those third spaces, and they are really important. People feel really safe sometimes going to a pharmacist. I think just that's a vital industry. So now joining us then, Q, the Pharmacy Guild of Australia, to consider the important role of pharmacists and how they can play a role in the Equally Well movement. Christy Brown has been a community pharmacist for 13 years, working in South Australia, both regionally and in the metro area, as well as 2 years in the fabulous Alice Springs. She is a regional pharmacist manager at the Scafidi Group, a privately owned and managed group of pharmacies, and manages pharmacies and dispensary teams in Queensland, South Australia and the Northern Territory, supports teams to deliver high quality services to the community. Please give it up for Christy Brown.
Thank you so much. It's great to be here today. I've been really inspired by the talks given so far. It's been excellent, so I won't take up too much of your time. I know lunch is not far away. So I'm just here today to discuss how pharmacists working in our community pharmacies across Australia are now able to practice at a more full scope, and how this can provide an enhanced, accessible healthcare service for people with mental health issues and to help better manage their physical health. So the statistics, as we've heard this morning, are alarming. People with mental health issues are dying prematurely from most preventable and manageable diseases. Many of these people are regular visitors to our community pharmacies every day, especially if they are regularly accessing their medications. We'll see them, once a month if they're on a once monthly medication. Some of your opioid-dependent treatment patients we will see every single day. Thank you for the lovely welcome. I don't need to address myself any further than that, but I guess the only thing to add is I have done the enhanced full scope of practice training in Queensland through JCU and QUT, and we have started doing some of these consulting services. When I'm up in Queensland, it's rolling out through the other states, kind of one by one. Clicker. Okay. So people ask, what am I talking about? What is pharmacist full scope? And I think the main message I want to say today is that pharmacists working at their full scope of practice is not quite ever complete. It's a continuous evolution of what pharmacists can do for our community patients. In addition to dispensing of medicines and provision of health advice, pharmacists do more in the areas of preventative care, medication management, and prescribing for a spectrum of acute, common, and chronic conditions. There's a really interesting study project that was done in 2020. So whilst mental health diagnosis and treatment is not in the scope of a pharmacist's practice, it is interesting to note this research project, which demonstrated the effectiveness of pharmacist interventions under the Pharm-I Bridge service. It provided significant physical health outcomes to people who were diagnosed with persistent and severe mental health conditions. So there were 51 pharmacies and 326 patients that took part in this trial over a 6-month period. So in the project, pharmacists work with people living with severe and persistent mental health conditions, such as schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, over 6 months to review medicines and health concerns. By working with each person, problems with physical and mental well-being, lifestyle, nutrition, and other health-related issues were identified, goals were set, and strategies were discussed to try and address these health and lifestyle concerns. What the project demonstrated was that community pharmacists providing a person-centred, flexible and goal-oriented support service significantly reduced psychological distress and improved the quality of life for people living with mental health conditions. Additionally, people used their medicines to better manage their long-term physical health conditions, such as diabetes and blood pressure. The service was found to be good value for money, demonstrating that trained community pharmacists can play an important role in improving the mental health and overall well-being of people in this scope. The project's success is significant, particularly given that it occurred during the very challenging COVID-19 pandemic. And I think we can all agree it was community pharmacies were the one health service that could not shut down at all. We could not work from home. We were there every day. We had our masks, we had our screens, and we were there serving our patients. We were delivering medications to their home and still trying to provide vaccinations and services in a safe manner. More broadly, the project highlighted the role and support community pharmacists could have in helping people. Both consumers and the pharmacists valued being involved in the service. Consumers appreciated being seen and heard by pharmacists and supported to work towards health and wellbeing related goals. Pharmacists had increased awareness of consumers and the story behind the script. It helped them gain greater confidence in supporting people living with mental health conditions. The patients who completed the project indicated that the service was well liked, with many reporting positive experiences. Participants liked being able to think about their health more broadly and work on a range of issues with support from their pharmacists. Some people had not previously spoken to healthcare providers about these issues, especially in rural areas with fewer alternative health supports or services available. Setting goals was really essential in providing structure and motivation to help people achieve or work towards positive outcomes. Consumer participants described a sense of achievement due to health behaviour changes and resulting positive effects. If anyone is interested in reading a bit more about this study and project, just come and see me. I can send it out to you. So back to full scope of practice for pharmacists, which you may have seen a little bit in the media, particularly in South Australia just recently. There was a big announcement from the SA government. The 22 conditions referred to under a pharmacist's full scope of practice are aligned with conditions which are those likely to be potentially preventable hospitalisations if diagnosis and treatment, including referral, are delayed. We know people with mental health conditions typically present with other health comorbidities. Under full scope, pharmacies can provide services to help with diagnosis, treatment and referral. Cardiovascular disease underscored by hypertension and dyslipidemia can be routinely screened with lifestyle and pharmacological interventions provided. When a consultation is undertaken, physical and social factors are included as part of the pharmacy interview with the patients. And pharmacists, like other healthcare professionals, have become aware of social prescribing, and in conjunction with protocol-based prescribing, it's all a part of the holistic care. Many pharmacists play an important role in providing care for vulnerable patient groups already. It can be the one health service that they actually have contact with on a monthly basis if they're taking the prescribed medications, and it may help capture those who may otherwise slip through established services. Treatment for opioid replacement therapy can see patients build a long-term trusted relationship with their pharmacist. Pharmacists are well placed to encourage vulnerable patient groups to consider vaccinations, especially for seasonal influenza, which I know Russell spoke about earlier. There's this huge bridge that we are not seemingly able to bridge at the moment. During Russell's talk, I looked it up, and under the National Immunisation Program, the annual influenza vaccine is funded for those over 65 and for those with other medical conditions. Let me just read you some of these other medical conditions. Cardiac disease, chronic respiratory conditions, chronic neurological conditions that increase the risk of respiratory infection, immunocompromised people, diabetes, renal. I noticed what was not on there. Not one mental health condition. So anyone under the age of 65 is not eligible for a free influenza vaccine from the national government. Having said that, states like Queensland do provide free flu vaccinations for all residents, but they are one of the only states that do so. Sorry, I got distracted. Yes, okay. So pharmacist scope of practice provides this opportunity through established treatment guidelines to provide follow-up to free support services as well to help coordinate care. Through referral pathways to GPs, further screening opportunities can be identified to national programs such as the National Lung Cancer Screening Program, Diabetes Australia, the Lung Foundation, Asthma Australia, Heart Foundation, Stroke Foundation. These all have excellent resources available for healthcare practitioners and patients. Pharmacists can help with triaging of telehealth options. Scope of practice has evolved pharmacy environments which now include dedicated private clinic rooms with tech enablement for video telehealth options with GPs. Local community pharmacies are connecting with their local GP clinics and other allied health professionals to refer people straight there if there is a major concern with a patient that presents to them, or it goes to an area that is beyond our scope. It also maintains continuity of care, and pharmacists are required to provide consultation notes to patients' regular GPs or the GP surgery via secure messaging. So this is a bit of a look at scope across the nation, which I must say is different in every single state. So the 22 conditions under scope of practice are attributed to those recognised as conditions which make up the bulk of hospitalisations and could be avoided with earlier intervention and treatment. Annually, conditions such as pneumonia, which a pharmacist cannot treat or diagnose, but we can contribute to patients with asthma and COPD and help them with their management plans to avoid getting to the stage of pneumonia. UTIs and cellulitis, which again is not something we can treat at a pharmacy level, but we can provide acute wound care, which may stop us from getting to that point of cellulitis. These make up the bulk of hospital presentations in Australia. So it's great to see that all states are now on board with enabling pharmacists to practice at full scope. Over time, we're hoping to see harmonisation of services across the nation. It means that Australians will be able to seek treatment for many common health conditions at their local pharmacy. At this point in time, all states can now deliver vaccinations under the National Immunisation Program, treatment of uncomplicated UTIs, and the administration of long-acting intrabuprenorphine. Queensland is the most advanced state, with over 400 pharmacists now able to practice across local communities. The Northern Territory should be starting early next year. Their cohort of pharmacists is just completing their training. South Australia is beginning training in January. Victoria and New South Wales are rolling it out a little differently. They're introducing conditions 1 to 2 at a time with appropriate training. It's a complicated slide. The conditions are listed on the side and what you can and can't get in different states across Australia. So we have a growing and an ageing population with increasing chronic conditions. The demand for hospitals is increasing, as is its access to GPs. Shortages in healthcare is felt in regional, rural and remote areas. The Guild's vision is that by 2035, 80% of community pharmacies are delivering full scope of practice services, and 80% of community pharmacists will hold requisite qualifications to prescribe. The independent research by the Guild shows benefits across our healthcare and social systems and savings in healthcare budgets, increasing productivity and freeing up emergency departments and GPs. Our network of over 6,000 community pharmacies dispersed across Australia, with some 36,000 AHPRA registered pharmacists, are ideally positioned to enhance healthcare delivery in Australia. We look forward to providing care where patients need it, using our skills and experience aligned to our scope of practice, clinical and regulatory guidelines. Thank you so much. I just wanted to give everyone, a bit of an idea of what we at community pharmacies are doing and what level we're at the moment. There's a lot of work to be done, there's a lot of training to be done, but there are things that we can do right now, such as vaccinations. And you know what? We're there for a chat any day. We see these patients regularly, all the time, and it's a privilege. So thank you so much.
Amazing.
Oh, wait. Sorry, I have one more thing. Oh, yes, thanks. So we're out on the right there. We're providing free health
So what does that mean? Tell us what you're doing. Just so that
we are providing blood pressure checks, random blood glucose. We're hoping we're getting our cholesterol machine. It's not there at the moment, and we can send that report straight to you. It's just a screening. We're not diagnosing anyone out there today. We're just letting you know your level of risk.
But just the power of that process, though. What can it be a portal into? Having a free health check?
Oh, yeah, so it just, some people are not, I don't know, some people in here may not have had a blood pressure check. Like, when was the last time you had your blood pressure checked? It can just be a very simple health check that can, it may highlight a small risk that you're experiencing, and we can just get on the journey to some further health care.
So we've got the Farmer Bridge project leader in the audience, Amanda Wheeler. Where are you?
I didn't know that.
love this. The speed dating continues today. What a fine thing. I'm just going to come to you while we've got a couple of minutes before lunch. If you want to add anything or reflect on anything about Farmer Bridge.
Thank you. And I need to introduce Vicky Stewart, who was actually the PhD student with us, and she did all the work for the interviews and the work with the consumers and the pharmacists afterwards. Look, it was a fantastic experience, I think. Everyone, the rural and remote services, really, the communities there, this I think is really where it excelled. The communities were able to access services when they needed it. These pharmacists became known in their communities as mental health friendly pharmacies. The story behind the script video, which is actually on the website, is really nice. It was, pharmacists saying they were really worried about asking questions of people. These were people, they came into their businesses frequently when they never really ever talked to someone. So a lot of this was just about communication, getting to know people, trust relationships, and then being able to solve problems over time. And so the same for the consumers who were going in. They also said they were scared of asking questions. So it was really, a lot of this is about communication. So, you know, and I think the thing that I would also sort of, if you've got time to talk about it, was just about access to Meds Check, and for people to understand that you can, if you are on a number of medicines, it could just be a new one that's added into your medicine regime, you don't know much about it, you want to actually understand it a bit better, go into your pharmacy and you can have an in-house medication review done with the pharmacist. It's, you can have it done every 12 months and it's funded and it's available. You can have it done if you're a carer and you want to involve someone else with it. So if you want to talk about that, I think that's one of the free services that people don't know about.
Yeah. Do you want to add anything? No? Okay. Congratulations on the PhD. Have you finished? Oh, hero.
I can quickly talk to Meds Checks. They're free service available, should be available in every single community pharmacy. So the eligibility criteria is, I think, 5 or more medications at higher risk medications and newly diagnosed anything. So I feel like it pretty much means that everybody's eligible for a free Meds Check. It can take anywhere from 5 to 20 minutes. You sit down with the pharmacist, we make sure you know what you are taking your medication for, if you're experiencing any side effects and you're having any concerns.
We have a question here. I'll hold the mic.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, is there a cost to people when they come for the Farmer Bridge project?
The girls in the back probably can talk more to that.
Yell it out. Is there a cost? Yes, hang on. It's more complicated. There's a caveat. I've got it.
So unfortunately, Farmer Bridge as a trial, despite showing a lot of significant benefits, one of the main primary outcomes was improvement in medicines adherence. That was what the government was interested in, and the significant difference between the control group and the intervention group was not at the level that the government wanted to see, so it hasn't been funded by Medicare.
So how much does it cost?
So it's not available currently. It hasn't been rolled out as a service, but the pharmacists who were involved in that trial are still working at the same kind of level. And since then, other parts have been put in place at lots of the pharmacies, and the Pharmaceutical Society of Australia as well is putting a lot of these services in. And this is where a lot of the expanded scope of practice has come from, is work like this, but it's being rolled out and put in differently.
Useful information. Thank you so much. Russell Roberts, hello, has said, what's so great is community pharmacies are so welcoming and easy to access, such a valuable connection point. Linda May, with the increased number of interventions available by pharmacists under the FSOP program, this will put increasing pressure on busy community pharmacists. How will this be funded and resourced? Are the interventions, fee for service?
It is fee for service, and it's currently patient funded. There's no government funding.
How much?
In Queensland, it varies on the length of consultations. So there's short, medium, long consultations, and it would range. I think the short one is around $30.
Okay.
Up to about $60 for a long one. So we do realise that is a barrier.
It's a barrier.
We are trying to upskill our pharmacy teams to help free up the pharmacists more to have more time to do these things, though.
Fantastic. One final question. Have we got it? Yes. I'm going to give you the mic while I get something.
Well, I was just wondering if NDIS could fund.
That's a great question. It's something that we should have a look at. Yeah, absolutely. Because, as I said, it's completely patient funded, and also anything that we prescribe is non-PBS. So another barrier.
Christy Brown, thank you for the work you're doing and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Christy Brown, I've got a little prezi for you. Thank you so much. And I noticed that the free health check booking form has actually been shared in the WhatsApp group, so go for that if you feel like it. For the novelty factor, find out what your blood pressure is. You might get a rude surprise, and that might be, at the beginning of an interesting health journey. Look, I want to say a sorry from the Honourable Kevin Bell, who was I was really looking forward to this presentation on human rights. Kevin is a trailblazer as a former Supreme Court judge in Victoria, but also as a carer
And so he has a complex and interesting story that has led him to his advocacy, and the team are hoping that he might give a Zoom-type presentation or something like that. Unfortunately, he had to leave and return to Victoria, much to his regret. But where are we heading next? It's to lunch we head. Now, this room, I just got a few instructions here. This you will need to just gradually just start packing up your stuff, because this room's going to be divided into 4. We're going to have a lunch break for up until, where are we going? Until lunch we're going to be coming, but lunch is up until 2:10 p.m, isn't it? Yeah, so we've got a good, just under an hour for lunch. Chance to fuel up and have a chat with each other. Then for those in the room at the conference, we'll be heading into workshops at 2:10 p.m. They won't be live streamed. So that's the workshops. Names of the workshops and concurrent sessions will be on the screen outside beside the doors and on the program. Just getting this all clear in my head. So we're going to have lunch, then concurrent sessions, then workshops. So concurrent sessions are the other way. Have I got that wrong? Yeah, sorry. Okay, get it together. Workshops first? Yeah, good. Lunch, concurrents, you know what it is, don't you? Concurrent sessions, then workshops. So, no, other way round. You know what I mean, right? Sorry, I've got a blank spot because things have changed up a bit this morning, as you can see. So you know what you're doing. Lunch, then what you go to next, then what you go to next. So the times are now 2:10 p.m, then 4:10 p.m. Thank you. I feel like I need a reward for that. No, joke. The information, people can give you a hand, but it's out there and in your program. Fantastic network. Well, we'll have afternoon tea in between those two things that are happening. And at 5:45 p.m, the networking event kicks off, which will be a fantastic way of regrouping as a big group, because that's the first time we'll regroup as one big group. We won't be coming back as a big group for the rest of the day until tomorrow, and the networking function. And that will all happen out there as well. Plus there's snacks, what's not to love. Enjoy your lunch.
Hello everyone. I think we're allowed to start. I can't remember whether it was 2:10 or 2:20 or... but Amanda's not here. Amanda, where are you? Oh, there you are, Amanda. You want to come up and say hello too? So, hi everyone. Thanks for being here and thanks for coming to support primary care. This is... Oops. No, it's meant to move the slide. Oh, it did move. Did I skip one? Yeah, now I've skipped one, sorry. I just have to learn to be patient with my clicker. Russell wanted me to call this primary care the whole shebang, but I thought that was a bit orange, you know, where he's from. It's the whole shebang. I felt like I have to be country and western. But this workshop is basically very much about everything, not just about one. I noticed, you know, a lot of people have got expertise in vaccination or cardiovascular health. I want this to be about primary care because I am a GP. And I love my job and I love working with people with mental health issues. It's the most rewarding thing I do, and I spend a lot of time training young GPs to try and address some of the things that some of the people raised anecdotally today. I'll now introduce my co-presenters for this workshop. Simone, do you want to say hello and who you are?
I'm Simone, I'm a GP in Melbourne. I work in mental health service.
Regina, you introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Regina Thai. I'm one of the clinical nurse consultants working at a statewide centre in Melbourne. It's called the Hamilton Centre that provides very specialist service to people with lived experience of mental illness and substance use disorders.
And Amanda.
Hi everyone, I'm Amanda Wheeler. I was just speaking before, you know, I'm a pharmacist originally, but I'm a mental health services researcher. Sometimes it involves pharmacy, a lot of the time it doesn't. I'm an Equally Well ambassador, so most of my research career has been spent around trying to look at how we address the mortality gap and providing access to better physical health care for people experiencing mental ill health.
Great, and lovely to have you guys here. So, and I got this gig because I'm the RAC GP representative on the Equally Well Alliance, so we are founding members of the Alliance, and I like trying to, you know, bang the Equally Well drum wherever I go, and that means that I get to hold the clicker and run a bit of the thing. What time do we have to be finished by, just so I can keep track of my timing? Yeah, you don't know? That's okay. 3:40, okay, good, I'm on time. So I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the lands on which we're meeting. I'd also like to acknowledge I work on the unceded lands of the Wurundjeri people back in Melbourne, because I'm an academic GP at Melbourne Uni, as well as my clinical work, and pay my respects to Aboriginals past and present, and any First Nations people who are with us today. Thank you for being here and sharing your wisdom with us. I also recognise lived experience. I hope you don't mind, I've just stolen this from the Mental Health Commission, but I think it's a really nice few words that we could just take a moment to read. So I'm going to, first of all, make you listen to me. I'm going to tell you about my experience as a GP, but then you're going to all get a chance. So the bulk of this workshop will be everybody talking and coming up with some solutions. This is the blurb I gave Lee, and I see it's on the online program, but not the paper program. So just so you know, this is very much about primary care, but it's also about the spaces between primary, secondary and tertiary care. And again, as I said at the beginning, it's warts and all. Any health issue a person has, we're going to talk about if we need to. So hands up, how many people go to primary care? So most of you, well, it looks like about what happens in the real world, 85% of people will have a regular GP, and a bit more than that will have contact with a GP or a general practice in a year. Hands up if you work in a secondary, tertiary, community or hospital setting. Great, lots of you doing that as well. So this is for you as well. Okay, we're going to try and do an interesting thing where we get you to think through the lens of whatever identity you bring to this workshop, and then we're going to mix you up and get you to kind of rethink according to what you hear from others. So it's a listening activity, a yarning if you like, but listening. So let's get into it. This is me telling you my perspective, but you're then going to get to talk about what you think the biggest problems are. We'll regroup. And at the end, we're going to write down a message that we want this workshop to give to Equally Well to carry forward. So it isn't just a token thing to have a chat. What we say at the end of this workshop may well have an impact on what Equally Well does next. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time on all these slides because Russell, everyone's covered all these, but these are the kind of slides I would show my young GPs when I'm training them to get them to be aware of how common a link is between physical and mental health issues, and this premature deaths, that you know, it's the people who have mental illness who have the biggest proportion of preventive deaths. This is also from the AIHW, and the reason I put it up is because, yes, we're going to be talking about arthritis, asthma, cancer, diabetes, heart disease, kidney disease, lung, blah, blah. My patients have all these things. It's very rare for a patient that I see to have one of these things, but I also want to point out that any other long-term health condition at the bottom is the biggest one. And this is the joy of being a GP. You know, you can't say, I'm going to just have scope of practice around arthritis or diabetes or asthma. You actually have to engage with this, and there could be another few hundred conditions in that last stripe. So I just want people to keep it in mind, even though the epidemiologists love to get us to talk about cancer and vaccines and blah, blah, blah. That's all great. For most patients, that's not always where their priority lies, and that's what we want to be thinking about today. These are slides that Russell gave me once because I had to do a keynote for him because he couldn't get to Melbourne one day, and I'd just like to show them as well because it's a good news story. That I became a GP in about 1991, so I like to say I'm responsible for this wonderful drop in. My cohort did it, you know, we're the future leaders, but we're doing okay. Like even for things that we worry about in general practice, like family violence, we hear about it so much in the media, still statistically we are making progress, and I think we should come into this with optimism and hope. But of course these are the three ones that Russell loves to show, that when you take out the people who have mental health, the blue line, it's pretty obvious they're the ones that the line isn't going down, the line's going up. So even though I've just given you a good news story, people with mental health are bucking the trend. And vaccines, well, we can talk about vaccines today, but I won't spend more time. This slide I've just left in, this is another of Russell's slides, but I really like it because I like that we need to think about the bidirectionality of it. It's not that you have mental ill health and then you get poor physical health. It's also true that if you get poor physical health, your mental health gets worse. And thinking about it as a two-way thing, I think is helpful. And this is just, you know, if you've got good health, that's your chance of having severe psychological distress. If you've got poor health, you've got 4 times more chance of having severe psychological distress. Okay, so it's bidirectional, and if you're a First Nations person, the stats are a little bit worse. So the impact of poor health on your mental health is very significant, and we know that's why they created Closing the Gap and why they're now trying to move the conversation to sort of some more solutions and a sort of a strength-based approach. Okay, so that's enough of an introduction. This is me. I just come back from living in the US for a couple of years with my family. I was just about to turn 5, my first Christmas. All I wanted was a Winnie the Pooh. And I got a Winnie the Pooh, but I also got this little nurse's outfit. And I am the first health professional in my family, and the seed was planted very early. And I struggle a lot with this, what can I do? Because I come to these events and I hear all the bad stories about all the things that go wrong. And I kind of go, it doesn't, like, I think I'm making a difference. What do I really need to do? And how can I be better at what I do? Because it's hard out there. Simone and I were talking about this at lunch. One of our colleagues who's about my age, we're sort of, I'm 60, so around that kind of thinking about retirement age, we've been she's been collecting data about why women my age are leaving the profession. And she's called the project, I Love My Job, But It's Time to Go. And I think that's a sort of a sad indictment of where we've gotten to with general practice, the way it's been treated in the healthcare system. A lot of the flaws you see with it, I think, are being borne out now. But there is cause for optimism. For the first time in many years, the interest in general practice training is starting to uptick. So I'm hoping we've hit the nadir. But it is a hard job. It's very hard to do well. This slide was just to help me focus you on the general, we're talking about primary care, but I'm going to particularly be focused, obviously, as a GP on the general practice and how I interact with others. And there's lots and lots of evidence that if you can have a continuous relationship with a practice, but more importantly with one GP, you will get better health outcomes. And I can't think of any group that this is truer for than my patients with more complex mental health issues. If I know them and I know their vulnerabilities and the things that push their buttons, they're not the things they taught me at medical school, they're the things my patients have taught me about themselves. I lock them away and remember them. But if I see someone who I've never met before and they come in a crisis, or they come in because they thought that, you know, they were going to get bulk billed or whatever they come in for, it's not the same as the trusting relationship I can have with people that I know. And if I know people really well, I can be more creative, I can be more comprehensive, because we've negotiated those spaces around what people want me to do for them. That's very hard to do in a 10 or 15 minute appointment, but it's very easy to do when you know someone like I do. Some of my patients I've known for 27 years. Okay, and I think the reason the access thing is there is because everybody knows access is important. My personal view is we've all over-focused on access over quality. The idea that there's no wrong door, I think, should be replaced with let's try and find the right door. And my colleague on the Alive Centre, we have a lot of talks with Danny Rock about this. What does the right door look like? And this is now to move into the workshop part. This is what we call the quadruple aim of general practice and of primary healthcare. And I think they've now called it the quintuple aim, but I couldn't find a slide for that, so I'm going to stick with 4, that's enough. That it is important to improve the patient experience, but it's also important to improve the experience of the people doing the care. If any of you have ever been in a hospital and met a very burnt out health professional, you'll know that they're probably not bad people, but something bad has happened to them to make them grumpy and difficult. And so as well as thinking about the patient experience, we need to think about the people who are delivering the care, who probably started out as health professionals with very noble intentions. We have to make healthcare affordable because there is only a limited bucket of money, so we can't have everything, and we have to think about what costs the best. And then, of course, the ultimate goal is that the population will be healthier as a result. So I want you to think about those 4 things as you go through your conversations today. Absolutely share your own experiences of what you would like better. If you're a provider, you'll want to tell everyone how your experience could be better. If you're a person with lived experience or a carer, you might want to talk about your experience, but always then coming back to how they all intersect. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. We're going to break you into groups according to how you want to identify in this workshop. So you might choose to identify as one of these things, but we'll group you into those groups and we'll give you some stick-it notes, and your group can workshop what you think some of the biggest problems are. And I want you to write them on the sticky notes and stick them on the walls, and then the 4 of us will walk around and see if we can see what some of the biggest themes are. Then we're going to regroup, but we're going to ask you to regroup according to the themes and mix with people who have the other identities. Because this is a listening exercise. You need to listen to your own tribe, and then you need to listen to the other tribes. Does that make sense? Okay, so maybe we'll just start with, just so we can make sure I've made enough stickers for each group, because you're going to get a sticker so that you know who you are. How many people here would like to identify in this conversation as lived experience? Okay, so there's about 5 of you, okay? So if you want to come and stand over here and make a little group. Or actually, let's sort it out first, because you might decide you want to change your mind and join a different group after, but there's 5 there. Would anyone like to be specifically identified as a carer, or would you like to be in the lived experience group? Okay, so there's about 4 carers. Could we maybe split up? I know it's a bit political, and I'm sorry if I've offended anyone, but maybe if we split up into when I did my Mental Health Advocacy 101, it was consumers and carers. I like the term lived experience, but maybe split up into someone who cares and someone who has an experience of mental illness, even though I know there's a lot of overlap. Anyone here like to identify as a GP or a primary care nurse working in a general practice or community setting? Okay, so there's about 4 of you, cool. So maybe we put you one group. Anyone want to identify as a mental health nurse? Okay, we've got enough of you to make one group. So you're specifically community setting or not community setting? Yeah, so if you're more, this is sort of, if you're a mental health nurse and more working in a hospital or secondary tertiary, that's the group for you. Anyone want to identify as other allied health? Okay, there's quite a lot of you now. Should we split you up, or should we keep you like so? Would you consider do you want to call out what you are? Should we split you up into pharmacist, psychologist, or something else, or exercise physiologist? Sorry? Keep it together, okay. So anyone who's in allied health. Out of interest, anyone from pharmacy in that group? Anyone from psychology? Okay, we only got one psychologist here. Anyone who wants to identify as a peer worker? Okay, so you're all on your own, Sim. You can choose whichever group you would like to join. Anyone who's a psychiatrist? Anyone who wants to identify as some other group that I haven't covered? Yes? PHNs, okay, so, and you? Okay, so can we put you as sort of a systems group together, a PHN group? Okay, so now I've got to remember what the groups were. Let's go through it. If you can help me with the stickers, we've got enough. The good news is we've got enough stickers, because I made like 10 groups and some of them were big enough in case we had like 20 people wanting to be one thing. So maybe if the lived experience people, and if you can give them a sticker note each, they probably have to give them half because they've only got 4. Okay, so lived experience here, and the carer folk over here. Then we had the primary care nurses and GPs, if they can go next on this wall. Then we had the mental health nurses, I think. Yep, over in the back corner there. Then we had the, was it the Allied Health? So Allied Health can go in the back corner over there. And then we had the systems people, right at the back, I think. Oh, it could be the back here, Amanda. It could be back here. Who have I forgotten? Have I forgotten anyone? Has everyone got a home to go to? Fantastic. So in your groups, workshop what you think the biggest problem is, and we'll give you some stick-it notes to stick on the wall so we can see what you're saying. Just to help you, I've put up the quadruple aims again, just to help guide your discussion. Yeah, so if you want the fifth aim, you can also talk about equity. Good. Okay, I'm gonna wrap this up in 5 minutes. If you haven't put some sticky notes together, please jot a few words down and have a look at what you've written. Are these the biggest issues that you want Equally Well to think about addressing? Here's your last chance, 5 minutes to go. Then there's a bit about just physical versus mental health, health models, stigma, kind of those things. And then there's a bit about maybe also some people want to train more GP, some people want to train for some people want to I think they're the 4 things, but I want to check with people if they're happy. And then I'm going to get people to take the sticky notes and read them on those 4 things.
Oh yeah, okay.
So what do you want? And then I want you to write. So I'll just use, can I use this as the sort of, so each gets one bit of paper? Two bits. Two bits? So one, they can put the sticky notes on one, and then the next one will be where they just, they can put it on two, doesn't matter. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. So, and then you can come up with their sticky notes. But don't write them down yet, because they might change their mind a bit.
Oh, okay. All right.
But we're about to get to that.
Do you want me to write anything yet? Or
No, as
just
soon as
wait?
people get talking, but that's what I'm thinking is coming out. It's sort of reality.
All right. All right. I'll just give these back to you.
I think we also fit those things. Cool. Okay, time is up. Okay, if everyone can come back. Yeah, and can I give Regina, can I give you the job of going around with my camera and taking photos of the sticky notes that are up there? Okay. So we've got 45 minutes left, and this is my humble plan, which I think is going to work. I've been walking around and looking at all your sticky notes, and I'm a qualitative researcher, so I'm very good at thematic analysis on the run. Okay, is everyone ready? So I need you to listen and look at the sticky notes and thinking about the conversations you've had. I think there are 4 sort of themes, because we've got 4 tables. I'm going to kind of quick and dirty say I think there's 4 themes I want us to be kind of bringing this all together. But this is your chance to sense check. If you think I've missed something really big, we could reword it. There's one whole theme around funding, who pays for what and where and how much time you get paid for doing what. That's a big theme. There's quite a lot in there around how professionals communicate with each other. So that's wait lists, handover, clinical governance, how people communicate, how they get together to do care. This is the health professionals group, but it came up even in the lived experience and carers group. There is a few sort of hodgepodge of things that I will call health models that are around the difference between physical and mental health. Should they be different? Should they be integrated? A bit around stigma and judgment and those kind of things. So kind of the relational stuff about this space. And then I think the 4th theme that I'm seeing is around resources. So a lot of people around education for health professionals, education for consumers, language we use. So I'm putting that in the bucket of what I think is resources, okay? I think they're the 4 big themes that I think we could put almost all your sticky notes on. One thing that surprised me is nobody talked about data or the security of data or how you use IT for communications. So I would like that to come up a bit maybe in the resources group, even though it's not there. Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. So that's good, but just think about maybe putting it on a stick-it note so that comes up. So I'm pretty sure with a bit of creativity, you could put most of your stick-it notes on one of those 4 themes. It won't be exact fit, but roughly. Do people feel happy with that kind of approach? So this has definitely come out of its co-design. You've designed these themes. I've kind of had a captain's call of what I'm hearing you talking about. Because what I'm going to do, if you agree, I'm going to get Simone to write them on bits of paper, and then you bring your stick-it notes up and see if you can put them on those 4 things. So your stick-it notes either go on the funding, money system side, on the interprofessional interaction communication side, on the health models, the mental, what is mental illness, stigma kind of model, or on a resources one. Once we put all your stick-it notes there, we'll just regroup and see, have we missed anything major? And then we're going to do some work on those 4 themes around the 4 tables. Okay? Yes, questions?
Could I suggest a change of language around stigma? I feel like it's a very watered down term and that we really
Great.
need to move it to discrimination.
Yep. Yeah, I'm very happy. And in fact, if you feel you could join that table where we're talking about those things, that might be one of... I'm quite happy to come up with 4 recommendations from 4 tables around the work that we've done, and that might be one of the things that one table wants to recommend. But thank you for that reminder. Okay, so how are you going with that? You've got 4 things, so...
So
Yep.
Resources?
Yep.
Discrimination as a separate thing? Or
No, I think it's part of that whole health, the issues around health models, how we think about physical versus mental health issue, all that kind of stuff. I'm just looking, I think you'll see when you look at the sticker notes, you'll see that it fits there. This is not in concrete, it's just to keep the discussion going. And then the last one was around the resources that we might need, but that's, think broadly around resources. That could include language, for example. Okay, so come up and bring your sticker notes together, put them up there, see how you go. Yeah, as a team or on your own. If you need help though, bring your team with you. It doesn't have to be an exact fit, just where you think your ideas best fit. This is more around, physical versus mental health, You guys had a lot on interprofessional communication and things, so I think back down there. Interesting language could probably go were you talking about more in the context of how the whole system works, or more about how it is? Or putting it back on the versus doing Okay. So, thanks everyone for your patience. This is an imperfect grouping, but it's just to try and bring you together because, interestingly, listening to you all talk, you all had such fantastic ideas, but you were very much talking as a tribe, you know, the things that bug you according to your identity. And so we've tried to group them, but please don't be too concrete about it. It's just our interpretation of what you might be saying there and your interpretation of which of those themes. Now we're going to put each of those themes on one table, okay? And the words there are just a discussion starter to get you thinking about what other people who were talking about what is the biggest challenge called it and how it aligns with what you were thinking. So the most important thing here is that we mix you all up. So you can go to the topic you find most interesting, but I'd encourage you to go to a table where there are less people from your tribe. I want you to split yourselves up. I want you to go and listen to what other people are saying, maybe even about a problem that you didn't think was such a problem, because it's a listening exercise. And the purpose of that will be to come up with some real recommendations from Equally Well that we can say are informed by the diversity of the people in this room. Any questions about that bold plan? Okay, it doesn't have to be perfect, and you can certainly say at the end we'll have 10 minutes to say what are missing. We're not going to get this perfect. It's not some rule that, you know, you win a race and you're going to get more attention. It's just trying to be creative in the way we think and think outside of our normal patterns of thinking. Okay, so Simone, what one have you got there? Okay, so if that can go to that table there, please. What have you got there, Regina? Okay, that can go to the back corner, please. Then, what have you got next?
Health models.
Health models can go to the back corner over there, please. And then, Amanda, can you help with the very last one? The very last one is all around the resources. So this isn't about funding, it's really more around education. Who needs education? What kind of resources? Literacy, and that'll be at this table here. Okay? So I want you to all get up and move. Try and move as far away from your tribe as you can, given that you won't be able to do that completely if you're at a big tribe.
Somewhere else. See if I can. I know what I'm doing.
Okay, have you all... Look around you. Are you seeing people with different stickers to your stickers? You should have a mixture of cars, marsupials, whales. Okay. So now that you're all sitting down, what we're going to do is have, you can look at the things and look at, you know, the variety of colours. Then you won't know which tribe they're from because we didn't break up the colours, but you might know, people might want to identify by the sticker they're wearing. I want you now to we're going to spend about 10 minutes, I think, maybe 15, depending on how much energy there is, thinking about the things that have come up there in this general theme. What advice would we want to give to Equally Well, something that could help them further the agenda for addressing the physical morbidity and mortality gap for people with mental illness? Okay, keep your eye on the prize. We can't fix the whole system. We want to give Equally Well some direction in the primary care setting, and predominantly, we acknowledge it's predominantly about general practice, but it could be broader, of course. Primary care is much broader than that. And always looking back to this, the quadruple plus equity aim, okay? So 10 minutes to have this discussion, or 15, we'll wander around. If you get stuck, make sure you flag one of us who's facilitating. Away you go. There's another 5 minutes to go, so see if you can start turning what you're talking about into a recommendation that you might want to offer. You can narrow it down to a couple of things, because I'm hearing really good things, but we need to help equally well.
How about putting it like that? Ability the GP to access services outside the clinic.
Two more minutes.
You just said it. Had the same ability as a specialist. first thing that you do is you go to a specialist, is you have an hour appointment where you tell everything that they need to know about your case.
That's funding fee to service.
I know, it's all interwound in one. That's why I couldn't see the resources and the funding is separate.
What we say provided with appropriate training for both the peer navigator and
Okay.
practice. Thank you.
Let's regroup. Well done. No expectation that you've solved the problems of the universe in one workshop. But let's go through it. Let's go through. If everyone can come back into the group now. Okay. Everybody with me? Great. Let's now listen really carefully to what the other groups come up with. I found it fascinating walking around because, it just goes to show how much intersectionality there is here. It's quite complex. But I think it'd be a good place to start is if every table could kind of, just in a few short words, sort of say what you were talking about, but particularly around what you think a recommendation to Equally Well might look like according to the theme you were discussing. So I might start with the health models, physical, mental illness, whole shebang up the back right there. And Regina's got the microphone to give to whoever's going to speak. And don't worry, we're not going to lock you into your recommendation because we're going to have a bit of time to sort of debate it.
So we've got a holistic, united approach to health that is not fragmented, dependent on state-to-state funding, peer workers into GP clinics, access to peer worker clinics, drop-in ad hoc clinics, community services to avoid hospital admissions, a system navigator, language translation, and that offers language translation and free low-cost access and assistance with NDIS, and walk-in centres.
Wonderful. So these are all things that very much address the sticky notes you were faced with, weren't they? Because they were about discrimination, about the kind of language, about the divide between physical health. And you've come up with a multi-pronged solution, which I really like. So a lot in one recommendation, but I think it's very helpful to hear it. So that's everyone hold that thought, because I'm going to come back to it, and I'm going to come back again at the end to the quadruple or quintuple aims. But thank you, that's a really great start. Let's go then to the other back table who talked about funding. What sort of things did you come up with?
So we had a long chat about the different funding models across tertiary, primary, even AOD and mental health services in primary and GPs, and how that drives different outcomes. We talked about the funding getting decided at quite a high level, both Commonwealth and state. So that brought us to a recommendation that's about genuine co-developed funding models. We've seen lived experience really come into co-designed models, but what about if we did that at the funding level?
Oh, I love it. I love it.
So that would lead to match the community need and allow full scope of practice based on skills and knowledge of the practitioner rather than role titles.
Love it. I mean, certainly, as the RACGP rep here today, even though I haven't been speaking on behalf of them, they would say same pay for same work, and that's going to be challenging. But the first group's suggestion of let's abolish the state-federal divide, but your suggestion is maybe let's abolish the rights of the states and the feds to actually decide how we should be paid. Ambitious, but I kind of like it. So keep that thought in mind, okay? This is good because you can see how there's convergence between the different ideas. Now, this table, we were talking about interprofessional communication. So what did you guys come up with?
Ambitious, but we were hoping for a nationwide computer system that's the same across primary care, secondary and tertiary. Thank you.
That's not my health record, I guess.
No, a little bit more comprehensive. One that's accessible and potentially has some accessibility features to patients and consumers too, so they can be aware of appointments or anything that needs following up so they don't miss out on appointments. Obviously, lots of privacy settings and up to the consumer to figure out who wants to share what. We could also use that for data collection to get more funding for other things, and hopefully that will also save time for staff. So if they want to do verbal handovers or additional communications. I have time for that. We also looked into a couple of other things, like if there are GP clinics where a consumer or client is not coming back, looking at exit interviews or calling them up and asking why. And then we just talked about, in general, improving workplace culture that is blame-free and includes debriefs on how to do things better or if something goes wrong.
I love it. So I'm a big believer that culture drives, what do they say? Culture eats strategy for breakfast. So I like the fact that you gave us something we could start doing right now about interprofessional communication, which is fix the culture. And I'm hoping that's what you achieve by talking to people from different tribes, because it's very easy in your own tribe to talk about what's wrong with the other tribe. So I like that's a two-pronged recommendation I'm hearing. That let's work on the culture now. We can start on that right now while we wait for the digital solutions. But absolutely, you know, I've got a friend who's got a child with a serious, complex chronic illness, and she can access everything about him from the hospital that he attends, can see everything that she needs to know to help make sure he gets the care. Why don't they design a digital solution that's more like that and less like something that's unwieldy? And I think that might improve interprofessional communication, even though it's a long game. It might not happen in my professional lifetime, but there are some of you here young enough who might get to see it. And as someone who went from paper-based records to digital records in my lifetime, I don't think it's unrealistic, but I still think there's a long way to go. So thank you. That's a really helpful contribution too. And now we come to the last table where you were talking about resources, and the written was pretty broad. It was kind of education for anybody, anywhere, anytime, and resources I heard went a bit broader than just education, which I was very relieved to hear. But tell us what you were talking about.
Interestingly, it's quite similar to some of the other groups. Our first one here was embedding peer navigators into primary care services, provided with appropriate training for both the peer navigator and the practice. Developing clear pathways for GPs to easily follow to provide best care from prevention, early intervention to acute. And our final one was dedicated education programs available to GPs and mental health that promote the bidirectional nature of healthcare, which is co-designed with lived experience to meet the needs of people who are accessing the services and their families.
Oh, beautifully. So well articulated. Thank you. I really love it. And I'm happy to say that I'm working on two projects that are building care navigation workforce into general practice. One is using predominantly primary care nurses, and the other is looking at intimate partner violence using peer workers who have experienced partner violence themselves. So I do think the time is ripe to be talking about models. And when we use the term care navigation, we have to be kind of careful of what we mean. Is it navigation? Is it support? Is it companionship? I think we're at a point where we could work on defining that, but I think absolutely that's the direction things are heading. So thank you. So now's the time to do a bit of a reality check, because we've got 10 minutes to go. Do you think those four sort of themes that you talked about, the recommendations that came out of them, will help address, well, the quintuple aim, so these things plus equity? What are your thoughts? Yep. So you've set yourself hard tasks, but they probably help. So if you were a provider working in this space with these four recommendations, you think you'd be able to provide better care for people for their physical health care if they had a serious mental illness? If you had better data, if you had better resources, if you had this wonderful joined up system that the first table described and you got to decide who spent the money where? Okay. What about if you were a person seeking care or a family member? Yeah? Okay, we're off to a good start. So now we just have to prove that it's affordable and that it would indeed get good outcomes. So where's the sole other researcher in there? Oh, there's a couple of researchers. There's Amanda and... Sorry, I can't remember your name. Hazel, Amanda, me. Anyone else dabbled in research? Regina, yeah. So working with people who do research to make sure they measure the outcomes of the things you want is another thing to think about there. So are we
That's correct, Deb. I mean, that was really important that you were talking about how we do this. We don't just use data. It needs to be in a form that can be de-identified so that we can use that to look at outcomes, and are we actually providing the services we said we were going to provide, and is it actually achieving the things we were going to? And you were doing exit interviews for people leaving services, again, really important. Mixed methods, it provides us with the story behind what might have gone right or wrong. Yep.
Fantastic. So I think you're describing there what I would call a learning health system. that it's not just static, it doesn't just put things there because a bunch of people at a workshop on a Thursday afternoon thought it was good, but it actually then measures and collects data in a continuous way to continually improve and get more funding, yeah, for the right things. Yeah, I mean, my experience as a GP is, you know, whatever you fund, it will drive, you know, some things you didn't expect. I'm old enough to remember the conversations at, you know, a dinner party about whether the internet would be used for good or for monetary gain. And it's funny to look back 30 years later and go, I wonder who won that one. And it's going to be the same with AI. You know, there's a lot of potential there, but there's also a lot of potential for misuse for other gain. So are we ready to draw this to... Let me see what the next slide is. Yeah, we're up to the bit where we've got a chance to create a call to action for Equally Well. I mean, I'm quite happy with the 4 things you all said, and we could be cheeky and put just all 4 down on the page, but do you want to... I mean, we probably have more impact if we're a bit more concise. Anyone think they could distill things a little bit more, you know, into a little bit more of a sort of a way of communicating it that's a bit more catchy?
ChatGPT.
Sorry, who said?
ChatGPT.
Yeah, does anyone want to put their words into ChatGPT and see what it comes up with? Federal? Okay, yep.
Except you also had federal, but it had to be, it wasn't just fit, it had to be designed by the people.
Yep.
Not the federal ministers. Yeah.
Yeah. No? Yeah, so listening to the discussion, we might not be able to, in the words of our PHN chair, Stephen Duckett, he says, hoping for federal and state to agree on how they're going to fund things is a bit like hoping it won't rain in Melbourne in summer. But I agree, but maybe our message is that we need to improve the processes by which those funding decisions are made for a more universal approach, a more equitable approach, and an approach that increases rather than decreases equity. Yeah. Is that kind of fitting with what you were saying? What about your table?
I just want to say, why do we have to reinvent the wheel? Why do we have local researchers? Why you don't research what other countries, where the health system works very well, what they're doing and what we can copy to improve that, and then present some ideas. Because coming from Spain, we're not a very rich country, but the health system works relatively well. I'm not saying it's perfect.
Yep.
And so, you know, researchers should try to make a comparison. You know, what works in other countries?
Well, yep.
With the resources, with the money spent, what gives us the best outcomes?
Yeah, I think that's a great suggestion. Certainly, if you look at the research in general practice, the countries with the strongest primary care systems basically defunded their hospitals and put more money into primary care, which is easy for me to say because I'm a GP, but I wouldn't dare tell Equally Well for everyone to do it. But I guess that's why what we're seeing in this workshop is just how hard it is for policymakers to hear all the different views. But maybe we could put something in there that says these funding models need to be fairer, equitable, more universal, and also take into account what we can learn from evidence from other countries who have better primary care systems than... Actually, the good news is Australia has a very good primary care system. On the scorecards, we score very well. I think the one we're lowest in is... There's one thing we're a bit lower in, but it's not... I can't remember. I should remember as a primary care researcher, but I think that idea of learning from others is always wise. And there are Equally Well organisations in other countries, but they're mostly predominantly English-speaking countries. So it might be good to ask Equally Well to look at, you know, other non-English-speaking settings. What else?
I think it's also speaking to everyone. So those people that work in those areas, getting their opinion instead of these people above us making decisions.
I mean, I think we're all in the room, we would agree with that. And the challenge is that when I go to federal meetings, Mark Butler is known to say, you guys in the mental health sector all fight amongst yourselves and you all have different opinions, which makes it very easy for them to not listen because all the opinions are different. But I absolutely agree. In my local community, there was the policeman's son developed schizophrenia, and the change in the way the police dealt with serious mental illness happened overnight when one of their own child was experiencing things they witnessed. And it really taught me these weren't bad people, they just didn't know what to do. And when they were in a situation where it really hit home right where they were, they changed their behaviour. So how do you translate that into something at a policy level? I think it is very challenging, but I think absolutely it's the role of Equally Well to keep calling that out. Yes?
Can we also bring the right information into this when we're talking about what Mark Butler says about fighting each other? It was Kenneth who created the contestability, who broke up all the groups and started everybody fighting, and that was taken up by the rest of the country. So it has been government policy that has created the environment in which we all fight.
Absolutely.
And having said that, I think there's, because your term there is equally well a call to action, there is something that has happened and is happening again, and we're not watching it. And it's something that I would have expected, that the medical profession would have the first call. And that is, what the Robodebt has taught us is that there is no point in spending $1.7 billion to combat mental health when you create policy that damages people.
Yes, yes.
And we've got to go back to questioning the government, and I expect the medical profession to be doing that as well, about what did you do at that time of the Robodebt? Why were we not able to tell you what was happening in our midst, with our clients and so forth? Something went very wrong that it took 6-7 years, and we're having the same problem like now.
So maybe for Equally Well, that's something around kind of bringing a unified voice to calling out systematic problems, which it does call on all of us to be more mindful, which is what we were trying to achieve today by getting you to be in your own tribe and then in the tribe with other people, because you realise then how hard it is to solve things because you only see the thing through the view that you see it. Yes, one more comment, and then we'll see if we can then make these potentially four little recommendations nice and succinct.
This one you might all agree on. It's more about calling to have paritative investment. We don't spend enough money on mental health, not to the burden of disease and not to when it happens to people. So if we did that, you could do all the experiments. That would be good.
Yep. Yeah, that's nice too. So where do we want to go now? We've now got 5 minutes. Well, we're already 3:40. We've got afternoon tea. So I'm very happy to leave the wording that you called out and give them to Simone and put all 4 on a bit of paper. But before you leave, if you want to make yours a little bit more concise, to add something that you heard from that discussion, there's a chance to do that. Because this is collective impact. It's not something that they're going to, take and just do because, this group said, but it's things to keep fostering them. And we've taken also photos of all the sticker notes, which I think are very helpful in sort of thinking about the direction that Equally Well might go. Are people happy with that plan? Okay, so those of you who are the scribes, a couple of minutes to distill it and give it to Simone here, and the rest of you are allowed to go and have a cup of tea, and thank you for your participation today.
That's forward and that must be back.
I guess so, but it's so good when it mix it up.
Actually, it has got parts in it.
No other presenters are going to be
I'm monitoring the WhatsApp channel if there's any questions on the online.
Right, okay, cool. I'm glad you've got a job.
You can flag with them that if they do, we will keep a track on the if they want to make a comment or question on WhatsApp,
Yeah.
they can do that and I'll
Cool.
monitor it.
Okay, great, thanks.
Hi everyone. Hi. I think I'm just going to get started. So my name's Catherine O'Donnell. I'm going to be facilitating. So yeah, I have a lived experience. So most of my work that I do, I look at it through a lived experience lens. And I do a lot of work in co-design and co-production. I'm not quite sure, but I could be missing a couple of presenters that I don't know. So no one's come up to me except for I know John down here and Kate. So we're going to start out with John and Kate. And I've been asked to keep my introductions nice and short, make sure they all go to time. So these guys down here have already been told you have 15 minutes and 5 minutes for Q&A. Anyway, John's Policy Officer, Older People's Mental Health Policy Unit at the Mental Health Branch of the New South Wales Ministry of Health. And Kate Jackson's the Director of Older Persons Mental Health Policy Unit, again with New South Wales Ministry for Mental Health. So welcome, guys. You're on the clock.
I'm on the clock already.
Wow, my time starts now.
All right. I hope it doesn't explode when we get to the end. So, hi everyone, my name's John Stevens. I'm a Senior Policy Officer with the New South Wales Ministry of Health, and this is Dr. Kate Jackson, and she's the Director for our team as well. So what we actually did was we actually developed a statewide project to bring about sustainable change around the physical health outcomes for older people with a mental illness in New South Wales. We wanted to cover both inpatient and community services. And interestingly, the genesis of this project, Kate and I were just discussing, happened at the very first Equally Well Forum Symposium, which was in Melbourne, I think, in 2019. Correct me if I'm wrong, Russell. So just as a bit of background, there was a bit of a policy impetus, obviously, at the time, and still is, both with New South Wales Health's commitment to the Equally Well Consensus Statement, but also the life expectancy gap that we've seen and we've talked about this morning, which is still quite a tragic thing to think about. The time was definitely right for us to make some difference. We also saw within our clinical benchmarking work that our clinicians were interested in making changes in this area. So the stars basically aligned. We then developed what we would call an expert reference group and a project team. We started thinking about what can we do to make a difference? How can we make a difference? We had previously done another project around improving recovery-oriented practice in New South Wales, and we were pretty successful in actually getting all of our services in the state for older people's mental health to change their practice. So we thought, let's try again, but let's try and improve the physical health outcomes of older people. So what we did. The project was designed as a collaborative process from the genesis. So we brought together not just the top tier experts, we brought in peer workers, we brought in NGO partners and academics. We did a literature review, we worked out where the gaps actually were in the implementation science and started thinking of what could be done to actually create change, not just to that we were just having a bit of a joke at the table. There were the thinkers and the doers, and they don't always align. We had to make them align. So we used the CEC, the Clinical Excellence Commission, has what's called a PDSA cycle, which is a plan, do, act, study and act. And that cycle, basically, you keep going around and around until you achieve your goal. So we had the mechanisms already built in. We workshopped it with all of our local health districts. We got some experts involved, including Russell came in, spoke, and we started talking to teams about what they could actually do locally. What were their passions? Where were the issues that they could actually work on? So it was agreed that what we would do is, rather than make one big change, we would actually get teams to think about what they could actually do locally. Have I gone through? I've jumped a slide. That's all right. So, as you can see, New South Wales, it's a pretty big place, pretty big population. These are the sites across the state where we had both inpatient and community teams that were invested in the project. What we actually got them to do was to think about what they wanted to do locally. So we had 13 units and inpatient and community teams that developed individual projects. Some were in the hospital, some were in community mental health centres, and some of the projects actually went and worked with people in their homes. That allowed us to actually target people where the local need was and where the local resources were. We had policymakers like myself and Kate involved, a lot of frontline clinicians and workers. We had our consumers were involved. Co-design was central to all of the projects. Health managers, academic partners, and CMO partners. Academic and CMO partners are actually a new element of this project, where we actually wanted to get academics on board so we could actually publish what we found. With the recovery project, the previous version of this, we didn't actually publish our findings other than in a project report, so it wasn't put out there in the peer review literature. What we then moved on to, I've lost track of my time, is we used the Lou et al. WHO framework and we adapted it for our project. That allowed us to actually categorise the types of projects into three broad categories. This then became the foundation for us to actually develop the workshop that I've already mentioned, but also a toolkit resource for our clinicians to really look at what sort of projects they could realistically implement, what was off the shelf that they could take and work with. This also gave us a great platform to actually categorise the work and to keep abreast as to what everyone was doing. Sorry, I have not kept up with my notes. So we basically undertook a simple process that was supported by a project team and an expert reference group. Now, this all looks like a lovely picture. Everything was working wonderfully, and then the COVID lockdowns happened. And if you want to find out the fastest way to derail a large statewide project, have a pandemic. The time frame of the project it was originally going to be 18 months. This was 6 years ago. The capacity of our services to actually participate in the project shifted radically. The clinicians that could be involved were redeployed. One of the key tenets of the model that we've used is that it was adaptable, it was flexible, we were able to pivot. So we sort of went, and I mentioned before, we went from start where you can, but I think what we really did was adapt where you need. I've completely lost track of where I am. That's all right. So what we did was we actually adapted the project. Those LHDs, those services that could no longer continue, we pulled them together and using one of our NGO partners, which is NEMI, the NEMI Health Prompt, we made a multi-site trial out of that project. We did all of this without any funding. The primary resource that we used was people's passion. Some of the local projects, they actually went and got some seed funding, particularly if you need to print publication material. But broadly speaking, this was all done without any funding. And it just goes to show that you don't need a bucket of money to actually bring about change. What you need are people that are passionate about change. And I think what we actually had, it served us really well. We had, everything was set up for us. All we needed to do was to bring the doers and the thinkers together and to make a change. And I'll just pass on to Kate now, who can talk you through what happened.
Thanks, John. Checking you can hear me up the back. All good, thanks. So what were some of the outcomes of this project? And we have reached a conclusion of the project, but things are being sustained and embedded into ongoing practice. And so what this project really has been successful in supporting a range of practice improvement initiatives, totalling 8 projects across 11 local health district older people's mental health services in New South Wales, both metropolitan and rural New South Wales, and also NEMI as a community managed organisation. Many of the projects have now been embedded into ongoing practice in older people's mental health services, so they are being sustained. And some have indeed been taken up within other services. And it was great to hear this morning quite a bit of talk about things like the NEMI physical health prompt, which was a prompt that was involved in a number of our projects. A majority of the projects have been published into peer-reviewed publications or are being progressed towards publication. I think that was one of the benefits of having the partnership with academics, was that they assisted in project design and evaluation, ethics approval processes for publication and so on. So that was a key achievement. And we're also looking to publish the outcomes of the overall statewide project. The statewide project report, though, has already been published on our New South Wales Health website, and that was intentional so that we could share the learnings from these projects, whether or not they made it to a peer-reviewed publication. This is about plugging that implementation gap in terms of successful and effective interventions. And so the statewide project report gives some more detail about those 8 local projects, including some of the lessons and outcomes from those projects, as well as the overall statewide project. So hopefully something there for everyone in terms of what are sharing some of the learnings from this project, whether you're at the policy level as we are, or whether you're more at the service level. I think there's probably something there for you. And as I say, one of the main aims of the project had really been about addressing that so-called implementation gap. And I think we have had collectively, because this is very much a collective project, many people involved in this project. So I think we have really collectively made a significant contribution to that. Oops, that's not good. So this is a summary table of the completed projects. Don't worry if you can't see it, because it is in the project report. But there were 8 projects, just to give you a bit of a flavour and whet your appetite. There were 8 projects, and they covered broadly 3 key focus areas. So there were 4 projects that really were about empowering consumers around improving their physical health through physical health prompts, and individualised health coaching and or health promotion type interventions. So that's half the projects were really in that sort of space. There were 2 projects on physical health screening and assessment, one involving metabolic monitoring and one around comprehensive physical health screening and assessment. And there were 2 that were around physical activity and exercise. One of those was rural and one was metro. So a range of settings, range of kinds of projects, but there were some themes there. And those projects then really covered those 3 domains of the WHO implementation framework that John mentioned earlier. So there was a span of that. But that's just to whet your appetite, so have a look at the project report. And so what was successful and what did we learn from the project? Well, we found that creating the right environment and processes to support practice improvement was really important. So some of those key elements, and John talked about a few of those earlier, one was around the distributed leadership approach. Not just leadership at the policy level, leadership at every level of the project. And that was really important, harnessing that passion and using it to provide leadership for the project. We did have some mechanisms. We had a statewide project team and a statewide steering group that kept advising on the project throughout. We had some communication and management strategies, engagement strategies, and they were important. And ongoing commitment and persistence, along with that flexibility to adapt in the face of changes and disruptions. And as you've heard, we had a pretty significant disruption in the COVID pandemic through this project. And so I think that point of that ongoing commitment and persistence and ability to adapt has been really important. As you've heard, this was intended to be an 18-month project. That was probably always ambitious, but we did it did take 5 years really to conclude this project, and people stuck in there by and large for the duration. The start where you can approach, so this, John touched on this, but I think this was really important. We asked people to identify somewhere they could start. Didn't have to be a big project, and as you've heard, we adapted so that we kept people on board in the project through the multi-site trial of the NEMI physical health prompt. But that start where you can approach really enabled action, and it enabled adaptation. And also, it has been important in terms of sustainability of the projects. So some of those projects that seemed like, a fairly small thing, nevertheless have been sustained and are making a difference in an ongoing way. In terms of new collaborations and partnerships, and again, John mentioned this, but our community managed organisation collaborations, particularly the collaboration with NEMI, really supported greater local health district participation in the face of capacity challenges associated with the pandemic in particular. And our research collaboration, as I've mentioned, it did add complexity, because the more partners that you have, the more complex in some ways things are. But it also ultimately added rigour to project design and evaluation, and it certainly increased publication. And in terms of our efforts in involving people with lived experience, this was variable across the different projects, from some which really had true co-design to others that were more around consultation. But I think the fact that 4 of the projects really did focus on empowering consumers around their own physical health was a positive in that sense. And I think we know that one of the challenges for improving physical health outcomes for people with mental illness is the complexity of the health system. And we've heard a lot about that today. And I think this project did find some ways through that complexity, and part of that was through relationships and partnerships. And so what did different people bring to the project, and what made it work? Well, the policymakers, that's us, we used our policy platform and commitment to Equally Well. We had existing collaborative mechanisms, and we also used our policy role to establish project support, come up with a project plan, and then we really supported others who made it happen. Again, that ideas and action combination. Health managers, that might be some of you, really drove support for the projects locally and provided leadership for frontline staff in developing and adapting and implementing projects. Our older consumers provided lived experience input to project development and actively engaged with these projects. These projects were really well received on the ground. Sorry, move to the next slide. Frontline clinicians and peer workers, and there were many peer workers involved in many of the projects. They co-designed local projects, and they were really the key people doing the work of implementing projects and sticking in there when things changed and capacity was constrained. Our academic partners brought expertise in research design, evaluation and publication, and as I've mentioned, also in finding a path through ethics approval processes. And our community managed organisation partners brought some existing or adapted physical health tools from their organisations and openly shared those with us and collaborated on projects with older people's mental health services. So, final slide. This project has been quite a journey. It commenced just before the COVID pandemic. As John said, we were talking about it at the first Equally Well Symposium in 2019 in Melbourne, and we've presented along the way. But I recognise that some people here may have heard some things about this project before, and others perhaps are hearing about it for the first time. So hopefully that gives you a bit of a sense of the kind of approach that has been taken and some of the outcomes from that. And I hope that you'll have a look at our project report. Did I mention that already, the project report? And find something to help you in your part in progressing the aims of Equally Well. And happy to have some questions if we've got time. Yeah.
There's a
On the local level, with the clinicians and such, when they did all their implementation, was there any feedback on the outcomes of that and the responsibility of follow-up? One of the barriers we have, yes, one of our KPIs is ensuring the physical health is done, but with the results of that physical health assessment, the vital signs and things like that, who's responsible then to follow up on or tracking that? Is it our medical advice or is it GP?
So there were a range of projects, and so some of them were about a number of them. So take for instance the Near My Physical Health prompt implementation was about having those conversations, those guided conversations around a range of potential physical health issues, and the clinicians encouraging the consumer to follow up with the GP. We did get some paired results from that, so some of that's in the project report where there was follow-up to see whether, what actions have been taken as a result of those initial conversations. So yes, in some instances there was feedback about what follow-up had occurred, and I agree, that is one of the challenges. Don't just screen, intervene, and also provide pathways to other services and see whether some of that has been acted on. So definitely, some feedback around that. Some of the projects like the metabolic monitoring was definitely embedded into ongoing practice, including the monitoring aspect of that. So seeing what changes are occurring as a result of the intervention from the service. So probably a range of things. John, did you have any other comments on it?
I was actually thinking of giving you a case example. With one of the projects, a number of people were identified as having unscreened cancers. Now, those patients actually went on to receive treatment, and as part of our evaluation of the whole project, we actually kept an eye on that. Now, most of those people are now in remission, and these people that would otherwise not have been screened, let alone intervened. So we actually built evaluation and monitoring of the projects into the design of the broader statewide project.
Any more questions?
Yeah, I've got one.
Yeah, go for it.
With the outcomes of the project, like you had the system level one and the individual one, did you measure changes in staff attitudes?
Yes, to an extent. So we've got some qualitative evaluation of the overall project, and that was part of the partnership with Charles Uni. So we do have some qualitative feedback from people involved at the project at all different levels about the success of the project, and some of the barriers, some of the enablers in terms of implementation. So, and that's what we're hoping to publish. But some of that's also in the project report. But it's qualitative feedback. Yeah.
So don't forget to use WhatsApp if you've got any other questions. So our next speakers, let me just see where they are. So Annette and Thelma, are you waving at me for a reason? Oh, you mean go over there. Oh, sorry, hello. Yeah. I thought I'd lost some speakers. Have I lost them? No, you're there. Oh, hi guys. Thank you very much. I was thinking before you didn't come up and say hi, and I was going, oh my God, where are they? Anyway, so Annette, you're a nurse practitioner in South Australia and in the prison system. Yeah, and yes, okay. And also Thelma, same with you as well. Yeah, so welcome to this afternoon, and we're really looking forward to hearing all about it.
Oh, Steve, you made it. Great. Thank you for having us this afternoon. It's really hard to come after everybody has spoken today. It feels like, I suppose our background being nurse practitioners is we register nurses first, which even though we've moved into an advanced sort of practice level, we kind of still think like nurses, which I think makes us unique, especially in a population such as prison health. In myself and Annette, and we have a third nurse practitioner, work across 7 sites?
6 sites. So there are 7 prisons and we work for 6.
And today our topic will give you an insight of what our role is. And I've just been thinking about everything that we've been talking about today and how we are, in our own way, trying to do that. I've got, I think the back table there has got a lot of nurses that come with us from prison health as well. So a lot of our work is supported by the work that they do. Because on our own, we wouldn't be able to do as much as we're doing at the moment.
We don't know how to do this. Oh, we did it.
She did it. Just like how she roped me into this presentation. I'm not very good at public speaking, but she's made it one of my bucket lists for 2025, so here we go. But it's easier to do when you're talking about something that you do every day, so it's not a new topic, so hence why I humored her and I'm here. In terms of the kind of healthcare that we provide, we're primarily a primary healthcare service. We've talked about, the whole day has been about mental health and the challenges that people, who live with mental health face. But there's an additional layer for people who've been in prison or are in prison on top of having mental health issues. The complexity arises from, a high prevalence of chronic disease. We've talked about, people who live with a mental health illness having, 5 times higher premature death in terms of compared to people who don't live with a mental health disorder. There's substance use disorders that people live with, and also just the impact of cultural diversity in a prison system. Although every aspect of our care is being acknowledged by the Australian government, we work in a very confined space. We work alongside correctional services who are there to do a different job, completely different to what we do. I often have people ask me, how do you work in prison? Oh my God, that must be, you must be so scared every day. My 14-year-old son said, you work in a prison? I was like, how are you finding this just out now? Because, I've worked there for a while now. But the truth of the matter is every day, health professionals see someone, even in the community, you don't know a lot about that person. And you don't need to know much to help them come and get a health service done. And it's the same thing that we do. So we don't need to know why they're there in prison. We're there to provide a health service which is equal to what community provides. We have limitations, like I said, and they also are a complex cohort based on, health literacy. This morning, someone talked about, privilege of having health literacy, knowing when to go to the doctor. Now, if you're someone who's living with a mental illness that hasn't been taken care of and you're living on the streets and, sometimes at no fault of your own, you've committed a crime and now you're in prison, that adds an extra layer. You're homeless and now you're in prison and you're going to serve your time and then you go out back to the same circumstances that you had. So a lot of people that we do see, being in prison gives them a chance to actually get the help that they sometimes don't know they need. Because they've had poor, interactions with service delivery, and sometimes someone mentioned the word discrimination earlier, and again, inadvertently, sometimes there is this notion that, you should know, you're an adult now, you should make better choices, but some people just were not set out in a way that equipped them to be able to make better choices. And again, when they come into prison, I think, if I'm not mistaken, we do have a very good screening tool in terms of prison health, where people come in, we offer bloods, which is opportunistic, but we've able to pick up Hep C, we've been able to treat HIV, put people on treatment. The issue sometimes arises that connection where we've set people up. And again, most people will call to see a GP when they are unwell, when there isn't a crisis. But the opportunity of calling a doctor to go and do a 6-month checkup, most people, don't go to the GP when they're well. We sometimes have that opportunity where, yes, someone's in crisis, they've just been arrested and they've come to see you for whatever reason, to have their medications charted or whatever. But we do have some time while they're in prison to follow up with, healthcare staff and be able to talk to them after they've been sentenced and they're not as anxious as they were when they first came in, where everything was going, above their heads. And you have opportunities then to do preventative health and health promotion. So there are people, that we've seen who've come in, but because of the education that they get from the nurses and the time that they get from us and our GPs, we're not a well-oiled machine, and definitely there is lots of room for improvement, but we do that really well in terms of taking the time to do that preventative health education, that people know, oh yeah, I could have gone to the doctor for this, or while I'm here, I can have this done. So this is a question that usually throws people off when they come to see me. I say, what can I do for you? And they go, you called me. And the thing is, when we have a clinic list, there's a list that the nurse books the patient in for. So overdue pap smear. But that may not be important to that person when they come in to see you. Something else might be happening. Again, if we look at, there could be socioeconomic disadvantages. There could be kids that are in DCP care. There could be, I was arrested and I don't know where my stuff is, or is it safe, or someone's going to access it. So there's other things that also play a part in their mental health. Not necessarily complex mental health, but regardless, mental health issues that are impacted by being in prison. In terms of our roles as nurse practitioners, we kind of are a jack of all trades, but master of none. We make it work, and like I said, we think like nurses first. So someone may come in for something and they end up with other things that they didn't even know they needed, because we get sidetracked and we go, oh, but you could also need this. Oh, but this would also be helpful for you. And again, the uptake is different depending on interest, engagement, what else is going. They've got court tomorrow, so maybe that's not the right time to bring up that conversation. But every opportunity that we have, we take it to either deal with what's happening or preventative care or health promotion, so that people know that there is an option there. So you'll find sometimes, unfortunately, there are people who come into prison, more frequently, and we probably have their health records, because that's when they have that interaction with health services. Because on the outside, even for us, I used to work in a GP practice that was in a shopping mall. And it kind of makes sense that you would just do your shopping before you go home, because there's a supermarket there. But it's also a bad thing, because then you've been talking about all these healthy lifestyle choices, but your trolley, the patients are seeing you with your trolley full of all the stuff you said they shouldn't have. So again, it's that kind of thing of not only practicing what you preach, but also taking the time to put yourself in somebody else's shoes. Is now the time that I would get the most out of this. So like I said, we have limitations in how we work and how we do our jobs. There could be lockdowns when you have a list for a clinic. They have limited time that they have access to healthcare, and you've got to make every opportunity that you have with someone count, because sometimes you're the only person they're going to see. And if you don't establish a positive, encounter, it also kind of influences their next encounter with the next person. And they already sometimes have a preconceived notion of, you're not going to listen to me anyway. And so you're starting from scratch, trying to establish that relationship of, I'm here to help you. What is it that I can do for you? The nurses want me to talk to you about your asthma. How do you think you're going? Is there anything else? And again, that sometimes opens a can of worms and, again, limited with what we can do. But it opens up that rapport and enables that person to know that they can talk to you. In terms of our roles as nurse practitioners, we're not doctors. We certainly don't get paid as ones. But we also have that approach of a nursing approach where it's not just I have 10 minutes and I'm just going to do what I need to do. It's also what else can we fix while we're here? Because sometimes you don't know what you don't know. So if you've never encountered something you don't know it's a problem, you've never had your blood pressure checked before, it's an opportunity to have someone have their blood pressure checked and have that discussion about, cardiovascular risk and where that's going. Because sometimes, like I said, you only go to the doctor when you're unwell. You don't necessarily go, if you didn't get that text message to remind you about your pap smear, your cervical screening, you probably wouldn't volunteer for it. So it's kind of the same thing. In terms of our roles, we initiate medications and access and refer patients as needed. We, like I said, the nurses do a really good job when people come in. We do blood tests to check their health bloods. We do BBV screening because there's a higher risk of risky behaviors, drug and alcohol abuse, sex work. So there's a lot more risk that's happening that we screen for when people come in. Sometimes people come in to, for a short space of time, so they may not get to see the nurse practitioner or the doctor, but that screening has been done by the nurses, and it's something that we have a baseline of, and we can follow from that. We participate in a lot of health promotion activities, and as much as we're educating our patients as we go, we're also participating in things like Hep C, and vaccinations. We have a solid opioid substitution program, which, we've seen change lives for people, because some people have never been off drugs. This is the first time they're in prison. This is the first time they haven't been able to cope or have something to help them mask it. So now they're facing it, so their mental health is compromised even more because now they're sober to face it, and they're being sober in a place where they're already restricted in terms of their movement and what they can and can't do. We are also cheaper than GPs, so just something for the policymakers to, in the room to note, that we do go above and beyond for less. For example, in our service, each nurse practitioner will probably see about 3,000 people a year. We do have limitations. Like I said, we have access to people 4 hours a day, and the number of people in prison are a lot. So again, we have a process where people can request medical treatment. In our practice, when you see someone, you request a follow-up, because they may not request a follow-up, they may not see a need for a follow-up. But it's another interaction that you have in a space for them to go and think about what you said, and for you to reinforce what you said last time, something they not necessarily would follow if they were on the outside. Because again, as we all know, and we're not in prison, life takes over, and it becomes, well, my BP was okay last time, and I don't feel unwell, so I'm gonna do this because that's the priority on the day. And again, it is a prison still, so we have to think about safety, and we have to be realistic about certain things. So for example, we don't have our mobile phones during the day, which actually turns out not to be a bad thing, because I can always say, I'm at work, I don't know. My kids email me and I go, I was so busy, I never saw it. No, I'm not telling you what we're having for dinner, figure it out amongst yourselves. But, we do have to think and be conscious about our safety and the safety of other people. So, medications in glass bottles, and sharps, where you put the scissors, where you put your car keys. So there's things that you still have to be conscious of, but again, keeping in mind that when we see our patients, we see them as patients. They're not prisoners to us, because that's not the role that we're there to perform. We advocate for our patients, and I think because nurses spend a lot more time that is positive with the patients, we have a lot of respect that we get from nurses, and I think that extends to us. Even though we don't see our patients all the time, the nurses do. So the nurses know them really well. So, if you ask a nurse about this prisoner, they'll be able to tell you a lot more about that person, because they see them on a daily basis. So you can tailor make the care for the person that you're dealing with. Or, they have a problem with authority, or they have a problem with this, or, he gets easily triggered about this. So you kind of get the tips from the nurses who spend most of the time with them, which helps our practice and establish that ongoing rapport, which we do hope continues in the community when they get out, because it's a matter of them finding someone they can have that relationship with. But at least now they know it's possible to have a relationship like that with a health professional. Again, if we think about the complexity of culture and English as a second language, a good cohort of our group is Indigenous, and also we have people from different cultures as well, which sometimes makes it hard because most of the customer reference information is in English. So we get creative in how we get the message across, and again, different levels of expressing the same thing to make sure that, you know, the patient understands. We navigate resources and diagnostic limitations because it's not just about ordering an ultrasound. You got to think about how they're going to get there. There's negotiations in the background happening about a simple request because there's security that has to be involved, there's clearances that are needed, and so it's not as easy as, we need this urgently, can it be done in the next hour? Because no, actually it's locked down in the next hour. So again, it's working within the limitations that we face every day. In terms of, I'd like to think that we offer a culturally sensitive program. I think I was in a session earlier and we were asked to choose how we wanted to see things based on, you know, what you do. Are you a nurse? Are you a psychologist? Are you a... And I've recently embraced the term carer, which I never thought I was before, because I'm a nurse. So I'm good. I know the information the doctor's going to tell me, so I'm going to be fine. But my youngest son is nonverbal, and I've had to advocate for him and make myself heard in the console because he's a child. I'm just given the information. It's not always explained to me. This is what you need to know. And it's not about how is it going to affect you when you get out of this room, because now you've got this information, but what do I do about it? Which has changed the way that I practice when I speak to people, because it's easy talking about lifestyle changes and diet and exercise, but is it practical for the person that's sitting in front of you? Maybe, you know, it's not going to be 3 serves of fruit and veg, 5 serves of fruit and veg. It's going to be, we're just going to cut down on the chocolate cake, and that is a goal in itself. And again, some of the medications, someone has already talked about the medications that we give people that we know will cause significant health outcomes. Prison is hard for anyone, but add mental health illness to it. We were talking about earlier in another session about how, you know, it's diet, lifestyle, exercise, sleep. Those are the first sort of pillars of how you tackle mental illness. But those are the things that they absolutely have no control over in prison. So again, it's working with what you've got in front of you. And sometimes, like someone said, I'm not going to name them, but somebody told me earlier about how, you know, they've been giving prisoners printouts of what they can do in their cells if they can't exercise, because they're limited in the number of hours they can get outside. And I thought that was pretty cool that you're able to actually give them options that they can do. So you don't need a gym membership. You could actually just use your water bottle, she said. I was like, yeah, I could do that. Am I going to do that? But again, it's that information and that informed decision-making that you've actually empowered someone to know, I could do that. And now it's a choice if they want to do it or not, which we all have. And that choice should not be taken away because they're in prison. Again, there's so many preventable health... There's so many preventative... I talk too much. This is why you shouldn't have let me go first. But
I am the smart one.
And I'm the loud one she drags along. But then again, it's, you know, like I've said, it's about, is this a problem for me or for you? And if it's a problem for you, then it should be a problem for me, and we should be able to figure out how to do that. I'll let you take over.
Okay.
Like you wanted to.
I only have 5 minutes. Imagine that. Like, I became so happy. That's why I became so happy. I only have 5 minutes. So I'm just going to jump very quickly into the patient stories, just so that you could read it. And I'm just going to give you a little bit of an insight, even if you're reading the patient story. So a bit of a background when it comes to prison health. When we service our prisoners, there is a big time management that we need to be able to work with. So even if we could prescribe medications, even if we work like GPs and we are not GPs, or even if the GPs prescribe the medications, there are certain times that patients could only access their medications. They could not access their medications before 8:30 in the morning. Even if they're a diabetic, they're not able to access their medications after 3:30 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Even if they're a diabetic, in the middle of the night. I'm not saying that worst case scenarios, these patients could not get their medications. But in the real prison setting, however, you as a clinician outside expect your patients to be able to adapt to the suggestions that you give them to have better mental health, a better lifestyle. In prison health, unfortunately, these things couldn't happen, not just because they are within prison, but because we work under DCS, which is the Department of Correctional Services. So one of the things that when Shannon this morning was talking about, we turned a blind eye. Unfortunately, sometimes while we're working, we turn a blind eye with the things that we have prescribed that haven't been given. And unfortunately, the prisoners end up getting the consequence of it, And how do we bridge this? If we add another bridge to here is a problem and here is a solution, there is a why and there is, a how. How do you even make it happen? Sometimes we end up getting the brunt of, you didn't do your job well. All the nurses, all the doctors, all the medical team, we are trying to do our jobs well. The officers are trying to do their jobs well. Unfortunately, these two don't talk together properly because these are two different institutions. One is talking about safety and one is talking about healthcare. And so even as nurse practitioners, one of the things that when Thelma was saying, that the patients would say oh, so you were here to call me, you're here to actually listen to what I need, and outside I need to run after someone and ask for help. In prison, it's that bit where it's they now see healthcare practitioners as people who do care because we do take the time to sit down and say, it is your time, you are supposed to be here, you're supposed to be talking to us, and we're supposed to be giving you services because you are a human being, and yes, you've committed a crime, but you're not here in front of me telling me that you've murdered someone or you've raped someone, and I need to fix you for your diabetes. It's you are human. And that bit of information has nothing to do with your diabetes. So how could I help you? And how could I make, even this equity of healthcare be provided to you, even if you are seen and being forgotten outside because you are a nuisance to society. So it's just that bit where trying to remember that when we are trying to do healthcare services, most of the time we know the stories of our patients because they came in because of domestic violence, because they were raped or whatnot. But imagine life on the other side when we are talking to the people who has raped that person, and then they don't think that they deserve to even be treated. And now we are treating them, and then now they are seeing us as people who could help them, and that we're extending their life expectancy because they deserve to have a better life. Yes, it is not a better life in prison, but if you could change the way, as a consumer in prison, because not all prisoners will be in prison. Almost 95% of our prisoners will be released. You don't know that next Tinder person that you're talking to was actually a previous prisoner, But the truth is, how many times would you even ask that person, have you ever been in prison? Most of the time, nowadays, we would ask, where do you live? What have you done?
What car do you drive?
Yeah. We exactly, we don't ask, have you ever been in prison? Or would you ever think of yourself being a prisoner one day? So how would you change your conversations? So just being able to hear our prisoners really say that I feel heard, and I feel that, when I do go out, I'm actually going to look for, sometimes they would ask, I don't have a GP when I go out, could I find you? Of course, now you could say oh, please don't find me, please don't find me. The truth is they could find you, and they could ask for your help. But it's also that bit where it's how do we then continue even providing care? That's hopefully they don't come back to prison. So as nurse practitioners, we are transforming custodial healthcare by delivering high quality, culturally safe, and patient-centered services. Our role is to ensure continuity, accessibility, and responsiveness in managing complex chronic diseases. The truth is, this is not just for prison health. As nurse practitioners, this is what we advocate for. We always, always, always advocate for our patients. And I know that the eyes are getting big because I think I've run out of time. So if you have any questions, please come up to us and please ask us questions.
Before we finally, if we could get one minute for you to read this quote.
Oh, yes, please. Only 1 minute because you guys read fast. Thank you very much for listening. Everybody's smart. They don't need to ask any questions. Thank you so much. Oh.
As someone that's been in prison, a lot of people choose your guys' work are the healthiest they've ever been and the healthiest they will ever be again. You do a good job and it makes a huge difference. And I work in reintegration now and people are in WA, I don't know about there, they are starting to carry on, especially the substance use treatment, starting to engage with us in community outreach, getting a bit of success. Housing again, still a huge problem, but thank you for what you do.
Thank you for saying that.
So next up, we have Hannah and Nicholas. No, we don't. Sorry. We have... Who do we have? We have Andrea and Sarah. Sorry, guys. Putting better principles into practice, equal journey in South Australia Local Health Network and Mental Health Services. So thank you.
Sorry, how do we move on? How do we move this slide?
There should be a little... Is there a button? Yeah, the green one, great, thank you.
All right. Hi, so I'm Andrea Bass. I'm a psychiatrist, and this is Sarah, who's an advanced nurse consultant. We've been working together on Equally Well in Southern Adelaide Local Health Network for the last few years. And what we're really presenting on is kind of the journey so far. It's very much not a finished product, even though we've been doing it for a while. And so it's really kind of an update about very much how we've been trying to do it at a local mental health division level. So we're in Southern Adelaide, so south of the city. It's kind of our catchment. Flinders and Noarlunga Hospital are our main hospitals, but we've got community mental health teams around that as well. Skip over that. Welcome. So one of the things that we just wanted to point out that for us, we felt that the Equally Well approaches actually integrates really nicely with our local health network strategic plan as well, which is around striving for exceptional care, working together to improve health and wellbeing, with values around empathy, trust and inclusion, and priorities around equitable services and quality care. So this is kind of an example. This is kind of summarising where we've been at on this journey. So obviously we'd all know that SA Health signed the consensus statement a while ago. About 2019, we were approached from the Office of the Chief Psychiatrist, their advanced nurse practitioner, who was trying to look to start to embed Equally Well within Adelaide, and identified at the time the community mental health teams with the psychosis team, so the kind of the longest stay community mental health teams within Sarlan as the project site to kind of work on that. So she came and worked with us in about 2019 to develop an action plan using the Equally Well templates, and we developed an action plan based on brainstorming with a variety of staff in that in those teams. What we found, and we kind of quickly thought about it, we thought, well, actually, this isn't just longer-term community mental health teams. This actually applies to all of our division. So I took it to our mental health division executive and talked to them about the fact, you know what, this actually kind of applies more broadly. And we did get some executive buy-in to try and sort of roll it out across the division. From that, we started up a working group with representation. And I think kind of to note, unlike the New South Wales people, this is the first time we've ever tried it. We had no academics and no knowledge of implementation science whatsoever. So there was us just kind of working it out as we went along. We did get a working group up with the teams across the different parts of our division, people who are interested, and they came along and we kind of shared ideas and we talked about kind of what we were trying to do. Obviously, that was kind of COVID as well, so there was kind of various ebbs and flows. I think we looked at a lot about COVID vaccinating our consumers at one point as well. And so we had our first action plan and we did that for a few years. And then we've been able to really review it when Sarah came on board about 18 months ago. And so with Sarah coming on board as an advanced nurse consultant with a kind of focus around Equally Well and GP liaison, we were able to kind of refresh and review what we were doing. So from that, by that point, we still had some people who were quite well engaged in the meetings and discussions. We'd lost a lot as well, and it ebbed and flowed with kind of demands of other things as well. So this is very real world, I have to admit. We were able to bring together all the people that were still really engaged. We ran some workshops with them about really, what's working, what's not, what do we want to do in the future, how can we kind of get there, and did some real brainstorming and mapping around that process as well. We also surveyed a whole lot of staff about, what do you know about Equally Well, how are you doing it, what do you think we could be doing differently, and we sort of got some feedback from staff as well. We re-engaged with our mental health executive as well, and we also talked to our leadership teams as well. From that, we kind of rejigged the governance and the frameworks around it, and I'll talk about that a little bit more, but one of the things we found to try and embed it into our local division was we kind of needed that leadership champions in there as well as the staff on the ground, and we'd had a bit of a mismatch from that as well. So what we put in was an Equally Well steering committee for our division, where we specifically asked for people with a degree of leadership involvement to be able to be part of that so that they could bring it back to their teams and support it. And then we put underneath that a working group with quite a broad membership as well, which we'll talk about both of these in a little bit more detail. And we aligned these to make sure we were really drawing on our local champions and the people with the enthusiasm around it as well. We also tried to just put some structures, around it as we refreshed it. We also really tried to tie it into accreditation standards as well, and just to kind of make meaning within the whole of the division. One of the things we'd found was it sort of sat a bit separate and no one quite knew how it interacted with everything else, and therefore it kind of dropped away a little bit. So we've had a Equally Well action plan. We've had a refresh of that, and I'll show you that in a minute. We presented that to the standard committees. At that point, we had standard committees established, and we were making sure that we were sharing evidence-based presentations with the meeting chairs as well. So there was a really nice feedback up. Became an agenda item on the comprehensive care meeting, so that it was always being discussed there. And we had internally, working groups were providing summaries to the steering groups, and then Sarah and I are providing sort of every 3 months or so a report up to our mental health executive within our division as well, to just kind of keep showing that oversight of what's happening as well. There's been a lot of work within some of the teams to capture what they're doing on local standard boards. Some of them are even capturing on their daily huddle boards as well. So what are we doing that's progressing equally well, or the theme of the month as well. So there's been some really nice uptake within services to really kind of focus on that and talk about Equally Well as a focus of quality improvements across the division as well. We're also providing, and within the time that we've been running, there's now a Equally Well statewide meeting, updates provided there as well. And we're also providing updates to our community advisory group as well for our division.
Can I just do the mic?
Go for it.
I'm just going to ad lib as well.
Before we really started to embed the framework, I did a search of the quality library, so all of the quality improvement initiatives, to try and be clear of our target audience of our local champions, and that worked really well. And I also linked in with the mental health, safety and quality health standard meetings in order to gain an understanding of the items and the champions that were being discussed. So we really did almost like a litmus test before we really began. Do we have the right people in the room? Are we accessing the right areas? And where are we doing really well and where are there gaps?
Keep jumping in, that would be great. Thank you. This is how we work, you can tell. So this is talking a little bit more about our steering committee and also our working group as well. So again, it was that idea of the steering group. We had clinicians from each part of the service and also that on the working groups as well. So I can see a few representations from some of our groups and from our division here this afternoon as well. And we really encourage people to join these groups, particularly the working group. We've kind of made it really encourage people to be part of that as well. And yeah, we've made sure that there's a really broad range of staff mixes as well. So in our working group, we've got lived experience staff. As part of that, we've got rehabilitation support workers, we've got allied health, we've got nurses, we've got psychiatrists. We've got a really diverse group in that as well, and we think that that's kind of one of the keys. We think it's got to sit with everyone. It can't be a particular discipline's business. It's got to sit with all the disciplines within the staffing profile. So when we were doing our refresh, we had a look at our action plan, which by then was a couple of years old and a bit out of date, and we redesigned it and looked at it with our steering committee, and really kind of had to try and have a think about what did we have, and do we need to change it? Kind of quite pleasingly, the one that we took off as an action that we thought we'd completed was raising the profile of equally well within the division. So we thought we'd actually got to the point where staff are using that term, people know what we're talking about, people kind of see that as part of the business of our mental health service as well. So we took that off as a completed action. The other actions are, some of them have been ones that have been existing on the last one, but I think that's fine. So one was around comprehensive consumer-focused approaches to physical health assessment and care planning with all consumers, that we're engaging in regular and meaningful collaboration and information sharing with relevant stakeholders such as GPs, carers, families and support workers to improve physical health assessment and treatment with all our consumers, and engaging people with lived experience, consumers and carers when we're developing and implementing new physical health initiatives that utilise trauma-informed and evidence-based approaches. And I think that's showing also that for us as a division, I think we're all still learning how to do these things. We're learning about implementation, we're learning about co-design. We're all kind of on that journey, and it's us saying that, we're not at co-design with academic support. We're just really at the beginning of learning, and we're doing it within our own resources. So we're just kind of acknowledging that that's kind of where we're at and what we're working towards as well.
Can I just speak to the beautiful coloured sticky notes? So it might not mean much to people in this room, but when we think about reward mechanisms, I went to Officeworks and bought some pretty colours. What a difference it made. Each colour delineates a different kind of service and how they thought they were doing really well currently and what areas they had to improve on. And as you can see, the left-hand side is how well they're doing currently, which was a really good validation for the understanding and the comprehension of equally well.
And the different colour stickers represent that we did get fairly good representation across the division as well. So this is our action plan, our current action plan till November next year. And we've put in a mission statement, so we've kind of looked at lots of different examples and then decided that this is how it was going to land best for us. To ensure, so we've got a mission statement about the equitable access to treatments and interventions that are addressing equality and diversity. And then underneath we've put in some action items that we thought we were a little bit more able to kind of measure and review against in a little bit more kind of robust way as well. So that's where we're sitting with that action plan at this point. This went through our Equally Well Steering Committee and then went up to our Mental Health Division Executive Committee as well. So it's been endorsed by our division as an action plan. And then I'm going to hand over to Sarah, who's going to talk about some of the practicalities. Thank you.
So as you can see, everybody likes a pretty picture. One of the pictures in the top right-hand corner is a picture of some outdoor physical health equipment currently in our Trevor Parry Centre. We've put this picture in here because it's a really good example of a key target area in relation to the implementation of physical health strategies. That's just one example. And the challenges for our consumer cohort to access relevant opportunities. We were very fortunate enough to have some funding and so purchase some outdoor equipment to make a sustainable approach within our clinical area. And the picture underneath is just an example of one of our quality boards. I'm aware that Carlin's done some quality boards as well. I think that's a really good sustainable approach. These run with a monthly planner, which we'll show through some of the other slides. And it's based on psychoeducation and evidence-based literature. The aim of me demonstrating these things is really the integration of the early mortality risk factors within the mental health cohort into everyday care planning, and some successes we've had around our multidisciplinary reviews alongside enhanced partnerships with the local GPs and some training initiatives for all staff across our relevant areas. And there's an expectation that the members that attend the working group, of which some of these items have come, these quality improvement items have come out of, share it with their teams. So to have an action plan wasn't enough because it's an ideal philosophy. And as we had so many different clinical areas with, as you could tell from our various sticky notes, different areas, different skills, different models, different length of stay. We really wanted to be able to engage those in the steering committee from the different clinical areas to identify some implementation plans. So the implementation plans sit at a local level and they're driven by the local leadership in order to demonstrate some effectiveness against each of the actions. So this is what happens when you are opening a mental health rehab unit and you ask a nurse to do a presentation. You get stretched things on a screen. So the first example that's really stretched is an example of one from our inpatient unit, which essentially tries to show that their implementation plan against action item number 1 that talks about comprehensive care delivery to all offers to all consumers, talks about an expanded MDT workforce that comprehensively addresses physical health assessments, whereas the one on the right-hand side, which you'll probably be able to see a little bit clearer, is a very different implementation plan. I wanted to show the contrast because in that implementation plan, it simply talks around strengthening and auditing our equipment, because sometimes simple fixes and things have the biggest impact, and each area chose their own goals.
And I think that's the thing. We had those actions, but then we asked each individual team, so not all of them were that big, to then identify that they wanted to work on. So we're really trying to pick up on the teams, what the teams saw as priorities and things that they would be able to action.
So we established a working group. There was champions from each area. Andrea's talked about that somewhat. And the aim was to incorporate physical health care and the risk factors into everyday practice across all disciplines and all relevant teams. We created a planner for 12 months, and the teams discuss and promote the clinical team. And again, this is my cutting and pasting. In the bottom right-hand corner is an example of membership local report, which you can't see very well. But on there is some consumer stories. We thought it was really important to pick up any impacts at a consumer level, not just theory. There's an example of the planner for the year. And as you can see, and we never really predicted this, but I was the presenter because I'm the chair of the working group for the large proportion, and then we knew we were getting a sense of success because we had volunteers and it wasn't just me. So that was fantastic. But you often have to lead the way first. So how do we know that we're having an impact? So as I said, not only did we have offers in the working group, but also there is an increased awareness and engagement across the services. We started to put regular items in the mental health newsletter. There was improved collaboration between teams, evidence of change. We've actually got some physical evidence of change and some quality improvement activities that are sent into us with ease each meeting. And I think the lessons learned are start small, celebrate the wins, build the champions, be flexible and expand the membership. The membership changes all the time and we've got to keep reminding ourselves of what the purpose is. What's next? Have we finished? We're probably late. Do you want to summary?
So this is sort of where we're at the moment on continuing the journey. So we're really focusing on sustaining and embedding physical health into everyday care within our teams. Expand consumer partnerships. We know that what we've done so far is fairly staff focused. So we do want to kind of look to kind of expand into consumer partnerships more. We're planning to survey our working group again because we've nearly done 12 months of this. We want to go back to our working group and find what they've found useful and not useful. What we've found for each working group just is that there's a presentation for sort of 10 or 15 minutes about the topic with some evidence-based resources, and then a consumer story, and then each of the teams provide a little update about where they're at against that particular one. And there's been some really lovely examples, like one of the community teams in their clozapine clinic, their nurses were keeping track of, all their staff actually, but particularly the nurses in those clinics were keeping track of, had they asked about, have you had your flu vaccination for every single consumer, and they were reporting that back daily on their boards, and then they were reporting it monthly as well. So we've been able to get a really nice sense of engagement and some sort of informal tracking. We'd love to try and figure out how to get some grants to support some of these and some partnerships externally as well. We're going to continue to collaboratively working across the divisions within Salin, and also as the other LHNs are coming on board as well. So we're really excited to do some cross Adelaide LHN work as well. We have had the record for a while for the highest number of physical health assessments in the state, and we're planning to maintain that. We're going to bragging. No, we want to keep monitoring our outcomes in a fairly informal way that we're doing it at the moment. Ideally to do more, but where we're at the moment is this. In the longer term, we'd like to have a look at sort of how we could think about some research and aspects like that, but this is sort of where we're at on our journey within our division. So, all right. Thank you.
Is there any questions for Andrea and Sarah? Go. Thank you.
Just a comment really rather than a question, but about how you've tied some of this into quality improvement work, accreditation and quality improvement kind of work, where the synergies with our project there, because actually our project came out of our statewide benchmarking discussions, which is an ongoing part of our process, and where people identified where we looked at practice in different areas, they identified this was an area that they thought we could do some quality improvement, and that translated then into the statewide project. So I think that is a good place to start.
Yeah. Thank you.
Listen, thanks so much. I mean, this is really inspiring. You can't get me away from the mic. And also because it's real. You know, it's not this academic stuff, it's what you're doing in the services, and I just think it's so encouraging to everyone. My question is, what would one piece of advice be for someone who's looking to start this journey in their context?
I think it takes time and really build the reason for doing it across from the floor up to your executive. I think unless you've got that, it's hard anyway, but unless you've got that, it's not going to work. Yeah.
And just to add to that, I think looking back in hindsight, at the beginning of the process, when we were going through a review of the first iteration and moving into the second, it seemed like we spent a huge amount of time in that planning stage. And it wasn't until reflection, when you think about a change management model, that planning stage and taking your time to get it right and having that shared vision and having the executive buy-in was the absolute key, because sometimes when we felt a bit lost along the way, we've gone back to that because we've always had the right people at the table and the support.
Yeah, and probably don't be like me and only learn about implementation and implementation science last year. So,
and always meet, even if there's only 2 or 3 people, when the clinical pressure's on, because the minute you start to cancel, the vision is lost.
thank you. So next up we have Hannah and Nicholas, and they're doing Better Together, Elevating Physical Health in the Mental Health Care System. Hannah's a registered nurse with over 10 years experience in mental health across diverse clinical settings, and currently a nurse consultant in the Safety and Quality team at the Office of the Chief Psychiatrist. And Nicholas is discipline in lead for nursing and lead in Uni SA Mental Health Suicide Prevention Research and Education Group. So welcome.
Thank you for having us both here today, and it's really lovely to follow on from Sarah and Dr. Bass as well. I think their presentation actually really complements ours quite nicely. I'm not related to the Prime Minister. That would be great if I was, because I think I'd have solved all our problems, because I could have just said to him, hey, let's fix this. But unfortunately I can't. So I guess Nicholas and I are here today to talk about the development of a Chief Psychiatrist standard for physical health care within South Australian mental health services. I'd like to say that we've done it, we've published it, we've implemented it within our mental health services, but unfortunately that hasn't happened just yet. We're not far away, we're almost there. But I will just skip over our acknowledgements. Unfortunately, I understand that we're probably really pressed for time. So, John's going to hate me. But just a bit of background, I guess, for the people in the room that aren't from South Australia and don't understand what the functions and the role of our office is. Dr. Brayley is our current Chief Psychiatrist, and as Chief Psychiatrist, he holds he's a statutory officer who holds powers, functions and responsibilities prescribed by the current Mental Health Act. And these statutory functions allow John as the Chief Psychiatrist and us as members of his team and his office to support the state in our services to provide care that ensures the rights of those with a lived experience of mental illness are respected and safeguarded in the care that we provide. Do multitasking up here. I won't go through all of this, but a bit of background and understanding of what the Chief Psychiatrist functions are. You guys can read them there. Yep. But essentially, John's responsible for monitoring the treatment and voluntary of people receiving care and of restrictive practices, and also of monitoring the administration of the Act and the standard of mental health care that we provide here in South Australia. And through that, issuing and binding standards that are to be observed in the care of treatment of patients here in South Australia. And so that's where this standard fits into the functions of what we do. I guess I'll also add in as well, because it's linked in, is the role of our inspections team within our office. So another function is the authority to conduct inspections of services. And so really, when we do go and conduct these inspections on our services, we look at the standards that we've issued within our office as well to ensure that the care that is being provided is meeting that as well. So just a bit of background, you'll probably hear it in other presentations. by no means are we absolutely kicking goals in physical health care, in mental health in South Australia. I think, we're all, the clinicians at the front line and within services are really trying their best. There's a number of challenges that we're facing, but we do have a history of having tried to work at addressing the physical health disparity and concerns that we see within our mental health lived experience community. Back in between 2007 and 2009, there was a core group of clinicians that worked to develop an action plan called It's Not Just About Your Head. Lisa Wilton, who has been mentioned before and is presenting multiple times throughout this conference, was a part of that action plan and that campaign that was launched in 2009, and that remains active to this day, that there's ongoing web pages and resources available targeted at people with a lived experience, but also targeted at clinicians as well around physical health, especially at metabolic health care. There's been statewide training programs as well that have been developed for medical and nursing staff that were developed utilising the Northwestern Adelaide Health Study biomedical measurement technique, which looked at training staff in how to conduct metabolic monitoring and physical health assessments, and those trainings remain ongoing in our services today. There's lead trainers available within the LHNs that are supporting clinicians to have that training to provide those healthcare physical health assessments to staff. Back in 2013, there was nurse practitioner roles, and there was a period that were within our metro LHNs. There's a period of time due to funding and people retiring where those positions weren't replaced, but we have the likes of people like Sarah Skinner and other nurse practitioners within our LHNs like Carmen, and I think there's another one in Narlan as well, Janine, who are back involved in those roles and targeting care, have scopes and projects and a focus on physical health care and equally wells, which is fantastic to see. There's been lots of initiatives that have happened and pilot programs over the years as well that have been looking at addressing physical health within our mental health services community, acute inpatients. Again, funding resources unfortunately have not allowed those to continue, but I think, it's evident that the staff on the ground and in the services know that this is something we need to do and are looking at ways to do it. And there's also historically been large investments in physical health monitoring equipment as a part of that. We have documents within our multiple clinical systems that we use, CBES, CCC, Sunrise, EMR, for example, here in South Australia, which obviously makes communication between services really challenging, but our systems do have screens that are available for staff to, document our physical health assessments of our consumers that we're providing care for. So recently, last year, our physical health screens got a big overhaul and a revamp. They're lengthy, like 7 pages long of screens, but they're now targeting components around preventive health checks, which are, looking at when people have had encouraging that discussion with consumers and when they're next. These are not an actual person's records, these are just from our test systems, but, and it will have a record there of staff that have been involved in following up, who's responsible for following up. So clinicians and services know who is in charge of that and who's responsible in supporting that consumer in that aspect of their care. Keeping a record around physical comorbidity conditions so that staff are aware when they maybe don't know somebody, are coming across this person for the first time in their service, can have a clear representation, a clear picture of what this person's physical health situation is at that time. And if there isn't one, it's giving them a guideline of what they can do to assess and get this information to provide that record for the next person coming in. We've also looked at including and have included the SNAP lifestyle factors as well in there.
Yeah, so some things that are challenges along the way, and these are probably things that resonate with other settings and contexts as well. The whole idea about siloing, particularly of the health system, how can we create something that might bring people together a lot more? So the siloing of mental health services and general health services, funding resources, disparity across different local health networks. So in South Australia, there are 11 local health networks, 4 in the metropolitan, 6 in the regional areas. Trying to get some consensus, knowing that they're geographically different and have different needs, and different population groups in some instances. And I guess the big story here is in thinking about these challenges, how can we work towards something that's a shared model? It's a statewide, state-owned and state-embedded model for practice to address these challenges and certainly some of the things that Hannah's already spoken about and other speakers have. So the Equally Well Working Group became the statewide really vehicle to be able to drive and bring together some of these things. And that got going back in June 2024, initially meeting monthly, but now meeting bi-monthly. And the good thing about this group, and I belong to this group, the great thing that I notice when I'm at a meeting and when I'm talking to people afterwards is it's a coming together of all of that thinking, lived and living experience, First Nation, culturally, linguistically diverse background, physical health practitioners, general practice, people from different disciplines in public health, and some non-mental health clinicians as well, so pharmacy and other areas. Dental is becoming a real feature, the most recent meeting in particular, exercise physiology, dietitians. And the important purpose of the group is to promote best practice by improving not just the topic of physical health care, but the exchange of information about physical health care. And the group have also initiated a communities of practice, a statewide communities of practice, where people who don't necessarily work alongside each other every day, they come together because they find value and meaning in their interactions, and there's over 50 people who are involved at various time points in that community of practice. So it really sets the scene for the Chief Psychiatrist Standard. So I guess these introductory slides are really setting out not just the landscape, but what were the tasks that were driving the development of the standard. And there's some great people who have all come together, and again, Lisa Wilton, who many people will know. Camillo, who is not with us today, was an instrumental person in the development of the standard. He's since left the office of the Chief Psychiatrist, but important to acknowledge his contribution as well. So let's go more deeply into developing the standard. I'll hand back to Hannah. Thanks.
So, taking all of that into consideration, developing the standard for us, that group came together from the working group, and initially it was really about determining what we needed to include into the standard, considering a number of factors. So we really identified that the standard needed to be grounded in, obviously, the principles of the RANZCP and the Equally Well Consensus Statement. That was what we were here to sort of address, because, it's understanding that our consumers are at this absolute, unfair and, disadvantage when they don't deserve to be. Everybody deserves the right to equal health care. And so about how can we change this for them within our services. It was about ensuring promotion of this equitable access to physical health care, and that collaborative care and improved wellbeing for those with a lived experience of mental health was paramount to the standard. And about identifying that the content needed to ensure that their rights were upheld while also delivering improvement to physical health care collaboratively within mental health services. And that determination of expectations and mandatory functions of the standard. How can we measure these and ensure that the standard's being complied with, like I mentioned when we go on our inspections, but how can we as a statutory office check in with services to ensure and have that oversight that what we've written and the services are able to, comply with the expectations of the standard within our gazetted mental health services. I think as well, we've got a number of other standards that our office has produced, and this one, and a lot of them are, have bindings related to the legislation of the Mental Health Act, and that kind of, really supplement and support that. But this standard, along with a couple of others that we've written, are really about a quality improvement component too, and it's really about addressing an issue within our healthcare services and how can we basically better improve our outcomes from that quality improvement perspective. So The document is very long at the minute. For those that have seen it in consultation processes, are aware that it's quite a number of pages with a lot of points to it. So this is just a bit of an overall summary of each of these sections of the standard. But having a look at expectations, and I will make a note as well that these are based on our original version that we popped out for consultation. Obviously, it's a work in progress at the moment, and probably bits have changed, and it will continue to go out for further consultation once we've finalised it. But key themes are within the expectations of mental health services, equal access, so that all people accessing mental health services have the right to physical and dental health care equal to those of the general population. That care is integrated, so that mental and physical health care is coordinated with equal priority to support that person's recovery. That it's a collaborative approach. Mental health services and GPs engage in that bi-directional partnership for shared care, which reflects that bi-directional relationship that we talk about of mental health and physical health impacting one another, and it challenges that challenge that we face of this siloed approach to our services. Person-centred and culturally safe care. This is a really strong theme that we've really ensured is highlighted throughout our standard as well, ensuring that care is holistic, it's trauma-informed, it's culturally sensitive, respecting Aboriginal, First Nations people, cold communities, and addressing language barriers. So that ties into, we've talked about it a lot today around health literacy, and lots of our dot points talk around ensuring that information that we're providing to our consumers is available in formats that's able to be understood by them, whether it's the language level, whether it's the language that it's provided with, that it's adaptable and it's provided in a way that meets their needs and is culturally safe and trauma-informed. That participation is informed by the people that we're providing care with, not to, we're providing it with them. That people, their families, carers, supporters of choice receive clear, accessible information to make informed decisions supported by services to do that. But ultimately, we're working with them for them to make those decisions, not directing that care. And that ongoing monitoring and referrals occur, that physical health, including dental, is regularly assessed and referrals to GPs or specialists occur as needed with that person's consent and as required within legal requirements and taking into consideration that we're referring to services that are appropriate as around age demographics and their needs there. Looking at requirements. So these start to become a bit like the mandatory elements that I talked about being measurable. So again, it's around that clinical collaboration, mental health services, GPs working collaboratively to ensure that physical health assessments, chronic condition management, using that shared care approach that's been talked about in other presentations here today. Standardised screening, implementing routine physical and metabolic health screenings like those screens that I had up before with referrals to GPs for ongoing care as required. Timely assessments. This will probably change in the updated standard with the feedback that we've had around what's able to be achieved within services. But I think these assessments, these are not extravagant assessments. These are really those initial nursing physical health assessments and then those medical assessments that are happening by our medical officers that then inform our practice and our care referrals or engagement with the person around what care is needed next for them in their physical health journey alongside their mental health care. Having clear protocols, so all the LHNs having, I guess, established documented processes for assessments, screenings and escalation of abnormal results. So a process that staff can actually follow and know what they need to do with the information that they receive from the assessments that they're doing. Education and communication. Staff being trained on physical health conditions, medication side effects, improving compassionate and providing clear information to people and their families and carers. But I think that also goes to that staff are actually supported to be educated in this as well, which I think is really vital and important. I speak as a nurse here who has, got a long history of, sadly, when there's demands of a service, education does get pushed to the wayside, but that's what drives our practice and our improved care and that we give to our consumers. If we're not up to date, we can't provide the best care. So having staff supported to be able to engage in that education is really important. And individualised care plans for our consumers that meet their physical health needs alongside their mental health care needs as well, being addressed not just in our mental health care plans, but also in other care plans that are available within services. Yeah, on to you.
Okay, I've got the signal that we're running a bit short of time, but I wanted to say that, this already emerging, I hope, is the multi-layered dimension of this. So I'll be very brief here. Just really the thinking about, let me see if I've got this right. The really thinking about diagnostic overshadowing, again, preventative and promotive health actions and healthcare, addressing coexisting or comorbidities, those sorts of things, they are really embedded. And so that multi-layered dimension, I'm going to go back to Hannah, we're short of time, but just really acknowledging that, advocating for vaccinations, metabolic, physical health of sex, addressing comorbidities, holistic and culturally sensitive care. So thanks, Heather.
So implementing it, again, it's that partnership in care, that collaborative approach with services and the consumer and their families, carers, supporters of choice to plan, set goals, make informed decisions through all of that we've talked about before. But also working, like I said, working with GPs, but working with physical healthcare services within the LHNs, tapping into those other resources that we're able to. It's looking at integrated communications. We talked about in the workshop before that we'd love this like single system that everyone across the whole country could all link into, and that's just the dream, but I think we're a little way off of that. But that assessments include communications with our GPs and our specialists. It's not just we've done the assessment, you've done your assessment, and none of us communicate and talk. That doesn't put the consumer at the centre of their care. It just meets our needs, but we're not actually benefiting them. There's no point doing the assessment if we're not going to share those results with people and for the benefit of the person that care is for. Again, that shared care model, the support for unengaged individuals. So for people that aren't already engaged with a GP provider or a primary care provider, around mental health services, providing that until they're able to engage and share that care and the ongoing care provision. And respect for choice and documentation. So people have a right to decline the physical health care, and that's okay. But it's about working with that person to understand why it is that they might not want to engage in the physical health assessment. It might be at that point in time they're just not ready to address it. We've talked about that earlier. But it might be that with a bit of conversation, a bit of education that meets their needs, that in 2 weeks' time in the community, and when you catch up with them again, that they're ready to start just having more conversations about it. They might not be ready for that assessment, but having those conversations with them to start unpacking it and documenting why we're not able to sort of achieve that at this point in time and what we're doing as a service to address that moving forward. So we've done a bit of a consultation process on that initial one. There's really many people in the room here that have probably provided feedback on it, but we put that out to our lived experience representation, to our Equally Well working group, out to our LHNs, to our GPs that are involved or employed within an SA Health liaison role, primary health networks, were all able to provide feedback, and we got a lot, actually an overwhelming a lot, which is a good thing, because I think it means that, we're all on the page. You can see that everybody in these rooms here are sharing the same vision, but we all understand that we work in systems that are challenged, and how can we do what we're asking? Because I think we all want to do this, what we're kind of asking and setting in the standard as clinicians. We all want to do this, but we know that it's hard, and how can we do it? So we got a lot of feedback provided to us and different ideas about what the document should contain, what's achievable within the service, and really highlighting as well the disparity across mental health services within our regions versus metropolitanly, which we know is really significant. So it's really, it's been great for us to really take all of that feedback on board and refine it to make it a document that services our consumers how it should, but also takes the needs of our services into consideration as well around what they can achieve to provide that care that we're wanting to provide. So we are working through that. Nicholas, Lisa and I keep meeting regularly, and every time we do, we keep finding more bits that we need to adjust and change. So I promise it's coming. hopefully by the end of the year, if not early next year. So our next steps are to finalise the feedback and the standard itself, put another round of consultation out, much broader consultation this time, finalise that standard and get it publicised out there across our SA Health network, and implement that standard within our mental health services, letting, with a process of a time where they've got to have the requirements or the expectations in place for them to be able to meet that. Monitoring of the compliance and those measurable expectations will be ongoing throughout our inspections program, and also reviewing the standard over time as the services change and the needs. And we'll develop a guideline, but that's the next step. I've got to get over this bit first. That's it. Thank you. No questions.